Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully checked in and acquired the skill, Mastery of Miniature Shuriken Throwing. Your luck is simply off the charts. I stood amidst a small grove in the Hidden Leaf Village when, all of a sudden, a surge of mysterious power coursed through my body. In the next instant, every technique and piece of knowledge about throwing miniature shuriken flashed through my mind like a torrent of images. Up until now, I had already mastered the art of throwing shuriken in every size imaginable. The sensation was like finally assembling all the pieces of a puzzle, yet instead of feeling thrilled, there was just emptiness. I wasn't delighted. If anything, I was even more frustrated. System, I activated you when I was 5, and it's been almost 2 years, hasn't it? I grumbled inwardly. In these 2 years, I've completed quite a few tasks, taking down more than a dozen with ease. But look at the rewards you've given me. Mastery in shuriken throwing, kunai throwing, sunbon throwing, even awarded me by size. Why don't you just send me to outer space while you're at it? To make it even more ridiculous, you've got nail throwing mastery, pencil throwing mastery. According to you, anything can become a hidden weapon. Why not just grant me stone throwing mastery and send me back to the Stone Age? Utterly drained, I slumped down onto the ground, my complaints flooding out like a rising tide. Honestly, it's not that I look down on taijutsu specialists, but with the system forcing me to master so many throwing techniques, did it really expect me to stand hundreds of miles away during the Fourth Great Ninja War and snipe the Otsutsuki clan with pinpoint shuriken throws? That's downright absurd. System, don't you realize what I need the most right now? My physical condition is terrible. My chakra refining efficiency is abysmal, and my meridians can barely store any chakra at all. If you don't help me fix this soon, I'm probably going to be expelled from the Ninja Academy again this year. I let out a helpless sigh. The very first entrance exam at the academy is a chakra test. Even taijutsu specialists like Lee and Might Guy had at least some chakra to get in. But my aptitude for chakra was utterly hopeless. Whereas a normal ninja could refine 1 point of chakra for every 10 points of stamina, I might need to burn through 1,000. The gap between me and others was like that between an ant and an elephant. My meridians were especially narrow, so I could store far less chakra than most. Even if I pour my heart into building up chakra, one use of the body replacement jutsu would drain me completely, worse off than someone living paycheck to paycheck. With my kind of physique, becoming a ninja would be impossible without some kind of cheat. Honestly, being a ninja isn't all that impressive in itself, but in the Hidden Leaf Village, if you're not a ninja, you have no chance of ever leaving. And if I were stuck in this village forever, my check-in locations will be limited to just within its borders. If I could only sign in here, who knows what bizarre throwing mastery I'd end up with in the future, maybe even toothpick throwing mastery. So, I have to find a way to become a ninja. Please be patient, host. The sign-in locations are shaped by the shifting fortunes of the world. This system only helps you unlock those fortunes and present the rewards. It can't create them out of thin air, the system explained. After hearing the system's explanation, I couldn't help but feel skeptical. So you're just a glorified reward courier? Here I was thinking you were some kind of all-powerful system, but you're really just a regular tool. I took a moment to compose myself and prepare to head home. Unexpectedly, the system issued a new task. Ding. Host, please proceed immediately to the 5th large boulder to the left in front of the Moonlight Waterfall in Forest number 23 of the Hidden Leaf Village to sign in. Go quickly, no delays. Upon hearing the system's new directive, Yeffing couldn't help but sigh. These sign-in locations are as strange as they are convoluted. Only the system could come up with something like this. Still, triggering 2 sign-in tasks in a single day. That's almost like winning the lottery. Even if the rewards might be a bit slapdash, it's still better than having nothing to do. Once he arrived at the designated spot, Yeffing stood atop the 5th large boulder described by the system. Come on, system, give me some motivation, Yeffing muttered under his breath. But this time, the system didn't play its usual sign-in chime. Yeffing frowned in frustration. Did it really have to fail at a crucial moment? Just as Yeffing was about to inquire with the system, suddenly, a sharp rush of wind swept toward him from behind. An attack, throwing weapons. Yeffing was already skilled in the use of various hidden weapons. His mastery of different techniques fused into one, elevating him to the level of a true throwing weapons master. So, the moment he sensed the unusual sound, he instinctively flipped backward several times, opening up distance between himself and his attacker. Almost at that very instant, the boulder where Yeffing had just been standing erupted with a muffled bang and dissolved into a cloud of white mist. As the mist cleared, a ninja with an obscured face appeared before Yeffing. The Hidden Leaf Village truly lives up to its name as the foremost ninja village. My transformation jutsu, which I've always been so proud of, was seen through by a mere child. Haha, show her. I told you that wouldn't work. If you can't even fool a kid, how do you expect to deceive the elites of the Leaf Village? Two figures stepped into Night Wind's line of sight. Both were ninjas. One of them had just disguised himself as the large boulder moments before. The other had been lurking in the shadows, hoping to ambush Night Wind with a hidden weapon. Kid, you might be a little pitiful, but we can't let anyone know about our presence. So, this is where it ends for you. If you have any last words, now's your chance. Shodo's gaze turned icy cold. To him, Night Wind was as good as dead. Night Wind met his stare, frowned slightly, then sighed and said, honestly, I didn't even realize you turned into a rock. I have no idea what you're up to, and I don't even know who you are. So how about you try your trick again? Let's all just pretend nothing happened. After all, I'm still just a kid. Huh? Are you out of your mind, brat? So what if you're a kid? You wouldn't be the first child I've killed, and you won't be the last. Xue sneered. But before he could finish speaking, Night Wind had already made his move. With a swift leap, Night Wind raised his arms, and the miniature shuriken he'd been concealing flew from his hands in a single, fluid motion. The shuriken whistled through the air at incredible speed, heading straight for the two ninjas. Didn't expect a kid to have such skill with throwing weapons. Among children, you've got to be the best. Xue taunted. The two ninjas sprang nimbly into the air, deftly dodging Night Wind's attack, and even finding time to mock him. Night Wind ignored their jeers. He grabbed a handful of sunbon needles and, just as before, hurled them toward his foes. Shoer's cold laughter rang out again. I told you, brat. Tricks like that don't work on grown-ups. Once more, both ninjas dodged the sunbon with ease. Yet just as they landed, a sudden metallic clash rang out behind them. Shoer barely managed to turn his head and saw, to his shock, that the sunbon Night Wind had thrown the second time had struck the shuriken embedded in the rock from before. The shuriken and sunbon collided, and the miniature shuriken that had been stuck in the stone were knocked free. In a chain reaction, two of the shuriken ricocheted at blinding speed straight toward the ninjas. With a sickening thud, the razor-sharp shuriken pierced their carotid arteries with ease. Night Wind had claimed his very first victory. After their deaths, Night Wind walked up to the bodies and sighed. Why choose death? I gave you a chance. You just wouldn't take it. In the world of Naruto, ninjas may wield powers far beyond ordinary people. But in truth, their strength lies in offense, while their defense is no different from anyone else's. When they're caught off guard, a single sunbon, a kunai, or even an ordinary nail, each of these was enough to easily claim a ninja's life. Even those at the Kage level could not escape such a fate. Yefeng gazed coldly at the two ninjas lying in a pool of blood, instinctively swallowing hard. Killing was never an easy thing to do, especially after the other person had died. The corpse would not fall still at once. Only in death would certain nerves and muscles trigger unique reactions, their spasms continuously assaulting Yefeng's mind. Yet, Yefeng did not choose to run from it, because he understood that in this world, killing was a lesson everyone had to face. It was just, this lesson had come a bit sooner than he'd expected. Those who come to the village to take missions are usually watched by ninjas. These two must have snuck in. Could they be spies from the Hidden Cloud or Hidden Stone? No, that's not it. If they were just ordinary spies, there's no way they could have breached the barrier of the Leaf Village, unless someone on the inside helped them. Could it be Danzo? The moment he thought of Danzo, the man in the Leaf Village notorious for abusing his power for personal gain, Yefeng's expression grew grim. If Danzo truly was involved in this, it would be best for him to leave this place as soon as possible. A crisp chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has arrived at the sign-in location. Initiating sign-in. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 0. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the Uzumaki clan's bloodline trait. A surge of immense, mysterious power burst forth again. The sensation was just as it had always been, utterly unchanged. But, when the power faded, Yefeng could clearly sense the profound changes in his body. Though his muscles were not much stronger, the vitality in his cells now brimmed with life, and his meridians were tougher than before. He let out a soft laugh. Ah, system, and you claim you don't manipulate things behind the scenes? I'd barely finished complaining, and you gifted me the Uzumaki bloodline. If you say you aren't pulling the strings, I'll never believe it. The system remained silent, but Yefeng's mood was elated all the same. Still, instead of checking the changes in his body right away, he sped off toward the village without delay. After all, lingering here any longer would be far too dangerous. Half an hour later, soft footsteps rustled through the grass. Three figures appeared suddenly at the scene of Yefeng's earlier killing. The one at the front had his face and right arm wrapped in white bandages, his expression stern, exuding an aura of menace. One glance told you this man was surely up to no good. Lord Danzo, the targets are dead. Time of death is estimated within the last hour. There's a wound on each corpse's neck. Looks like they were struck by some kind of tiny, concealed weapon from behind. An instant kill. Judging by the wounds, the killer is highly skilled in hidden weapons and assassination techniques. A masked root ninja carefully examined the bodies on the ground and reported respectfully to Danzo. Shimura Danzo paused in thought, a glint of cold calculation flashing through his left eye. He sidestepped the corpses and walked over to a stone about 2 meters tall. Running his fingers over the shuriken marks left in its surface, he fell into deep contemplation. A true expert was here. Could it be that Hiruzen has already uncovered Orochimaru's activities? Did he send elite Umbu to handle the cleanup, leaving the bodies behind on purpose as a warning to me? At this thought, Danzo's gaze narrowed ever so slightly. Go find out if anyone has been in this forest within the past hour. Yes, Lord Danzo. Upon receiving his orders, the root ninja quickly produced a scroll from his robe. Unfurling it, he formed a series of hand seals and activated a remote communication jutsu. Lord Danzo, about 10 minutes ago, someone spotted a child, around 7 years old, leaving the forest. A child? Who? Has Hiruzen found another prodigy, like Itachi Uchiha? Danzo sounded genuinely surprised. It appears to be Yamanaka, Haichi's eldest son, Yamanaka Yefu. Yamanaka Yefu? Danzo's brows knitted together. Yes, Lord Danzo. Should I bring him in for a thorough interrogation? A glint of menace flashed in the root ninja's eyes. Danzo shot him a cold look and replied icily, "That's unnecessary. I remember that child. Although he possesses the rare talent of all 7 chakra attributes, he's unable to properly refine chakra and is considered a failure. If even he could kill one of Orochimaru's subordinates, I'd just drag Orochimaru back here myself and pickle him. Clean up the bodies. We're leaving." Yes, Lord Danzo. Yamanaka Haichi was the head of the Yamanaka clan in the Hidden Leaf Village. Yefu, his eldest son, was also Yamanaka Ino's older brother. Although the Yamanaka were not related by blood to the Otsutsuki clan, they were still a prominent family in the village, and Yefu's background was far from humble. Sadly, when Yefu's mother was pregnant, she suffered a shock that left Yefu with a frail constitution after birth. Of course, if his condition were limited to weak muscles and bones, that could still be remedied through careful training and attentive care. After all, as the clan leader's son, Yefu had access to more than enough resources for his development. However, in the world of Naruto, chakra is the true source of power. Every ninja possesses a unique chakra system within them. Through specialized extraction techniques, they draw life force from their own cells and blend it with their spiritual energy. The result of this fusion is chakra. Chakra is stored in the meridians that run through a ninja's body. When performing jutsu, a ninja merely needs to form the proper hand seals, guiding their chakra to change, and they can unleash a vast array of ninja techniques. Therefore, the efficiency of chakra refinement, as well as the amount of chakra the meridians can withstand, directly determines a ninja's strength. Night Breeze's weaknesses happen to lie in these two most crucial aspects. By all accounts, it would have been impossible for Night Breeze to become a ninja. However, the situation has now changed. A ninja's chakra system relies heavily on bloodline. After merging with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, not only will Night Breeze's chakra refinement efficiency gradually increase, but his once frail meridians will also develop anew. After all, the Uzumaki clan is renowned for its extraordinary chakra talent. As long as Night Breeze is given enough time, he will surely be able to overcome his own obstacles completely. Still, the most important change isn't just the alteration in his bloodline. More crucially, Night Breeze's system has finally started to show its true power. When it comes down to it, the system is Night Breeze's real source of strength. When Night Breeze returned home, his mother and little sister were busy preparing dinner. If nothing unexpected happened, Yamanaka would once again miss dinner due to his busy work. "Big brother, you've been out training again, haven't you? Look at you, you're drenched in sweat." After helping their mother wash the vegetables, Ino frowned at the sight of Night Breeze's sweat-soaked appearance. Night Breeze stepped inside, set his ninja tool pouch on the cabinet by the entrance, and shook his head with a smile. "Ino, I've told you many times, this is training, not just fooling around." Ino was a well-known beauty in the Hidden Leaf, but she and Night Breeze were siblings, bound only by family ties, nothing more. "Brother, haven't I told you? Once I become a ninja, I'll be the one to protect you." Can't you just relax and enjoy life? Why push yourself so hard? Ino dried her hands, walked over to Night Breeze, and with a touch of pride and seriousness in her voice, scolded him gently. Wouldn't it be nice to just be the young master of a great clan? Why insist on endless training every day? If it were that lazy Shikamaru, he'd be delighted to slack off all day long. All right, I understand. Our Ino is definitely going to be an outstanding jonin one day. When that time comes, I'll be counting on you. Night Breeze affectionately tapped his sister's nose, his eyes full of doting warmth. Would he really depend on Ino to protect him in the future? Best not. After all, when the time comes to face that tailed beast bomb from the Ten Tails, he'll have to rely on himself. All right, Ino, let your brother go take a bath first. Let's get back to dinner prep. Their mother put down the ingredients in her hands, smiling as she walked over and gently pulled her children into a warm embrace. I'm only thinking of my brother, but he never trusts me. I was even planning to make him pan-seared venison tonight. Ino pouted in mock annoyance. Seeing Ino's expression, both Night Breeze and their mother couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, I'll go take a shower first. For the venison, make it extra spicy, add plenty of cumin, and sear both sides until they're nice and crispy. With a wave of his hand, Night Wind headed into the bathroom. He prepared the bath, pouring the family's secret medicinal concoction into the tub. For a ninja, a medicinal soak was essential, but also quite costly. Night Wind's talents might be ordinary, but Haichi Yamanaka had never let his own son lack for anything material. After adjusting the water temperature, Night Wind slipped into the tub, allowing his body to be fully submerged in the herbal water. The medicine's power seeped gently into every pore, easing away the fatigue of an entire day, and replenishing the life force his cells had lost. No wonder it's the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Almost every drop of the medicine seems to be absorbed. Leaning back in the tub, Night Wind thought about the path ahead. The issue with my bloodline is finally resolved. Next, I need a chakra refining technique. He scooped up a ladle of hot water and let it cascade over his body, shaking his head. I doubt I can get it from father. Should I just buy one of those standard techniques at the ninja tool shop? But those are so weak. In this world, as long as your body's halfway decent, almost anyone can train in chakra. But the key to actually refining chakra is mastering a proper technique. Most of what's sold on the market are basic versions, limited in what they can do. Not only are they inefficient, but the chakra produced isn't pure. Ancient clans, like the Yamanaka, naturally possessed complete, highly effective chakra refining arts. But when Night Wind was 5, Haichi Yamanaka had once tried to help his son extract chakra using the mind transfer technique. The results were mixed. On the bright side, Night Wind seemed to have 7 chakra natures. On the downside, after extracting only a tiny bit of chakra, Night Wind nearly lost his life. After that, he spent a full 3 months in bed before he finally recovered. And Haichi Yamanaka gave up entirely on having his son train in chakra. If Night Wind was going to train at all, it would have to wait until he was older, and only if the circumstances allowed. So, if Night Wind wanted to ask his father for a family secret technique now, it simply wasn't realistic. Even if he could prove his constitution had improved, Haichi Yamanaka still wouldn't take the risk. He just couldn't bear to let Night Wind be in danger. And that was understandable. After all, the awakening of a bloodline ability wasn't something you could count on. The odds of success were just too slim. Well, it looks like I'll have to talk things over with Uncle Kaze tonight. At the dining table, Night Wind was devouring the venison his sister had carefully grilled for him. Utterly satisfied. The venison tastes especially good today. Was it Uncle Shikaka who brought it over? Night Wind asked as he savored each bite. I knew you'd be the pickiest about food. Yes, this really is from Uncle Shikahisa. He knows you two are about to take your entrance exams, so he specially sent it over to help you and your sister build up your strength. Seeing how much Yefu was enjoying his meal, their mother couldn't help but smile as well. Whether or not one could become a ninja wasn't truly the most important thing. What mattered most was that the family could live happily together. Big brother, have you really decided to take the entrance exam this time? But Ino's voice carried a note of hesitation. By tradition, children in the Hidden Leaf Village could sign up for the Ninja Academy entrance exam once they turned 6. However, passing the exam required a certain level of talent and aptitude. If it was her brother, could he really pass? As night gradually settled in, Yefu picked up a large bundle of venison and left home, making his way to the outskirts of the Yamanaka clan's territory. Before long, he stopped in front of an unremarkable little house. He rapped on the door. Uncle Kaze, are you home? After 3 knocks, the door quickly opened. A lively-looking ninja with brown hair stepped out from inside. He glanced at Yefu, his brow creasing slightly as he asked, "Yefu, what brings you here so late?" His name was Yamanaka Kaze. His and Yefu's names differed by only a single character. Kaze was the younger brother of Yamanaka Inoichi, and Yefu's own uncle. Within the village, he was known as an Umbu Jonin, but that was only his outward identity. In truth, Kaze was one of Danzo's most trusted men, a top elite in the secretive Root Division. His fate, one had to admit, was rather tragic. Later, he was used by Kabuto as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation technique, a torment that only those who'd suffered the same fate could truly understand. Because of this, Yefu had never wanted to get too close to him at first. But after all, they were close family, uncle and nephew, and completely cutting off contact just wasn't realistic. As time went on, one was a soul who'd lived two lives, the other a cold and emotionless ninja. Almost without realizing it, the two had become friends. At this moment, even though Kaze's expression remained cool, Yefu understood well. Kaze was genuinely worried that he might run into trouble, and that was why he'd make the effort to see him so late at night. "It's really nothing serious. The Nara clan sent over some top-quality venison today, meat you'd never find in the market. I brought some for you, since you Umbu go through so much each day." Yefu smiled as he shook the bundle of venison in his hand. The Nara had raised deer for generations, and the medicinal value of their animals was extraordinary. The venison brims with vital energy, making it an excellent supplement for any ninja. Yamanaka Kaze glanced at Yefu, took the venison, and said in a calm voice, "Come in. The wind's strong out there." With that, he turned and walked into the house. Yefu looked around, grinned, and shrugged. "Is there really a wind?" Once inside, Yefu settled himself on the living room sofa. "Uncle Kaze, even if you're in the Umbu, there's no need to carry your sword at home, is there? Look at Uchiha Itachi. He's Umbu too, but when he's off duty, he's completely relaxed." Yefu let out a sigh. To Yefu, it seemed Yamanaka Kaze's nerves were always stretched taut. He could never quite understand why Kaze had chosen to follow Danzo. Wouldn't it be enough just to be an elite ninja of the Yamanaka clan? Root is nothing like the regular Umbu. There's no real comparison, Kaze replied flatly, putting the venison in the fridge. He asked offhandedly, "You didn't come all this way just to bring me venison at this hour, did you?" "That's right. I'll get straight to the point. I'm planning to start chakra training, but I don't have a proper chakra refining technique. I was hoping you could help me out," Yefu said with a smile. "Chakra refining?" Kaze frowned, sitting down across from Yefu. "Did you forget what happened 2 years ago? You still want to train your chakra after that? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Yefu only smiled, picked up the wine flask from the table, and took a hearty swig of the strong liquor. The burning heat of the alcohol brought him a sudden rush of nostalgia, as if he'd been transported back to his previous life. He set down the flask and spoke evenly. "Uncle Kaze, you said it yourself. That was 2 years ago. Back then, I'd get drunk after just a sip, but look at me now." "No way." Kaze shook his head without hesitation, grabbing the flask for a drink himself. "Training chakra and drinking are two completely different things. I can't help you with this. You know that as well as I do." Still smiling, Yefu snatched the flask back from Kaze's hand, his eyes flashing with a stubborn, determined light. "Of course I understand what you mean. That's exactly why I came to you. Because you're the only one who'd ever believe in a kid like me. No matter how talented, a child is still a child, especially in times of peace." Other 7-year-olds were living carefree lives, but Yefu had been learning to use ninja tools since he was 4. Kaze had seen it all with his own eyes. Yefu really was different from the other kids. And so, somewhere along the way, Kaze had stopped seeing Yefu as just another child. "Uncle Kaze, you know what I'm like. Once I set my mind to something, I never give up easily. If you don't help me, I'll have no choice but to buy some run-of-the-mill technique from the ninja tool shop. Could you really bear to see me do that?" Kaze let out a long sigh. Even in the face of the night breeze, no matter that he had once been a cold-blooded assassin, there were times when he too felt helpless. "And besides, I've always known my limits. The reason I came to ask for your help is because I'm confident in my own body's condition. I'm sure I can successfully cultivate chakra and become a qualified shinobi." Night Breeze continued, his voice unwavering. Seeing the determination in Night Breeze's eyes, Yamanaka Kaze finally softened. "The chakra refining technique I practice is used exclusively by the ANBU. It's far too aggressive, unsuitable for you, and I can't simply teach it to outsiders at will. The chakra techniques of the Yamanaka clan are gentle, but without your father's permission, I can't just hand them over either. That's a family rule. So all I can do is give you some chakra refining methods I've collected over the years from declining clans. These techniques aren't as powerful as those of the Yamanaka, but they're still better than what most ordinary shinobi use. With that, Yamanaka Kaze reached into a cabinet and pulled out a stack of scrolls, placing them before Night Breeze. Declining clans. Night Breeze's eyes suddenly sparkled as he asked, "Are there any scrolls from the Senju clan?" At this question, Yamanaka Kaze shot him an exasperated look and replied, "The Senju clan hasn't declined yet. Don't forget, Lady Tsunade still carries the main line of the Senju blood." Night Breeze nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tsunade was now the sole heir of the Senju's true bloodline. But as long as Tsunade remained, she had the power to revive her clan. Though, in the future, the family's lineage might not stay quite so pure. Wait, is this a technique from the Uzumaki clan? After sifting through the scrolls for a while, Night Breeze suddenly spotted a familiar emblem. It was the crest of the Uzumaki clan. Yamanaka Kaze glanced at the scroll in Night Breeze's hand and shook his head. The Uzumaki bloodline is quite unique. These techniques aren't really suitable for us. The Uzumaki were renowned for their remarkable vitality, a trait that defined their bloodline. Most of the techniques they developed revolved around this very characteristic. As a result, ordinary people weren't suited to train in Uzumaki ninjutsu. But Night Breeze was different. Though he didn't possess pure Uzumaki blood, with the help of the system, Night Breeze now had abilities remarkably similar to those of the Uzumaki. This chakra refinement method from the Uzumaki would be a perfect fit for him. "Uncle Kaze, let's go with this one. You know my situation's a little unusual. Maybe the Uzumaki method is just what I need," Night Breeze said with a calm, confident smile. Without hesitation, he opened the scroll and began to study its contents with focused attention. "Don't be reckless. You should have some understanding of how chakra extraction works. How could your constitution possibly compare with the Uzumaki?" Yamanaka Kaze shook his head in disapproval. Yet, just as he was about to explain the key points of chakra refinement, a sudden surge of energy radiated from Night Breeze. Although his face turned pale in an instant, an invisible vortex of energy began to swirl around him. Seeing this, Yamanaka Kaze's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The chakra is so pure. How is that possible?" Beads of sweat gathered on Yefeng's forehead. He looked tired, but his excitement was unmistakable. "Uncle Kaze, see? I wasn't lying to you. I really did it." Though the process had consumed a great deal of his cellular energy and mental strength, at this moment, an incredibly pure stream of chakra flowed through his meridians. There wasn't much of it yet, but this sensation brought Yefeng a comfort he had never felt before. "Take this soldier's pill now." Yamanaka Kaze quickly produced a high-grade soldier's pill and handed it to Yefeng, his tone stern. "You were far too reckless. I haven't even taught you how to properly extract chakra, and you tried it on your own? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Yefeng's display had left Yamanaka Kaze deeply shocked. Chakra is a form of energy. When the amount is equal, whoever possesses the pure chakra can unleash more powerful jutsu. Yamanaka Kaze examined the chakra within Yefeng with great care. This level of purity, never mind a child, was exceedingly rare even among elite ninja. Could it be? Had his nephew awakened some unique bloodline ability? Yefeng let out a light laugh. "I just couldn't resist trying it out. Luckily, nothing major went wrong. Now you can teach me, right?" He swallowed the soldier's pill in one gulp. The medicinal aroma filled his mouth, and soon he felt his energy returning. Remember, the process of refining chakra is extremely important. You must always make thorough preparations before each training session, and then extract chakra step by step. Never act so rashly again, or you could easily harm your foundation. Yamanaka Kaze sighed in exasperation. Then, with patience, he explained each key stage and precaution of chakra extraction in detail. After listening carefully, Yefeng frowned slightly and asked, "So it's really that complicated to refine chakra? What if a ninja runs out of chakra in the middle of a fight? Isn't that incredibly dangerous?" Yamanaka Kaze answered with a grave expression. "Chakra is the source of a ninja's power. Running out is, of course, extremely risky. Still, if you master chakra extraction, you can learn to draw out more even during battle. But combat situations change in an instant. Extracting chakra under such pressure is far more dangerous than in training, and any mistake could injure you. That's why you must practice diligently in your daily life." Yefeng nodded. He recalled how Kakashi was often hospitalized from overusing his chakra, clear proof of the dangers of pushing one's limits in battle. "Uncle Kaze, I really appreciate your guidance today. Thank you so much." After memorizing the contents of the scroll, Night Breeze returned it to Yamanaka Kaze. After all, it was part of his collection. It wouldn't be right to take it away. Yamanaka Kaze carefully put away the scroll and regarded Night Breeze with a calm, thoughtful gaze. He spoke with deliberate gravity. "Don't tell anyone about your chakra training for the time being, and make sure not to let others see you practicing. Even when you enter the Ninja Academy, don't stand out too much. Just meet the basic requirements for admission. That's enough. It'll be better for you this way. Don't ask for the specific reasons. As an elite member of the Root organization, Yamanaka Kaze was keenly aware of everything happening in the forest. Danzo had never suspected Night Breeze because, on the surface, Night Breeze seemed to possess only ordinary talent. But if Danzo were to discover that Night Breeze was training in chakra, it could spell trouble for him. Night Breeze let out a quiet chuckle. All right, since you'd rather not say more, I won't pry. From now on, I'll do my best to keep my true abilities hidden. You trust me, so I'll trust you in return. Although, I've actually known your true identity for quite some time now. Half a month later, the entrance examinations for the Ninja Academy officially began. Early in the morning, Night Breeze and Ino arrived at the testing site. By this time, a crowd of children hoping to pass the exam had already gathered outside. Whether from powerful clans or ordinary families, every parent wanted their child to become a ninja if given the chance. It seemed that only by becoming a ninja could one attain honor. Hey, Night Breeze. Ino, over here. Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara stood together, waving enthusiastically when they spotted Night Breeze and Ino approaching. Man, a deer and a butterfly, and now we've run into two pigs as well. This is going to be such a headache. Shikamaru sighed helplessly, as if he could already foresee all the trouble lying ahead. Hey, you lazy Nara. Who are you calling a pig? Looking for a fight? Ino's eyes sharpened, her brow furrowed in anger as she shook her fist at him. Pig Deer Butterfly was a traditional formation of the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans of the Hidden Leaf Village. Each generation, the team was made up of one member from each clan's head family. However, due to Night Breeze's fragile health after birth, the Yamanaka clan also had Ino, making two candidates this generation. Still, neither Night Breeze nor Ino were particularly fond of the pig title. See? Trouble already. I really don't want to be a ninja. Being a ninja is just too much hassle. From a distance, Shikamaru watched as Ino fumed, then sighed once again. I just don't get it. Choji's family is the one that's chubby, but he gets called Butterfly. Our family looks great, but we're stuck with pig. Ino complained, clearly exasperated. The Night Breeze smiled gently, offering comfort to Ino as he patted her head. While it was true that Choji was a bit on the heavy side, once he performed his clan's secret butterfly technique, his figure would become remarkably fit and well-proportioned. As time passed, more and more children began to gather at the entrance to the exam hall. Night Breeze glanced around, noticing that the 9 rising stars of Konoha had yet to fully assemble. It could be said that this year's students were graced with the very luck of the entire ninja world. Thankfully, Night Breeze possessed his own unique abilities, otherwise he might not have the status he enjoyed now. Just then, a soft, timid voice sounded behind him. And Night Breeze, hello. Hearing this, Night Breeze turned around with a warm smile, finding Hinata Hyuga standing there, her head bowed shyly. Hinata was always so bashful, and gathering the courage just to greet him was her way of wanting to share a few words. Night Breeze didn't let her down. He replied gently, Hello, Hinata. It's been a while. You've grown even cuter. At his words, Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. She quickly lowered her head further, fidgeting nervously with her fingers. Night Breeze always says such embarrassing things. Seeing Hinata's shy reaction, Night Breeze couldn't help but let out a laugh. In truth, he had never meant to compete with Naruto for Hinata's affections. 2 years ago, he had simply been following a sign-in mission. So, when those kids tried to bully Hinata, Night Breeze had stepped in to protect her, unintentionally slipping into a story that was meant to belong to Naruto. But some things just couldn't be avoided. After all, just look at what Naruto did after becoming Hokage. He left gentle, carrying Hinata alone at home, rarely even joining her for dinner. Was that really fair to her? I really hope we end up in the same class, Hinata. That way, I could see you every day. How wonderful would that be? Night Breeze continued to tease Hinata as he spoke. Her face grew even more flushed, until it seemed she might burst into steam. At that moment, Ino stepped over to Hinata's side, naturally reaching out to steady her. That's enough, big brother. Stop teasing Hinata. Look, she's about to faint. As Ino spoke, she continued to tend to Hinata. Sure enough, Hinata's gaze slowly lost focus until, in the end, she fainted into Ino's arms. Night Breeze and Ino exchanged a glance, falling into a brief, wordless silence. After a few moments, with the arrival of Sasuke Uchiha, all 9 new students of Konoha were finally present. Sasuke's older brother, Itachi Uchiha, appeared as well. The two of them radiated a bright, handsome charm, each carrying an air of mystery. Their presence immediately set off a lively buzz of conversation among the crowd. I didn't expect Uchiha Itachi's younger brother to be in the same year as us. With such a talented older brother, the younger one must be a genius too. Kiba Inuzuka stroked his chin thoughtfully as he shared his opinion. Who's Uchiha Itachi? Is he really that strong? Choji asked with a mouthful of chips, puzzled. Of course he is. He entered the academy at 6, graduated at 7, and joined the Umbu at 11. The Uchiha clan just keeps producing prodigies, Shikamaru explained from the side. Haha, so what if he's a genius? I'll be the one to defeat him with my own hands someday. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki, with his spiky blonde hair, squeezed into the group, his face beaming with confidence as he declared that geniuses existed to be challenged. And as for him, he was destined to be the one who would surpass them all. In response, Kiba, equally self-assured, frowned and pushed Naruto away in annoyance, saying, Hey, who are you anyway? Can you keep your distance? Who knows if stupidity is contagious? Watching his companions banter and laugh, Yifeng suddenly felt that this world of Hokage was finally becoming just as he remembered it, familiar and alive. Only 6 years left until Orochimaru makes his move. As long as I progress steadily, things should be manageable. But just then, the system suddenly issued a new sign-in task. Ding! Host, please sign in at the front row of the student lineup during the entrance ceremony. Yifeng couldn't help but swallow nervously. His heart was mixed with excitement and anxiety. In the past, the system would usually issue tasks only once every month or two. But lately, it had become unusually active, giving him 3 sign-in missions in just a month. This time, the sign-in location was set at the very front row during the entrance ceremony. That meant Yifeng not only had to pass the entrance exam, but he also had to be ranked first among the boys. According to Konoha's tradition, students would be split into 2 lines at the entrance ceremony, one for boys, one for girls, each ordered by their academic performance. At that moment, Yifeng glanced at Sasuke and sighed softly, thinking to himself, it seems keeping a low profile is no longer an option. Up until now, Yifeng had been careful to avoid drawing Danzo's attention, keeping himself under the radar. But now, to complete the task, he might have to break his own rule. Then again, from another perspective, if he put himself in Danzo's shoes, Yifeng was just someone who had happened to kill 2 ninjas who had sneaked into the village. He hadn't discovered any of Danzo's secrets. Was there really any reason for Danzo to risk offending the Yamanaka clan, just to target Yifeng? It hardly seemed worth it. Of course, caution was always wise, but sometimes, to accomplish a goal, a bit of boldness was needed too. Before long, the exam officially began. The entrance exam for the Ninja Academy is divided into 3 main sections. The first part evaluates the candidate's natural talent with chakra, with a particular focus on how quickly they can refine it. The format of this test is quite straightforward. The proctor begins by giving everyone a thorough explanation of the basic chakra extraction technique. Of course, the quality of this group instruction can hardly compare to the personalized, one-on-one guidance that Yamanaka Kaze once gave Yifeng. But that's only to be expected. After all, many of the applicants come from ordinary families, and not everyone has the chance to receive personal tutoring from a jonin. After the proctor finished explaining the basic bronze-level chakra extraction technique, he first gave the children from civilian families some time to review on their own. Then, the proctor began to assist those students who had already practiced chakra, helping them return their chakra back to its raw components of spiritual and physical energy. In this way, all examinees started with 0 basic chakra. Next, as required by the exam, every student was given 5 minutes to extract chakra. Of course, this method of testing was still unfair to the children from ordinary families. After all, kids from the bigger clans had probably started training their chakra long ago, and their proficiency was far beyond that of ordinary students. What's more, the chakra extraction techniques used by those clan children were of a much higher quality, completely out of reach for civilians. But there was nothing to be done. That's simply how things were. 5 minutes passed. The proctor scored each student based on the amount of chakra they managed to extract. Sasuke Uchiha, 10 points. Shikamaru Nara, 8 points. Hinata Hyuga, 8 points. Naruto Uzumaki, 3 points. Yakin Yamanaka, 10 points. When Yakin's score was announced, Sasuke Uchiha frowned slightly, as if to say, a child from a minor clan can get the same score as me? How is that possible? Indeed, in the eyes of the Uchiha clan, throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village, everyone else belonged to small families. Brother, Ino Yamanaka pouted as she came over to Yakin, her tone half accusing and a little upset. So your body was already better, and you never told me. Do you even see me as your little sister anymore? Was I picked up off the street? Seeing Ino's expression, Yakin smiled and patted her gently on the head, explaining, "I only found out myself today. Maybe my luck just turned around. Anyway, we should get ready for the next exam." Yakin didn't explain much more. After all, the more you try to explain, the more tangled things get. Sometimes, it's best to just say you don't know anything. After all, I'm just a kid. I don't understand any of this. Let everyone else imagine what they will. With that, Yakin turned and walked off toward the site of the next exam. Ino watched her brother's back, and her eyes suddenly lit up as if everything had clicked into place, her imagination filling in the blanks. That's right. When my father taught me the chakra extraction technique, he said he hadn't taught it to my brother and even told me not to teach him on my own. But judging from today's results, my brother is definitely a genius. He just hadn't been discovered before. As this thought crossed her mind, Ino couldn't help but smile with delight. Just as I thought. How could my brother, Ino Yamanaka, possibly be a loser? At that moment, Sakura Haruno walked up next to Ino, matching her pace, and leaned in to whisper softly by her ear. "Ino, your brother is amazing. And he's so handsome, too. You're really lucky." Ino turned to glance at Sakura, her eyes suddenly wary. Hey, Sakura, that's my brother you're talking about. Don't even think about making a move on him. Besides, let me tell you, he probably already likes someone else." With that, Ino shot a sly look in Hinata Hyuga's direction. Sakura followed Ino's gaze. A knowing look dawned on her face. So it's Hinata-chan, a union between the Hyuga and Yamanaka families. That's actually a pretty good match. It's tough being a girl from a regular family. The second round of exams began. This time, the test was all about the candidate's skills with ninja tools. No need to say more. Once again, this was a blow to the kids from ordinary families. After all, ninja tools didn't come cheap, and during training, they tended to break or get lost at a high rate. What ordinary kid could afford to use them without restraint? So, there was always a divide between kids from wealthy clans and those from common backgrounds. Next up, the first to take the stage was Sasuke Uchiha. "Sasuke, please choose the ninja tool you'd like to demonstrate," the proctor said with a friendly smile. Sasuke stepped forward, a mysterious confidence lighting up his face. "As a member of the Uchiha clan, of course, I'll choose the shuriken." With those words, Sasuke shot a glance in Night Breeze's direction. A sly smile played at his lips, as if to say, "This time, I, Sasuke Uchiha, am going to be the star of the show." Before long, the proctor brought out the target for shuriken practice. Just as he was about to announce the start of the exam, Sasuke suddenly flashed an arrogant smile. "Sensei, isn't this test a bit too easy? It's not much of a challenge. Could you set up the arena the way I want it?" He paused, then added, "Of course, the other students don't have to worry. Not everyone's born with the Uchiha shuriken skills, so it's fine for them to stick to the basic version of the test." Honestly, was that any way to talk? No wonder the Uchiha didn't have a great reputation in the village. Though the proctor was a bit annoyed, he had to remind himself. After all, this was the Uchiha clan leader's son. As a mere chunin, he knew better than to cross them. So, the proctor set up the exam just as Sasuke had requested. Now, on the training ground, there were 6 targets instead of 1. One stood directly in front. The other 4 were hung from the trees on both sides, positioned at an upward angle. And the last one was placed behind the first target, creating a perfect blind spot. Then, the exam began. Sasuke Uchiha's lips curled into a confident smile as he drew 4 shuriken with both hands and tossed them into the air one after another. Immediately after, Sasuke leapt up with effortless grace. He swiftly threw 2 more shuriken in quick succession. Whiz, whiz, clang, clang, clang. The final 2 shuriken caught up to the earlier 4, striking them in midair. A series of crisp metallic sounds rang out. In the end, 5 shuriken landed precisely in the bullseye of the target. The last one, though it didn't hit the bullseye, struck dead center in the blind spot behind the first target with unerring accuracy. Sigh, the 6th one missed the bullseye. Guess today's performance wasn't quite up to my usual standards. Though Sasuke spoke of disappointment, a look of proud defiance played across his face. See that? This is the strength of the Uchiha clan. Are you impressed? Are you scared? Sasuke Uchiha, 10 points. The proctor swallowed hard. Families like that really are in a league of their own. He's just a kid, yet his talent with shuriken is already this extraordinary. It's almost unbelievable. The other examinees around them were all left in stunned silence. In fact, a whole group of girls led by Sakura wore dreamy expressions, their eyes turning into little hearts. Kiba Inuzuka muttered, "Wow, what a formidable rival." Naruto Uzumaki laughed. "Haha, that's what I like to see. Only someone like that deserves to be defeated by me in the future." Choji Akimichi, clutching his bag of chips, forgot to eat as he stared blankly and asked, Shikamaru, what has happened? Did you catch all that? Shikamaru sighed and replied, yeah, I saw it. He controlled the force and direction of every single shuriken perfectly. The Uchiha clan really is something else. Sasuke stepped down. The next to take the stage was Yifeng. Yifeng, please choose the ninja tool you'd like to demonstrate. The proctor took a deep breath. Geniuses could be awe-inspiring, but they also sparked envy and jealousy. Still, as a professional instructor at the academy, he quickly calmed himself. The exam had to continue. Upon hearing his name, Yifeng stepped out from the line. He glanced at the targets and said calmly, I'll test my shuriken skills too. I'll just use the same targets the previous student used. At Yifeng's words, the exam hall buzzed with excitement once again. Wow, is this handsome guy also as skilled with shuriken as Sasuke? I think so. Otherwise, why would he choose the same test as Sasuke? This is awesome. We get to watch another amazing performance. Today's exam is totally worth it. All of these comments came from girls who like to judge people by their looks. After all, for them, good looks were everything. Go for it, big brother. You're the best. Hearing the chatter from the girls around her, Ino felt a surge of pride. That's my brother. Of course he's incredible. Even though Sasuke is handsome too, he's nothing compared to my brother. Meanwhile, Hinata snuck a shy glance at Yefu. No wonder so many girls like Yefu. The pressure is really on. Uchiha Sasuke gave a cocky smile and said to Yefu in a cool tone, You're Yamanaka Yefu, right? What I just did was actually pretty dangerous. Copying it is not a wise move. Sasuke had learned that flashy shuriken move from his older brother, Itachi. It took a lot of sprained joints before he finally got the hang of it. And this guy from a minor clan thinks he can just imitate him? What a joke. Yefu glanced at Sasuke, unimpressed, and didn't bother to respond. Sasuke's need to show off had been a part of him since childhood, practically in his blood, and always ready to show itself. Best just to ignore him. Yefu, are you sure you want to take the test the same way as Sasuke? If you fail, your score might be really low, the proctor kindly warned. It's fine, sensei. May I begin? Yefu replied, his expression calm. The proctor sighed. Go ahead. The exam began. Everyone held their breath in excitement. They watched as Yefu didn't strike any of those cool poses like Sasuke. He simply tossed the shuriken in his hand with what seemed to be effortless ease. Then, without even looking at the target, Yefu turned and started walking back toward his team. This left the audience a little disappointed. That's it. Where were the stylish moves they were expecting? It all seemed pretty ordinary. However, Ino and Hinata didn't see it that way. To them, Yefu was the strongest, no question. Sure enough, after the familiar sound of metal striking metal, all 6 shuriken hit dead center. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A what? Shikamaru, what do you think? Choji had already put a potato chip in his mouth, but was so shocked by what he saw that he forgot to chew. Shikamaru stared after Yefu, completely speechless. What do I think? I mean, I'm seeing it with my own eyes. My brother is the best. Just as the group of friends stood there in confusion, Ino had already leapt up in delight ahead of everyone else. See, my brother hit the bullseye every single time. He's way better than that Uchiha kid. As Ino's excited voice faded, a wave of lively discussion rippled through the crowd. Though Night Breeze and Sasuke had very different styles, after watching these 2 handsome boys perform, the fangirls felt as if their lives had reached a new peak. This round of exams was definitely worth it. The proctor rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling a tightness in his chest. Yamanaka Night Breeze. 10 points. Although both received perfect scores, everyone knew full well that Yamanaka Night Breeze was clearly a cut above Uchiha Sasuke. After that, a few more promising students with a knack for ninja tools stepped up, yet compared to Sasuke and Night Breeze, their skills paled into insignificance. Of course, in the eyes of Hinata and Ino, Night Breeze was the brightest star of all. Uchiha Sasuke simply couldn't compare. In the lineup, Uchiha Sasuke stared intently at Night Breeze, his small fists clenched tightly, as if his gaze was saying, Yamanaka Night Breeze. In the next round, I swear I'll surpass you. The third round of the exam began. This time, it was all about stamina. For a ninja, stamina is absolutely vital. Whether it's ninjutsu or taijutsu, everything relies on physical endurance as a foundation. So, once a candidate could extract chakra and had some grasp of ninja tools, it was time to test their stamina. The third exam's venue was a sprawling course, filled with hundreds of wooden stakes serving as obstacles. The track was uneven, dotted with all sorts of challenges along the way. The rules were straightforward. All candidates would start from the same line, and whoever reached the finish first would earn the top score. In other words, only one person could receive a perfect mark in this round. Yamanaka Night Breeze, I admit you're strong, But in this round, I will defeat you, Sasuke declared, standing beside Night Breeze. He put on his cool act, his tone calm, exuding an air of confidence. But Night Breeze already saw through Sasuke's game. It was always the same. Now that the clouds had cleared and the rain had stopped, Second Pillar was convinced he was back on top. So, Night Breeze couldn't be bothered to respond. After all, thinking he could outlast Night Breeze in stamina? Not a chance. Night Breeze had been training his body since the age of 3. Oomph. Go for it, brother. Show them what a genius of the Yamanaka clan looks like. Ino cheered. Sasuke might be handsome, but her brother was the best. The exam began. Night Wind raced ahead, leaving everyone else in the dust. The tall obstacles scattered along the track seemed no more challenging than flat ground to him, posing not the slightest hindrance. Of course, Air Juzi was fast as well. But even so, he still lagged behind Night Wind by just a hair. From afar, Hinata watched Night Wind leading the group, a gentle warmth blooming in her heart. Night Wind, you really are amazing. I have to work harder too. I can't let him pull too far ahead. Mustering her courage, Hinata began to give it her all, surging forward with determination. For a brief moment, it was as if Night Wind's energy had sparked something in all of his friends. They were all suddenly fired up, spirits high and competitive. Night Wind, isn't just running like this a bit too boring for the two of us? Do you dare to spar with me while we race? Sasuke, frustrated that he was always a few steps behind Night Wind, couldn't hide his dissatisfaction. So, he decided to up the ante and make the test even more challenging. If it had been any of the other strong kids being provoked like this, they probably would have stopped and taught Air Juzi a lesson right there. But, to Night Wind, Sasuke was really just a brat. Was it really worth taking a challenge from a little kid? So, seriously? Besides, Sasuke's future was already destined to be rather bleak. How could Night Wind bring himself to make Sasuke's shoulder an extra burden so soon? So, Night Wind simply ignored Sasuke once again. But this blatant disregard completely infuriated Sasuke. How arrogant. Uchiha Sasuke, being repeatedly ignored by Night Wind, was almost driven past the point of reason. After all, for those who love to show off, nothing is more unbearable than being ignored right after making a scene. So, Sasuke pushed off the ground with extra force, using his momentum to reach out and grab for Night Wind's clothes from behind. Seeing this, Night Wind simply shifted his body ever so slightly, caught Sasuke's wrist in a swift motion, and with a gentle flick, he tossed Air Juzi into the air and gave Sasuke a swift kick on the backside. With a loud thud, Air Juzi shot through the air like a cannonball, and crashed right into Naruto's waiting arms. And just like that, Naruto and Sasuke's first kiss happened well ahead of schedule. The test ended. Unsurprisingly, Night Wind finished in first place. Uchiha Sasuke, having been tangled up with Naruto, ended up with only 8 points. But even so, his total score still put him in second place. Night Wind, congratulations on getting first place. Hinata, blushing furiously, walked up to Night Wind and shyly offered her congratulations in a soft voice. Night Wind smiled, reached out to gently pat Hinata's head, and said with a laugh, "Congratulations to you too. I saw how well you did. If nothing unexpected happens, the two of us should end up in the same class, which means we'll get to see each other every day from now on." Hinata was surprised to learn that Yeffing had been paying close attention to her performance all along. A gentle warmth blossomed in her heart. But then, when she felt Yeffing's hand gently ruffle her hair, little stars began to twinkle in Hinata's eyes. Thankfully, Ino skillfully caught her in an embrace, preventing her from fainting on the spot. Sigh, big brother, is it really okay to tease Hinata like this? Are you trying to start some childhood sweetheart romance? That's just too much. Ino shot a sideways glance at Yeffing. Luckily, Yeffing was her real brother. Otherwise, having to witness this kind of sugary display all the time. Who could stand it? Yeffing simply shrugged, smiling as if it hardly mattered. Childhood sweethearts, huh? That actually sounded like a pretty good idea. The entrance exams had finally come to an end. The 9 rookie stars of the Leaf Village, along with the powerful Yeffing, all successfully qualified for admission. Out on the academy field, Yeffing at last stood where he had longed to be, the sign-in spot. Ding! Host detected at the sign-in location. Beginning sign-in in 10, 9, 8, 7 0. Congratulations. Sign-in successful. Reward acquired. Mastery of Blade Strikes. Mastery of Blade Strikes. When the system delivered its reward, Yeffing couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. First it was throwing weapons. Now it's blades? Could this system have once been a samurai in a past life? Still, it wasn't bad at all. Close combat, after all, was always up close and personal. That direct, head-to-head fighting style suited Yeffing perfectly. Next, a wave of warmth surged through his body. countless experiences and techniques for blade strikes flooding into his mind all at once. However, Yefeng didn't have time to savor it just yet. After all, the third Hokage was still on stage, in the middle of his famously inspiring speech. So long as leaves dance in the wind, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and new leaves will sprout. You are the future of this village. His rousing voice rang out, and the students below burst into applause and cheers. That phrase overflowed with positive energy and was truly a core theme in the world of Naruto. However, as stirring as those words sounded, did the third Hokage ever truly live by them? The will of fire was meant to be a selfless ideal. As Hokage, did the third really put selflessness into practice? Just look at the way his grandson, Konohamaru, was treated, and compare that to the life of Naruto Uzumaki, the fourth Hokage's son. A lifetime of darkness, a stain that could never be washed clean. Honestly, Yefeng didn't intend to paint the third Hokage as a villain. After all, if Hiruzen Sarutobi were truly a two-faced schemer, he wouldn't have risked his life when Orochimaru invaded. In the end, it simply came down to Hiruzen Sarutobi's ability being too weak. He was simply not qualified to serve as the Hokage of a village. And so, that's why so many tragedies befell the Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, you can't put all the blame on Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, he probably only had the equivalent of an elementary school education. He didn't understand politics, was clueless about economics, and dismissed science. For someone like that, to have developed the Hidden Leaf Village to its current state was already no small feat. If nothing else, he at least worked hard, even if he wasn't greatly accomplished. That was the highest praise Yifeng could give to the third Hokage. After the entrance ceremony ended, Yifeng took his younger sister home. As soon as they stepped inside, Ino bounced up with delight. "Father, you're home." Ino couldn't hide her joy at seeing her father return so early. Shikaki Yamanaka smiled gently, walked over and patted Ino's little head, then turned to Yifeng with a warm look. "I heard from friends about your exam results, so I came back especially to celebrate with you and your sister. And you, Yifeng, how did you manage to get a perfect score in chakra control? Come on, tell me, what's your secret?" As a high-ranking official in the Hidden Leaf Village, Shikaki Yamanaka had his ways to know all the details about the ninja school exams. To be honest, Yifeng's performance in physical fitness and tool skills had been exactly as he expected. But a perfect score in chakra control? Was this really his son, the one who supposedly couldn't extract chakra properly? Was there something going on behind the scenes? No, that couldn't be, could it? I haven't even sent any gifts yet. Faced with the eager eyes of his family, Yifeng shuruk. At that moment, Yifeng had already seen this coming. After living two lives, in this one, although he'd started out as a bit of a failure, he'd never truly suffered. His family treated him very well. By all accounts, there shouldn't be any secrets among such a close-knit family. But the matter of the system was too important. Yifeng simply couldn't say anything about it. "I'm not too sure myself. Maybe it's the training I've done over the years. Or maybe those herbal baths I take every day finally made a difference." Yifeng put on an innocent, bewildered face and offered a vague explanation. Upon hearing this, Shikaku Yamanaka nodded thoughtfully. If it had been before today, and Yifeng had claimed that training or herbal baths had improved his chakra, Shikaku would never have believed it. After all, genetic traits related to chakra aren't so easily changed. But now, faced with the obvious result, he had no choice but to accept it. And so, his imagination began to fill in the gaps. Chakra is converted from physical energy, which itself comes from the life force of our cells and our spiritual energy. For someone your age, to persist in physical training and medicinal baths like you do, your spiritual energy is likely far greater than that of your peers. Perhaps that's the reason Yamanaka Haichi didn't suspect that Yefeng was hiding any secrets. On the contrary, he went out of his way to offer an explanation for him. After all, spiritual energy is a rather unique kind of power. Although ninjas can combine spiritual energy to refine chakra, even so, the power of the mind goes far beyond simply extracting chakra. Let me give you an example. Take two people with equal physical strength, arm them with identical weapons, and train them in the same fighting techniques. Then, place them in an arena where only one can survive. The one with greater spiritual energy, stronger willpower, will be the one left standing in the end. As the saying goes, a master who's lost his nerve is no better than a dog. 3,000 warriors from you could swallow the land of Wu. That's the essence of it. Konoha Village. Underground chamber. Shimura Danzo finished reading the intelligence report in his hand and fell into deep thought. I didn't expect the Yamanaka boy's talent to surpass even Itachi's younger brother, and he's skilled with shuriken as well. Shuriken. At this, Shimura Danzo rolled up the intelligence scroll. He stroked his chin, then looked over at Yamanaka Kaze, who wore a mask. Kaze, I hear that youngster is on good terms with you. How much do you know about his situation? Danzo asked. Many of the root ninja had been trained by Danzo since childhood. These people had no names, no emotions, and obeyed Danzo's every order. However, a powerful organization can't consist solely of such people. Yamanaka Kaze was one of the exceptions. Yeffing's constitution used to have issues, but over the past few years, he's persisted with intensive physical training, and every day he bathes in our clan's special medicinal solution. Perhaps that's why his constitution changed. After all, the Yamanaka clan is one of the oldest. Yamanaka Kaze's voice was utterly calm, reporting the information on Yeffing with complete objectivity. Oh, I still haven't uncovered the truth behind that incident in the forest. Just a few days ago, I even sounded out that old fox Hiruzen, but found nothing suspicious. Could it be those two subordinates of Orochimaru were really killed by Yamanaka Yeffing? Danzo's eyes narrowed, his voice turning cold. It's possible. Yeffing's skill with hidden weapons is exceptional, no less than mine. Yamanaka Kaze replied without hesitation. After hearing Kaze's answer, Danzo nodded in satisfaction. When it comes down to it, the two dead ninja were nothing more than Orochimaru's subordinates. As long as it wasn't Hiruzen Sarutobi who did it, it hardly mattered who killed them. In fact, Danzo had already pieced together most of what happened with Yamanaka Yeffu. If just now, Yamanaka Kaze had deliberately tried to cover for Yeffu, that would have meant his loyalty was in question. Compared to Yeffu, Danzo cared much more about whether Kaze was truly loyal to him. The next day, Yeffu and Ino arrived at the Ninja Academy right on time to register. After collecting their textbooks, they made their way to the elite class. Yamanaka Yeffu, from today on, we're classmates. I saw how you did yesterday. You look pretty impressive. But don't get cocky, because someday I'm going to surpass you. Naruto Uzumaki leapt onto Yeffu's desk, radiating unrestrained energy. Yeffu glanced at Naruto, a thoughtful look flickering across his face. It seemed that since his grades had beaten Sasuke's, Naruto had switched his target of challenge to him. But really, it was always Naruto and Sasuke who were destined for rivalry. Yeffu had no intention of getting in the way. Haven't you made enough of a scene, Naruto, you idiot? How could someone like you, always at the bottom of the class, possibly compare to my brother? Ino shot Naruto a look of utter disdain and dragged him away from Yeffu's desk. She really couldn't understand why this bottom-of-the-class guy had ended up in the same class as them. When Naruto heard Ino call him dead last, he felt as if 1,000 wild llamas were stampeding through his heart. Just as he was about to fire back, Yeffu stood up and smiled, saying, Ino, don't be so harsh. After all, we're all classmates from now on. Besides, I think Naruto has an extraordinary look and remarkable potential. If he finds his moment of insight in the future, he's bound to achieve something amazing. Who knows, maybe he'll even become Hokage one day. Until that moment, Naruto had still felt a trace of rivalry toward Yeffu. But now, Yeffu had actually said in front of everyone that he could become Hokage someday. At that instant, Naruto was so touched he was on the verge of tears. Finally, someone who truly understood him. Someone was willing to believe in him. Naruto Uzumaki would surely become Hokage one day. Yeffu, you're a good guy. Since you believe in me, from now on, we're real friends. Naruto grinned broadly, giving Yeffu a big thumbs up and a confident wink, striking a pose reminiscent of Might Guy. In response, Yeffu nodded in satisfaction and smiled back at Naruto, accepting his gesture. Winning Naruto's recognition was, without a doubt, a good thing. In the future, if Yeffu ever ran into someone he truly couldn't handle, he could always shout, I have Naruto Uzumaki, the master of Talk no Jutsu, on my side. After Naruto and Yeffing made their relationship clear, Naruto dashed up to Sasuke with the same brash swagger, pointing at him and declaring, Sasuke, did you hear that? I'm going to be the next Hokage, so I'm definitely going to beat you. Sasuke turned away coolly, refusing to even acknowledge Naruto's foolishness. What's with the act, trying to play it cool? Don't tell me you don't believe me. Naruto, a little annoyed, moved to block Sasuke's side profile, relentlessly pressing him for an answer. Just a dead last like you dreaming of being Hokage? Don't kid yourself. Sasuke turned his face away again, throwing out a line of scorn. Someone like this idiot wants to be Hokage? What a joke. In Sasuke's eyes, only Uchiha Itachi was destined to be Hokage. No one else was even worthy of consideration. Seeing that Sasuke finally responded, Naruto crossed his arms with a proud pout, stepping squarely into Sasuke's line of sight once more. TCH, Didn't you hear what Yeffing said just now? I've got unique talent. One day, I'll definitely be Hokage. Besides, Yeffing's the top student in our class, and even he recognizes me now. How can you, just the second best, refuse to accept that? Naruto's logic left his friends absolutely speechless. Does being second place mean you can't crush a dead last like him? What's with this attitude? How did he get so full of himself? Sasuke shot a glance in Yeffing's direction. Once again, it was Yamanaka Yeffing. Just yesterday, when Sasuke returned home, his father already knew the results of the entrance exams. He looked at Sasuke and sighed quietly, as if to say, Sasuke was still not on par with Itachi after all. That feeling left Sasuke deeply frustrated. He loved Itachi, and he could accept that he wasn't as good as his brother. But he was still a child. He also longed for his father's approval. Yet clearly, he'd fallen short again. And the root of it all was Yeffing. If only there was Uchiha Sasuke, why did there have to be Yamanaka Yeffing too? So, Sasuke shoved Naruto aside, stood up with his hands in his pockets, and strode coldly to stand before Yeffing, locking eyes with him. His voice was calm, but steely. Yamanaka Yeffing, I, Uchiha Sasuke, will never lose to you. Just wait and see. I'll show you the difference between a mere mortal and an Uchiha. A crackling tension seemed to spark between the two handsome rivals as their gazes met. The love-struck girls in the class erupted in excited shrieks. It was almost too intense. Though Yeffing was perhaps a bit more handsome, a touch sunnier, more approachable, and clearly talented, still, Sasuke's cool aloofness was impossible to resist. How could anyone possibly choose between them? It's really hard to choose. The school bell rang out, clear and sharp. Irika-sensei strode into the classroom with infectious enthusiasm and introduced himself to everyone. Then, without missing a beat, he began to speak about the mission, responsibility, and bonds of a ninja. You could tell right away, this was the mark of a trained professional. With just a few sentences, he managed to stir up excitement among all the students. As for this sort of brainwashing speech, it held no interest for Yifeng. He kept his head down, flipping through the textbooks the school had handed out, lost in his own thoughts. As he opened the book, Yifeng discovered something quite intriguing. Almost every textbook had the same phrase written on the first page. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire burns. The shadow of the fire illuminates the village, and new leaves sprout forth. But what truly caught his attention was that each book listed a different signature beneath this phrase. Some claimed it was inscribed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage of the Leaf. Others called him the Leaf Village's doctor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet others described him as Sarutobi Hiruzen, head of the Sarutobi clan of the Leaf. Impressive, truly impressive. Yifeng shook his head in disbelief and kept turning the pages. And then he stumbled upon something even more outrageous. In one particular textbook, Yifeng skimmed the contents. It was all about the second Hokage, taking command in a crisis, leading the ninja world through war with sharp tactics, governing the village with flawless order, and so on. Yifeng could only sigh in exasperation. No wonder everyone called the third Hokage the greatest among all the Hokage of the Leaf. Setting everything else aside, you had to admire his mastery of propaganda. If nothing else, as Yamanaka Yifeng, I have to admit, the third Hokage is the best when it comes to brainwashing. But then again, did the third Hokage actually accomplish anything extraordinary? The first Hokage, he was a powerhouse, bringing peace to a war-torn land, founding the Leaf Village, expanding its territory. Undeniable achievements. The second Hokage, brilliant and inventive. He established the Ninja Academy, bequeathed countless jutsu to the village, and made tremendous contributions. The fourth Hokage, he faced the Nine Tails head-on, sacrificing himself without hesitation, unleashing forbidden techniques to protect the village. He gave his life for the village's sake. But the third Hokage? Yifeng propped his chin on his hand, thinking carefully. Before the Konoha Crush plan, the third Hokage's only real claim to fame seemed to be near the end of the First Great Ninja War. Back then, the second Hokage was ambushed by the Gold and Silver Brothers from the Hidden Cloud. To ensure the main force could retreat, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, offering to cover their escape at the cost of his life. But here's where things get interesting. After Sarutobi Hiruzen made his stand, the second Hokage didn't actually let him stay behind. Instead, impressed by his courage, he passed the title of third Hokage to him on the spot. It sounded inspiring, sure. But in all of that, did the third Hokage actually do anything of substance? The answer is no. After that, 2 more ninja wars broke out in the ninja world. And during those 2 wars, the village hidden in the leaves has always emerged as the ultimate victor. But, regrettably, in both of those great shinobi wars, Hiruzen Sarutobi did little more than sit in the Hokage's office, smoking his pipe and reading battlefield reports. Take the Second Great Ninja War, for example. Whether it was fierce combat on the front lines or commanding from behind the scenes, all the real work was handled by the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. The Third Great Ninja War was even more dramatic. The third Hokage was forced to hand over his title, his lackluster leadership during the conflict making that inevitable. So really, what was his actual merit? Was it that he trained the legendary Sannin? But when Night Breeze thought about it carefully, the truth is all three of those students have long since left the Hidden Leaf. And look at what they've become. One is Tsunade, a notorious gambler and heavy drinker, the darling of every casino. Another is Jiraiya, obsessed with peeping and penning risque novels, a celebrity in literary circles. And then there's Orochimaru, who needs no introduction. He claims it's all for the advancement of science. But in the process, he's harmed countless innocent children from the Leaf Village. Even now, he continues his gruesome experiments on more children in the land of rice fields. So, for a master who raised 3 such disciples, at best, his achievements and faults seem to cancel each other out. That's why Night Breeze really couldn't stand to look at this so-called textbook. The first day of school came to an end. It was rather boring. After class, Night Breeze didn't go home with Ino. It was still afternoon, with an hour or two left before dinner. So, he decided to find a place to try out his newly acquired mastery of the basic slash. Leaf Village Ninja Tool Shop. The shop clerk bent over, lowering her head to look at Night Breeze, her face adorned with a sweet, adorable smile. Hey there, little one. Looking to buy a set of ninja tools? Tell me what you like. Big sister can help you choose. Night Breeze's eyes couldn't help but drift along her curves. He sighed inwardly. Nice ride. Pity the driver isn't old enough to take the wheel. Leaving the tool shop, Night Breeze, now armed with a brand new ninja blade, found an open training ground nearby to begin his practice for the day. Mastery of the basic slash. As the name implies, it's all about refining Night Breeze's technique for simple, straightforward sword strikes. The basic slash, the most fundamental, most elementary, yet also the most effective move in all of swordsmanship. If you can perfect the basic slash, then even if you're up against an Uchiha piloting a Gundam in the future, Night Breeze could still cut them down with a single stroke. Clang! The ninja blade flashed from its scabbard. Night Breeze gripped the hilt, and a strange sensation, muscle memory, yet unfamiliar, flowed from his body. In that instant, he felt as if he'd spent decades honing his craft, merging with his blade until they were one and the same. Facing a wooden post as tall as a man, Night Breeze began practicing his slashes, one after another, tirelessly, even though he was only 7 years old. But with every strike, a deep mark was left on the wooden stump, far deeper than what a child of his age should be capable of. Whoosh! As Yifeng swung his blade mechanically in the night wind, something suddenly shifted. All at once, he sensed an unusual presence behind him. He couldn't make sense of it, but it sent a chill down his spine and made his hair stand on end. Whoosh! Yifeng spun around and slashed instinctively. Swish! His blade was fast, but the person behind him moved just as swiftly. Yifeng caught only a fleeting afterimage before the figure vanished from sight. Zulfust! The thought flashed through both their minds at the same instant. Swish, swish, swish. Although Yifeng's slash hit nothing but air, his skills, on par with a master of throwing weapons, kicked in instinctively. He hurled a volley of shuriken toward the spots most likely to be his opponent's next landing points. Clang! The blurred figure moved with astonishing speed. Although Yifeng had anticipated the most likely positions for his opponent's movement technique, the figure deftly produced a kunai, deflecting Yifeng's shuriken without a hint of panic. It's been a while. Itachi. Yifeng fronit. At last, he could see clearly who stood before him. Immediately, his expression grew grave. Uchiha Itachi's true strength was an enigma. Every time you thought you'd grasp the extent of Itachi's power, he would reveal something new that shattered those assumptions. No matter how he sized things up, Yifeng knew he was no match for Uchiha Itachi at this moment. So why was he here? Yifeng had bullied Sasuke before. Was Itachi, as the older brother, here to settle the score on Sasuke's behalf? Itachi put away his kunai, his gaze calm as he looked into Yifeng's eyes, his voice equally composed. No wonder you could defeat Sasuke. Such refined swordsmanship is something my little brother could never match. Yifeng remained silent, still gripping his sword tightly. At the same time, his left hand discreetly readied a tiny shuriken. He didn't believe for a second that Uchiha Itachi was here just to praise him. Itachi seemed to sense Yifeng's wariness. He hesitated a moment, then forced a small, polite smile. Forgive me. I was simply curious about your sword skills and decided to test you a bit. Please don't misunderstand. Oh, testing me. Yi Feng eyed Itachi with undisguised suspicion, thoughts racing. Maybe it really was just a test. After all, with Itachi's mastery of illusion, if he truly wanted to deal with Yi Feng, he could have done so already. Yes, I happened to be passing by and saw you practicing. I couldn't help but watch for a while. Your technique is impressive. Itachi's words rang with genuine sincerity. He had actually just returned from outside the village, hurrying back to report on his mission, and his encounter with Yefeng was nothing more than a stroke of chance. Perhaps it was because of Sasuke that Itachi Uchiha paused and took a moment to observe Yefeng practicing with his blade. At first glance, Yefeng's sword swings seemed to be nothing more than the simplest of slashes. However, Itachi Uchiha noticed something peculiar. Though Yefeng's slashes appeared erratic, each strike was remarkably steady. So steady, in fact, that it defied common sense. It would take more than a decade of relentless training to reach such a level of mastery. But wasn't Yefeng only 7 years old? So, curious to test the true limits of Yefeng's swordsmanship, Itachi quietly moved behind him and released a faint killing intent. As expected, Yefeng's reaction did not disappoint. Though he couldn't discern exactly how Yefeng trained, one thing was clear. His swordsmanship was truly formidable. In today's Hidden Leaf Village, there were still many ninja who wielded blades, but few who specialized in the art of the sword. A blade as swift as Yefeng's. It was the first time Itachi had seen anything like it. Perhaps he might one day become the next White Fang of the Leaf. The thought brought a silent sigh to Itachi's heart. My dear little brother, you'll have to work even harder. The two exchanged a few words, their conversation circling around the topic of swordsmanship. At last, Itachi smiled and said, by the way, I heard that you and Sasuke had some conflict during yesterday's exam. It's not your fault. Sasuke was simply too impulsive. He's grown up surrounded by admiration, and suddenly facing a rival like you, it's only natural he'd get excited. I hope you can forgive him. Maybe in the future, the two of you can become friends and grow stronger together. Yefeng sheathed his weapon. Become friends with Sasuke? No, that's not for me. Better to leave that to Naruto. After all, if, in the future, even Yefeng can't handle Kagaya Otsutsuki, perhaps it'll still fall to Naruto and Sasuke to seek out the Sage of Six Paths for help. Therefore, the bond between Naruto and Sasuke must never be severed. He watched as Itachi Uchiha walked away. At last, Yefeng let out a long breath. The world of ninja is one where the strong devour the weak, where only power commands respect. Even with his own unique advantages, he knew how easily his life could be snuffed out. That's why becoming stronger is the only way forward. 100 more sets of basic sword swings today. Yefeng prepared to resume his training. Just then, Hinata Hyuga suddenly emerged from the shrubs at the edge of the clearing. Her cheeks tinged with shyness. She spoke softly. Yefeng-kun, are you all right? Yefeng was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Hinata. Then, he noticed her ninja tool pouch wasn't fastened properly, with the tip of a kunai peeking out, as if it had just been hastily stowed away. In other words, had this girl been secretly watching him the whole time? After Uchiha Itachi appeared, Hinata readied her kunai as well. If Night Breeze were to face any danger, would she have risked herself to protect him? The thought warmed Night Breeze's heart, and he smiled. I'm Fine. By the way, Hinata, would you like to train with me? Oh, really? Is that okay? Hinata lowered her head shyly. Though she felt delighted inside, she didn't dare to show it. Of course it's okay. Night Breeze stepped closer and gently patted Hinata's little head. Hinata, you need to have a little more confidence in yourself. You're such a wonderful girl. Being able to train with you makes me genuinely happy. So, why would you even doubt it? Suddenly, Hinata received an affectionate pat on the head. Her neck flushed bright red, and she nearly fainted on the spot. But, with no one else around, if she were to faint now, wouldn't that put Night Breeze in a difficult position? No, I can't collapse. Summoning all her willpower, little Hinata managed to overcome her dizziness. Thank you, Night Breeze. Hinata took a deep breath, her face tinged with bashfulness. There's no need to thank me, really, Night Breeze said, looking at Hinata. Suddenly, he suggested, by the way, Hinata, shall we have a taijutsu spar? Huh, a taijutsu spar? Hinata was taken aback, not expecting Night Breeze to make such a suggestion. Yes, a taijutsu spar. Night Breeze nodded. The Hyuga clan is blessed with the Byakugan and are naturally gifted in close combat taijutsu. Since this is our first time training together, let me see just how strong you are. Night Breeze looked at Hinata with genuine sincerity, his gaze full of encouragement. To Night Breeze, Hinata was truly an outstanding girl. She just lacked a little confidence. He hoped that through sparring, Hinata could regain her self-assurance, and that it could become an opportunity for them to grow closer as well. But I'm not actually that strong, Hinata murmured, hanging her head. She could feel Night Breeze's trust in her, but she'd always felt like she'd let down the Hyuga clan's gift, afraid of disappointing Night Breeze. You won't, Hinata. I've always believed you're amazing, so you must believe in yourself, too. Come on. Night Breeze smiled gently. That warm, radiant gaze filled Hinata's young heart with a sunshine-like warmth. Okay, then Hinata nodded. A few words couldn't change a person overnight. But Hinata was naturally kind-hearted. She couldn't bear to let Night Breeze down, so she could only brace herself and accept. Haha, that's the spirit. Let's do this. The two of them walked to the center of the training ground and exchanged the special confrontation seal used by ninja before spar. Then, Hinata took a deep breath. Byakugan. Her Byakugan activated. Hinata immediately assumed a gentle fist stance. Yefeng watched Hinata with keen interest. Though still young, Hinata in combat radiated a heroic spirit, truly worthy of the title Byakugan Princess. Hinata, I'm coming. All right. With a rush of movement, both of them charged toward each other, faces serious, their figures soon intertwined in a swift, agile clash. In the opening phase, Hinata played it safe, adopting a highly defensive tactic. Yefeng launched a series of relentless punches. It wasn't that Yefeng lacked a gentle touch. Despite years of disciplined training that had left him much stronger, his fists now packed a real punch. But when it came to close-quarters combat, he was no match for Hinata. Every one of his attacks was deftly parried by Hinata's gentle fist. Hinata, you always say you're not strong, but I can't break through your defense at all. Why don't you try going on the offensive? Yefeng chuckled. Hinata's cheeks flushed a delicate pink once again. However, spurred on by Yefeng's encouragement, Hinata finally began to take the initiative. Her movements blurred through the air. 8 trigrams 2 palms. 8 trigrams 4 palms. 8 trigrams 8 palms. This was Hinata's current limit, but it was already enough to leave Yefeng scrambling to defend himself. In truth, Yefeng could spot the flaws in Hinata's gentle fist technique. Not because the Hyuga clan's gentle fist had inherent weaknesses, but because Hinata herself had gaps in her form. If this had been a fight to the death, Yefeng would have had plenty of chances to strike or use a hidden weapon to put Hinata in real danger. But in pure taijutsu, even though he saw the openings in Hinata's technique, he simply couldn't exploit them. As expected, there was still much he lacked. The two children moved swiftly and gracefully, darting across the training ground like butterflies weaving among flowers. Before long, they had already been sparring for 20 minutes. Hinata, her body more delicate, was now panting hard, her stamina nearing its limit. At that moment, Yefeng smiled. Facing Hinata's incoming palm, he suddenly drew his ninja blade with his left hand. With a swift motion, he executed a horizontal slash. The unexpected attack caused Hinata's palm strike to slow, exposing a glaringly wide opening. With a sharp metallic clang, Yefeng deliberately raised the blade an inch, striking the wooden post behind Hinata instead. At the same time, he reached out with his right hand, seized Hinata's palm, and pressed her firmly against the wooden post. All right, the reconciliation seal is formed. Taijutsu sparring is over. He'd cornered her, his hand pressed against the wall in a classic kabedon. Hinata gazed at Yefeng, who was now just inches away, feeling the warmth of his breath. She swallowed nervously. Igriega Jefeng, ju. Hinata spoke in a whisper, her body tense and out of place, her heart in a wild, fluttering panic like a startled fawn. At the same time, a blush, alluring and deep, bloomed across her delicate cheeks. This flush was unlike her usual shyness. Though she was still so young, her beauty was already captivating. The atmosphere was perfect, but just then, from the edge of the training ground, a sudden shriek shattered the moment. Ah, brother, what are you doing? Hearing Ino's surprised cry, Hinata's entire body flushed scarlet with embarrassment, her pupils dilating until they seemed to spiral out in rings. And then, she fainted right into Yefeng's arms. Yefeng, looking at Hinata, collapsed in his embrace, and then glancing at his little sister running toward him, Yefeng could only sigh helplessly. Ino, just look at what you've done. Hinata and I were just sparring, exchanging taijutsu moves, a match between equals. We learned a lot, and had just finished with the sign of reconciliation. But the moment you shouted, you startled Hinata, and now she's fainted again. Talk about ruining the mood. Yefeng shook his head, exasperated. Ino arrived by their side, eyeing Yefeng with suspicion. Brother, how old do you think you are? And you're already trying that wall trick? I mean, I think Hinata-chan is wonderful, and I could even accept her as my future sister-in-law, but, aren't you both a little too young for this? Yeffing stroked his chin, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Hinata. He nodded, as if pondering something. Yes, they really were a bit too young. There was still growing up to do. After a while, Hinata slowly came to. From the look in her eyes, it was clear she was still a bit dazed. You're awake, Hinata. You did really well just now, so you should have more confidence in yourself from now on, Yeffing said with a gentle smile. Hearing Yeffing's praise, Hinata's cheeks turned crimson once again. She was about to stammer a modest reply, when suddenly she realized she was still in Yeffing's arms. And so, Hinata's vision blurred again, and in her shy panic, she fainted once more. Yeffing and Ino exchanged helpless glances. There was nothing to be done to keep Hinata from fainting again. Yeffing had Ino take her, then let out another sigh he couldn't hold back. What an adorable girl she is. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. During those 3 months, after school, Yeffing and Hinata would meet at the same training ground where they'd first encountered each other, each working on their own training routines. Of course, from his little sister Ino's perspective, those innocent training sessions were clearly just the two of them secretly going on dates. This was only to prevent Hinata from fainting out of embarrassment. She and her brother simply chose not to say it out loud. But one thing had to be acknowledged. After 3 months of training, Hyuga's confidence had grown considerably. Hinata had always been gifted. In the original storyline, although Hinata's performance was unremarkable at first, as the story progressed, she displayed increasingly impressive combat skills that were hard to overlook. After all, the title of Byakugan Princess wasn't just for show. With Yeffing's help, Hinata's inner struggles had gradually started to dissolve. Those little psychological hang-ups were finally being resolved. So, her progress with Gentle Fist was also becoming unmistakably clear. Perhaps for this very reason, even though Hinata and Yeffing went out together every day, Hyuga didn't interfere with the two of them, nor did he discuss the matter in front of Inoichi Yamanaka. He simply let the two children grow close at their own pace. Hyuga matched with a Yamanaka, a fitting union by any standard. As for Yeffing, 3 months had passed. He was still honing his basic sword skills. Day after day, the same routine. And if you really wanted to ask why, don't ask. Just blame it on the system being ridiculously unfair. System, I'm not nitpicking on purpose, but have you looked at this ridiculous mission you gave me? Sign in at a wooden post painted with a pink pig? Come on, tell me, where is this wooden post? And what is this pink pig even supposed to look like? It's been 3 months. I've been stuck on this mission for 3 whole months. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Yeffing's daily round of complaints came to an end. As always, the system remained cold and silent, leaving Yeffing completely at a loss. Sigh, might as well keep practicing my sword. What else can I do? Yeffing's face was the very picture of frustration. He gestured to Ino and Hinata, signaling that it was time to begin the next round of sparring. At the center of the training ground, Hinata and Ino stood facing Yeffing. Perhaps it was true that good looks were contagious. Both Ino and Hinata now radiated a newfound spirit and poise. Big brother, we're ready to start. As soon as Ino finished speaking, the two girls leapt back in perfect sync, widening the distance between themselves and Yeffing. At the same time, Hinata and Ino opened their ninja tool pouches, their hands moving in a blur as they unleashed a barrage of weapons. In an instant, shuriken, sunbon, kunai, countless gleaming projectiles shot through the air. A flurry of cold steel, 2 or 3 dozen in all, flew toward Yeffing from every direction like shooting stars. None of the attacks aimed for vital points. But even so, if he were to be hit, Yeffing's life would be in grave danger. Facing such a fierce assault, Yeffing remained perfectly calm and unhurried, his expression utterly composed. With a swift motion, his blade flashed, a silver arc slicing cleanly through the air. All the throwing weapons were deflected by the night wind, spinning midair and landing squarely in the center of the training field's targets. Shikamaru, what do you make of that? Off in the distance, Choji Akimichi, witnessing this scene, was so shocked that the potato chip he just popped into his mouth tumbled right out. Shikamaru's gaze grew heavy. He could feel that fierce, razor-sharp aura radiating from night wind, even from afar. Lost in thought, he pondered deeply. So this is the special training Ino mentioned. Are we sure this is actual training? Not some daredevil stunt. Is Yamanaka Nightwind trying to defy the heavens, or something? Why bother developing those secret release techniques? Well, he's decided to master swordplay instead. And what's more, Shikamaru had noticed something else recently. With Nightwind leading the way, even Ino had started carrying a ninja blade. Could it be Was the legendary Inoshikacho trio about to split up? What a troublesome guy. That's amazing, bro. Nightwind, congratulations. You finally did it. With the throwing weapons hitting the bullseye, both Ino and Hinata wore expressions of pride and admiration. For the sake of this technique, they had practiced over and over dozens of times. And now at last they'd mastered it. A crisp chime echoed. Congratulations, host. Your passive skill/mastery has upgraded to /excellence, unlocking the feature, Chakra Blade. Hearing the clear, cool, and ever so slightly aloof system notification, Nightwind blinked in surprise. System, maybe you're not as stingy as I thought. Slashing was a skill. When Nightwind first acquired it, his level was merely mastery. But now, after 3 months of relentless training, his control over the art of the slash had reached a truly terrifying level. Otherwise, how could he possibly make throwing weapons reverse direction and hit the bullseye? But what Nightwind never expected was that after his slash skill leveled up, the system would throw in a bonus ability, Chakra Blade. Even though up until now, Nightwind hadn't yet mastered any form of chakra nature transformation. If he could learn to channel chakra into a ninja sword like a true samurai, forming a blade of chakra, his combat power would soar. And what's more, once he possessed this skill, the moment he unlocked chakra and nature transformation, he could easily fuse transformed chakra into his chakra blade, forming a ninjutsu chakra blade, with power even more formidable. System, I'm starting to think you're a samurai spirit in disguise. Ninja Academy. Today was no ordinary day. Early in the morning, Irika gathered all the elite class students and led them to the spacious training grounds. Ever since they enrolled, the kids had spent every day immersed in theoretical studies. For instance, subjects like wilderness survival, the essentials of trap making, mission experience, support and counter-support tactics, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and so on. Though these theoretical lessons are broad and cover a lot of ground, they can be rather dull to study. So, according to the school's usual practice, after 3 months, which happens to be today, each class will organize a practical combat exercise. Once this exercise is over, the classes will move on to physical training. That's why, when the students heard the news, they were all brimming with excitement, eager to jump in and give a try. The first pair for today's exercise was Yeffing and Sasuke. Sasuke strode to the center of the training field, shot Yeffing a dismissive glance, and wore an air of mysterious confidence. Excuse me, Irika-sensei, during the sparring match, are we allowed to use ninjutsu? I've just learned a fire-style jutsu recently. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, the atmosphere among the students erupted with excitement. Amazing. He's already mastered the chakra nature change for fire. Sasuke-kun is incredible. Yeah, exactly. Fire-style jutsu demands a lot of chakra. Does Sasuke really have that much chakra already? Wow, this must be the power of the Uchiha clan. No wonder they're so formidable. This could spell trouble for Yeffing. He might not be able to hold onto his top spot in the class. What are you all talking about? There's no way my brother would lose. But Ino, that's ninjutsu we're talking about. How could any of us regular folks stand a chance against that? Hearing all this chatter, a smug smile crept onto Sasuke's face, his expression growing increasingly dramatic. That's right. Today, I, Uchiha Sasuke, am destined to be the brightest star on this field. Irika-sensei awkwardly called everyone to order, then reminded. Sasuke, as for fire-style jutsu, it's just too dangerous. Today's test is mainly about taijutsu, so please don't use any ninjutsu. No kidding. The destructive power of fire-style jutsu is no joke. It's not just dangerous for a group of kids. Even an experienced Chunin instructor like himself wouldn't dare take a fire-style jutsu head-on. At Irika's warning, both Ino and Hinata let out a sigh of relief. But, as if he had already anticipated this outcome, Sasuke gave a disdainful chuckle and said, "Oh, that's true. Ninjutsu would be a bit much for them. But it doesn't matter. Even without ninjutsu, I can still defeat Yamanaka Yeffing." Surprised? Impressed? The truth is, I already knew they wouldn't let us use fire-style jutsu in a test like this. I only asked to create a chance to let everyone know I've already mastered ninjutsu. How clever of me. Bro, be careful. That guy looks pretty confident. Ino gently reminded Yeffing, standing by his side. Yeffing chuckled and whispered back. Relax. I know this guy. He's always brimming with confidence one moment, and getting knocked down the next. It's a law of nature, totally unbreakable. I want both sides to take your positions and form the seal of confrontation. Irika-sensei announced. Yamanaka Yeffing, today you'll see the results of the special training my brother made just for me. You better put up a fight, all right? Don't go down before I even get serious. Sasuke made his entrance, cool and aloof, putting on his usual act. Yefeng gave a lazy smile, unfazed. Special training, huh? Now that's interesting. His very presence had already changed the storyline of the Naruto world. If Sasuke had received Itachi's personal training at this age, then his starting point was already a notch higher than in the original plot. What's that smile supposed to mean? Is that the laugh of someone clueless? Yamanaka, Yefeng. Sasuke was clearly annoyed. He smiled because he was confident. So what was Yefeng's reason to smile? But before Sasuke could finish his thought, Yefeng shot forward in a flash, appearing right in front of Sasuke and swinging a knife-hand strike at him. It wasn't a real blade, but the force behind it was undeniable. With a blur, the edge stopped just short of Sasuke's carotid artery. Sasuke instantly forgot all about the training Itachi had given him. Too fast. How could anyone dodge that? His heartbeat quickened, his pupils widened, and confusion flickered across his face. The knife hand hovered at his throat. Yefeng looked at him, half smiling, and said leisurely, "So, this is the result of your special training? Are you sure you're not just messing with me, Sasuke?" Humiliation. Utter, stinging humiliation. Sasuke clenched his jaw, fury blazing in his eyes. At that moment, he finally remembered his brother's lessons. With a forceful shove, he knocked Yefeng's hand away from his neck, leapt into the air, and swung his right leg at Yefeng's temple. It looked powerful, but it was just a feint. Most opponents would instinctively raise their arms to block, and that's when their guard would drop at the chest. That was the perfect moment for Sasuke to strike with his true attack. Sure enough, Yefeng fell for the ruse. Sasuke's lips started to curl into a satisfied grin, but suddenly a sharp pain shot up from his ankle. It felt like he'd kicked a steel wall. A vein bulged on his forehead, his expression twisting with pain. All thoughts of follow-up moves vanished from his mind. Then, another sharp impact struck his abdomen. Sasuke was sent flying through the air. Juzi, didn't you say your brother gave you special training? Is this all you've got? Were you tricked by your brother? Night Breeze frowned in doubt. But then again, maybe it made sense. After all, the Uchiha had to fight 1 against 7, and even act as a double agent. He was so busy. How could he have time to personally train Juzi? Maybe at best, he just gave Sasuke a few pointers in passing. And then, Juzi convinced himself he was ready again? What are you so smug about? I only slipped up just now. Now you'll see the real me. Prepare yourself to be utterly crushed. Uchiha Sasuke scrambled up from the ground, dirt smudged across his face. His eyes narrowed slightly. And one last warning, don't ever call me Juzi again. All right, Jutsu. You jerk. Sasuke roared in frustration and charged at Night Breeze once more. But what greeted him was another terrifying karate chop. No, this can't be. This is impossible. In taijutsu, I can go toe-to-toe with my brother. Why am I so helpless in front of Night Breeze? Juzi panted heavily, almost too weak to speak. Yet inside, he was shouting in rage. His young heart had yet to realize. All those times he thought he was evenly matched with his brother, it was just his brother going easy on him. Give up, Juzi. Like this, you're no match for me, and honestly, I'm not interested in humiliating you any further. Night Breeze shook his head, clearly bored and a bit disappointed by Sasuke's performance. Give up. Hearing that word, loaded with humiliation, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his teeth and said, "In the Uchiha clan, we die in battle. We don't surrender. Fire style, great fireball jutsu." Driven by a storm of negative emotions, Juzi finally lost his grip on reason. He still had a chance. He still had his fire jutsu, the C-rank fire technique that stood at the pinnacle of the ninja academy. With a roar, Sasuke gathered chakra in his throat. Then, a fireball, nearly a meter wide, burst forth. Though not massive in size, its scorching heat left the onlookers stunned. So, this is the power of fire-style jutsu. It's so strong. Would Night Breeze survive? Almost simultaneously, Hinata and Ino dashed forward, intent on saving Night Breeze. But, did Night Breeze really need anyone's protection? He reached for the bamboo, sword hanging at his waist with a swift motion. Pure, concentrated chakra instantly coated the blade, forming a shimmering blue edge. With a low hum, he swung the sword in a clean, horizontal arc. The fragile bamboo couldn't withstand Night Breeze's strength. With a resounding crack, the bamboo sword shattered. The force of the impact whipped up a sharp gust, slicing the incoming fireball clean in two. Sparks flew in all directions, lighting up the night sky. Yifeng's long hair danced in the breeze. In that instant, he completely redefined the very notion of cool for all the swooning girls watching. For a moment, even Irika was left speechless. A bamboo sword cutting through a fireball? Is this the world of a child prodigy? I truly don't understand. The dazzling red glow reflected in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, painting his pupils a deep crimson. It wasn't the Sharingan awakening. No, it was the image of Yi Feng, his red hair blazing, standing before Sasuke. From the moment of that strike, Sasuke's courage had completely deserted him. Fajink, Yi Feng. He could only instinctively try to shield his face with his hands. But Yi Feng clearly wasn't about to go easy on him just because he was a child. Yi Feng reached out, grabbed Sasuke's wrist, and swung his body high into the air. Then, with a heavy smack, he landed a kick squarely on Sasuke's rear. In a flash, Sasuke shot through the air like a cannonball, once again landing right in Naruto's arms. Huh, Sasuke, what are you doing? Are you doing this on purpose? Spit it out. Uzumaki Naruto, thoroughly disgusted, pushed the helpless little Sasuke out of his embrace. Then, remembering what had happened before, the two of them gagged in unison, grimacing at the memory. Uchiha Sasuke stared dumbfounded at Yamaka Yi Feng, trying his best to steady his nerves. He pressed both hands to his sore backside, his teeth grinding with frustration. It was as if he were saying, "Just you wait. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will never let you kick me there again." After throwing a fierce glare, Sasuke was about to storm off from this soul-crushing training ground. But just then, Yi Feng suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. His eyes were colder than ice. Leaving? It's not going to be that easy. Yi Feng was usually so gentle and approachable. Sasuke had never seen that look in Yi Feng's eyes before. Now, panic was welling up inside him. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. But with steely resolve, he refused to let them fall. "What do you want? I already lost. Can I just go? Don't tell me you still want to do the reconciliation seal, or something. Forget it. I'll never make peace with you." With all the stubborn pride he had left, Sasuke spat out his defiance. Seeing this, Iruka gave a few embarrassed chuckles. He walked over to stand between Yi Feng and Sasuke, trying to smooth things over. "Sasuke, it was just a friendly sparring match. Traditionally, it's customary to do the reconciliation seal, so please, just cooperate with Yi Feng." But before Iruka could finish, "Yi Feng, replied coolly. Iruka-sensei, I think you may have misunderstood something. The reason I stopped him has nothing to do with any reconciliation seal. I stopped him because the smoke from his grand fireball jutsu was too much. It choked Ino and Hinata. So, he needs to apologize. Although the grand fireball jutsu is jokingly called a non-lethal fire release. Still, if such a high-temperature fireball had actually hit Night Wind, he would certainly have been hurt. If it weren't for the fact that Sasuke is still a child and clearly didn't mean real harm, Night Wind would never have let him off so easily. However, even though Night Wind shattered Uchiha Sasuke's fireball with his chakra blade, the smoke and dust that scattered blinded Ino and Hinata, who tried to rush onto the stage to help him. For Night Wind, this was just as hard to tolerate. So, Night Wind stopped Sasuke, making him apologize. You're all just bullying me." Sasuke's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. His eyes brimmed with tears, and it was clear he wouldn't be able to hold them back for much longer. Was he feeling wronged? Utterly aggrieved. Choked Ino and Hinata? Wasn't that smoke from your broken blade burning up? How come my fireball creates so much smoke? And now you want me to apologize? Is this even fair? Big brother, maybe we should just let it go. It's really not that big of a deal. Ino awkwardly tugged at Night Wind's sleeve. This version of Sasuke was no longer fun to watch. Her brother was her family. She couldn't push him away. And if little Sasuke's image was ruined, who else would be her future crush? "Yeah, Night Wind, let's just drop it." Kind-hearted Hinata chimed in as well. After all, they were all classmates. Better to forgive and move on. See, the ones who got hurt are both speaking up for you. Yet you, the son of the Konoha police force captain, still refuse to apologize and try to argue your way out? Is this what you call the honor of the Uchiha clan? Night Wind's voice was calm, but his words struck Sasuke's heart like a final blow. The police force is the organization that upholds fairness and justice in the Hidden Leaf Village. And Uchiha Sasuke, as the captain's son, if he can't admit his mistake after doing wrong. These words shattered the last of Sasuke's defenses. He squeezed his eyes shut, and then, overwhelmed, he burst into tears. "It was my fault, Ino Hinata." With his eyes still closed, Sasuke shouted his apology. Then everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Shikamaru, what do you think?" Choji asked, munching on a potato chip as he turned to his friend. "I think I'll just watch with my eyes," Shikamaru replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What a troublesome bunch. All this fuss over a simple test. Iruka arranged for someone to take Sasuke to the infirmary. Then, the practical matches continued. Yi Feng wasn't particularly interested in the subsequent matches. He only paid attention during the bouts when Ino and Hinata were up against their respective opponents. The rest of the time, he kept replaying the moment Sasuke collapsed in his mind. If Yi Feng's eyes hadn't deceived him, it looked like Sasuke's Sharingan had awakened. Yi Feng felt a mix of emotions. Was that it? Just a little bit of pressure, and he awakened his Sharingan? Sasuke's fragility had once again redefined Yi Feng's understanding of him. It seemed he'd better be careful not to provoke the second pillar too much in the future. What if Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo even before graduation, and then went on a rampage, tearing the school apart with his newfound powers? Finally, the last match. As expected, Naruto Uzumaki lost to the second-to-last student in the class without any suspense. Thus, he firmly secured his position at the bottom of the rankings. With that, the entire practical test came to a perfect close. There was no question about it. Based on everyone's performance in this practical test, Yi Feng, just like Naruto, managed to hold on to first place. Congratulations, Yi Feng. Please come up to the stage to receive your certificate. Isekai-sensei called out, his face beaming with pride and enthusiasm as he looked at Yi Feng. After so many years in education, it was the first time he'd ever encountered such an outstanding member of the Yamanaka clan. Was this a genetic mutation? Yi Feng, expressionless, stepped out from the line. For him, these child's play rewards held zero appeal. A prize ceremony? How childish could it get? That was what he thought, until he watched in disbelief as Isekai-sensei somehow managed to produce a wooden podium adorned with a pink cartoon pig. Was this the first place awards podium? And wasn't this the location for the system's sign-in task? Isekai-sensei, you're a grown man. Why on earth do you carry around a pink piggy podium? What is the meaning of this? But then again, it didn't matter what it meant. Yi Feng happily stood atop the awards podium, just as he had hoped. He was delighted inside. So nice. Sign-in complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Reward: Wind Release Mastery. Huh? Wind Release Mastery? Yi Feng paused in surprise. Then joy bloomed in his heart. Yi Feng possessed an innate talent for all 7 chakra natures. Yin, Yang, water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. Quite the full set. However, just having an affinity for chakra natures didn't mean he could automatically refine raw chakra into elemental chakra. Take wind nature chakra, for example. To transform raw chakra into wind nature chakra, one first had to master the nature transformation of wind, also known as wind release. Once a ninja mastered the art of release, they could convert their raw chakra into elemental chakra, and then, with hand signs, unleash an array of dazzling jutsu. And so, wind release. In essence, this is a technique that transforms raw chakra into chakra imbued with the wind element. A ninja's mastery over elemental jutsu determines the quality of their chakra when performing those techniques. And the quality of elemental chakra, in turn, decides the power of their jutsu. That's exactly why, when Madara Uchiha unleashes his great fire annihilation, he leaves everyone in shock and awe. The reason isn't complicated. It's simply because Madara has pushed his fire-style techniques to their absolute limit. And now, Night Wind has finally mastered wind style. Though he's still a long way off from someone like Madara Uchiha, he's already surpassed most ordinary jonin. Of course, having more chakra than a jonin doesn't mean Night Wind already possesses the strength of one. After all, aside from a basic slash, he's still just a crafty schemer who relies on hidden weapons to survive. After school, Night Wind and his 2 little admirers went straight to the training ground, as usual. Along the way, Ino chattered on endlessly, savoring every detail of Night Wind's showdown with Sasuke earlier that day. Uchiha this, Uchiha that. She dismissed the so-called greatest ninja clan of Konoha as nothing impressive compared to her brother. She was convinced the Yamanaka clan was on the rise. Meanwhile, Hinata quietly walked by Night Wind's side, clinging to him like a gentle little bird. Every now and then, she'd steal a glance at Night Wind, her cheeks turning rosy as admiration shone in her eyes. All right, Ino, even though your brother won, you mustn't underestimate the Uchiha clan. Sasuke doesn't represent the whole Uchiha, Night Wind said gently. The Sharingan ninja, the mecha-like ninja. These reputations aren't just rumors. Even Madara Uchiha's Susanoo could overwhelm the 5 Kage time and again. They're not to be taken lightly. Training began. Hinata's focus was on Gentle Fist. The Hyuga clan, using the unique ability of the Byakugan, can manifest their chakra for both offense and defense. In the future, if Hinata ever manages to mimic Kagaya's 80 Gods vacuum attack, she could pioneer an entirely new style of Gentle Fist. Then, Dancing in Nightwind's shadow would suit her perfectly. As for Ino, she longed to learn swordsmanship like Nightwind, thinking it looked incredibly cool. She aspired to become a sword-wielding heroine when she grew up. However, the Ino Shikacho trio is indispensable to the Leaf Village. That's why the burden of developing In Release and inheriting the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques fell squarely on Ino's small shoulders. After all, could anyone expect Nightwind to play the support role? Not a chance. Nightwind stepped to the center of the training field. With a swift motion of his palm, he began channeling wind-style chakra from within. A faint whirring sound rose up, as a tiny vortex of air formed in his palm, though it looked like a simple breeze. In truth, this miniature cyclone was composed of countless razor-sharp blades of wind. The night wind stung his palm with sharp, prickling pain. No wonder this is known as the technique with the highest counter damage. Looks like trying to mimic Chidori with wind style is still quite a challenge. Night Wind tightened his grip. The swirling wind chakra vanished without a trace. Let's see how the enchanting effect works. A resonant hum filled the air. Just like channeling chakra into a blade, Night Wind guided the wind-style chakra into his sword. Along the blade's edge, a thin, white, razor-sharp aura formed in an instant. Forming it isn't too hard, but this sword of mine, though the wind blade appeared stable on Night Wind's sword, the concentrated wind-style chakra kept grinding against the metal. Night Wind could feel his shinobi blade struggling to withstand strain. Sigh, I just bought this sword for 30,000 ryo as pocket money. Is it really going to fall apart already? He let out a sigh. Well, so be it. If the sword was ruined, he'd just have to visit the ninja tool shop and ask the young lady for a new one. A series of sharp cracks rang out. Chakra continued to pour from Night Wind's body into the sword. At last, the newly purchased blade could no longer bear the abrasive force of the wind style. It snapped cleanly into 4 pieces. No wonder so few ninja bother with enchanting wind style. Without money, there's no way to keep up. Whether it was kunai, shuriken, or a shinobi blade, they could all be enchanted. Once enchanted, whatever else might be said, the weapon's lethality would certainly increase. Yet, in all of Night Wind's memories, there were hardly any ninja in the world who could actually use this technique. Sasuke's lightning-style Chidori blade was enchanted onto the Kusanagi sword that Orochimaru had given him. Asuma's wind-style chakra blades were forged from rare, expensive metals that could withstand chakra. And Killer Bee's lightning-charged swords, well, those hardly needed mentioning. After all, he was the Reikif's younger brother, and a famously successful rapper. How could he ever be short of money? So really, if you're broke, forget about enchanting your weapons. Luckily, Night Wind's family was wealthy. A good blade? That's no problem. He could just buy another. At worst, he'd have to trouble the shop lady again. Hinata and Ino noticed that Night Wind's sword had broken. They paused their own training and came over to his side. Big brother, what happened? Why did your sword break? Ino blinked her bright eyes, as if she'd just discovered something fascinating. Night Wind, just now, that looked like wind-natured chakra. Did you learn wind style? Hinata's face broke into an admiring smile. Huh? Wind style? Big brother, you were able to develop wind style just by practicing sword techniques? With talent like that, maybe you should take over my big project of mastering In style. I'll just stick to sword training. A sly glint flashed in Ino's eyes. She'd been struggling with In style for a while now, making no progress, and was about ready to give up. But Night Wind quickly put a stop to that dangerous idea. He encouraged Ino to keep practicing her basic sword swings. What if I end up turning into a muscle-bound woman? Would there be any beauty left in that? Besides, do I really have any talent to speak of? I'm just an utterly ordinary person. The only difference is I have a cheat. Better to keep a low profile. Time slips by, years rush past in the blink of an eye. Before I knew it, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, Yefeng completed a fair number of sign-in quests. The sign-in system proved to be quite reliable. Now, Yefeng had mastered both wind release and fire release, and had picked up some corresponding ninjutsu along the way. As for ninja swords, he'd worn out more good blades in these 2 years than he could count. He was calling on a shop assistant for repairs so often, he could hardly help feeling a little embarrassed. Still, his progress over these 2 years was nothing to scoff at. With a simple slash, enhanced by wind release, Yefeng could now cleave a massive boulder in 2 with ease. He'd experimented with imbuing his blade with fire release as well. But the heat from fire release chakra proved too much. Even the finest swords, bought with a stash of 100,000 pocket money, simply couldn't withstand the intense flames. In the end, Yefeng decided to specialize in wind release. As for matters of the heart, his bond with Hinata had grown steadily closer. though they were still too young to call themselves boyfriend and girlfriend. Nowadays, if Yeffing casually patted Hinata's head or showed her a bit of affection, Hinata might still blush, but she no longer fainted from embarrassment. Now her shyness was purely from the sweetness of it all. As for Ino, there's not much to say. She was fed a steady diet of dog food every day, yet insisted on sticking to the two of them like glue. With her indomitable willpower, she'd even managed to master the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, the mind-body switch jutsu. On the training ground, 3 agile figures tangled and darted around each other, their swift blows whipping up fierce gusts across the field. Yeffing, Ino, let's begin. Hinata launched a palm strike at Yeffing in midair, then tapped her toes to quickly widen the distance between them. All right, here I come. Ino also put some space between herself and the others. She reached into her tool pouch with both hands, and in an instant, a handful of tiny shuriken flew from her fingers. A flurry of blades sliced through the air, though there were many shuriken. Each one was aimed with deadly precision at Yeffing's vital points. No merci whatsoever. Seeing this, Yeffing felt a surge of pride. His 2 years training Ino hadn't been wasted. Her skill with throwing weapons had long surpassed average Chunin, and even most Chunin would struggle to match her. Faced with the barrage, Yeffing drew the ninja sword slung at his waist with casual ease. A flash of silver arced through the air, and every shuriken was knocked aside. Then, with a swift riposte, the strike was redirected toward Hinata. Hinata was dressed in a white training uniform, her long purple hair grown out for night wind, dancing freely in the evening breeze. Her expression was grave, but not panicked, as she assumed the stance of the gentle fist, preparing the 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 8 trigrams, 4 palms. 8 trigrams, 8 palms. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. In a flash, she unleashed the 8 trigrams palm technique. Each strike landed precisely on the flat, unsharpened parts of the shuriken. Thud, thud, thud. After a rapid flurry of impacts, the shuriken were sent flying once more. They struck targets scattered all around the training grounds. Although none of the shuriken hit the bullseye, Hinata's performance was still outstanding. On the outskirts of the training field, her friends were gathered, watching intently. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. It was the first time the 4 of them had witnessed Nightwind's team's training. They were completely dumbfounded. So this is how the 3 of them usually train? Isn't this a bit much? Shino Aburame adjusted his glasses, a bead of sweat trickling down from his temple. Well, if it were me, I'd probably have been finished off by Ino's shuriken already. Kiba Inuzuka sighed, openly acknowledging the gap. Nightwind is just so cool. Oh my gosh, Sakura Haruno's focus seemed world apart from Shino and Kiba's. For her, looks are everything. See? That's my man, Yamanaka Nightwind. Naruto Uzumaki declared his final verdict. Beside them, 2 more friends were present. Choji Akimichi watched with an air of someone who'd seen it all before, calmly munching on his chips as he asked Shikamaru, "So, what do you think, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru lay sprawled on the grass, utterly speechless. What do I think? Do I really care about Nightwind and his team? If Nightwind hadn't promised to treat us to food after training, there's no way I'd be here watching them show off. On the training field, Nightwind appeared in a blink in front of Hinata, gently patting her head, his eyes filled with approval. Hinata, you did very well today. You've mastered the 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Let's aim to learn the 8 trigrams, 64 palms before graduation. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms was a secret technique of the Hyuga clan. Once mastered, it allowed the user to unleash 64 strikes in a single instant. Moreover, when combined with the Byakugan, each blow targeted the chakra points in the opponent's body. If a chakra point was struck, the flow of chakra would be cut off, severely weakening the opponent. A truly formidable technique. As long as Hinata could master the 8 trigrams, 64 palms by graduation, Nightwind was confident that during the Chunin exams, Hinata would no longer be overwhelmed by Niji. Yeffing, it's all thanks to you. Hinata's cheeks flushed a gentle pink as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, gazing at Yeffing with pure admiration in her eyes. In Hinata's world, the reason she was able to master the 8 trigrams, 32 palms wasn't because she was especially talented, but because Yeffing was such an excellent teacher. So, what does it mean to be the perfect wife? This is it. Hey, Yeffing, Hinata, training's over, right? How about we all go out for a meal? Choji glanced at his now empty bag of chips, his stomach already starting to grumble. Haha, awesome. Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. I love their noodles. Naruto, who usually scrimped and saved and could rarely afford ramen, eagerly offered his suggestion. Huh, what's so great about ramen? We're still growing, you know. We should go get some barbecue. I know a place with great meat, and the prices aren't bad, either, Kiba declared, proving that he was a true carnivore at heart. Ramen? That was fine for an occasional treat, but nothing beats meat. Yeffing, I've been watching my figure lately. Just order me some vegetarian dishes, anything's fine. Don't go out of your way for me, Sakura said with a shy smile, making a point to bring up her efforts to stay in shape. Anything's fine, Shino replied, as concise as ever. At that moment, Choji turned around, shot them a look, and with a hint of exasperation said, "Are you guys serious? Do you really think Shikamaru would show up if all we're getting is that? Yeffing's treating us to a feast." On the outskirts of the hidden leaf village, deep within a sprawling forest, the group trailed behind Yeffing, confusion written all over their faces, hardly daring to breathe too loudly. Yeffing, weren't we going out to eat? Why did we come all the way out here? Yeah, my sister always tells me not to wander into the outer forests. There could be beasts lurking around. Yeffing, maybe we should just head back. I agree. With the four of them chattering anxiously behind him, Yeffing finally came to a stop. He turned and offered them a calm smile. Relax. The delivery is almost here. If we turn back now, we'll miss out big time. Delivery? The four of them echoed in utter bewilderment. Just then, from the direction of 2 o'clock, a flurry of dust erupted, trees cracking as something barreled through the woods. Moments later, a massive white bear, over 3 meters tall, emerged before them. The bear bared its teeth, letting out a deep, rumbling growl. Its snowy fangs gleamed, as sharp and cold as freshly honed blades. It was clear, to the bear, a group of children brimming with chakra looked like a feast in itself. Holy, run! Naruto's instincts kicked in. He shouted at the top of his lungs, ready to bolt. But just then, Shino Aburame yanked Naruto back, adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and forced himself to speak calmly. Naruto, you can't run. There's no way we could possibly outrun a white bear of that size. The only thing we can do now is stick together and fight as one to take down this bear. At such a critical moment, Shino's composure clearly infused his companions with a strange, steadying strength. Though Kiba and Sakura were both terrified inside, they nodded solemnly in agreement. Even Naruto stopped in his tracks, readying himself for a burst of action. However, Nightwind and his group clearly weren't affected by Shino's calm, especially Choji Akimichi. Drool was practically streaming from the corner of his mouth as he stared hungrily at the white bear, wiping his lips over and over. Seeing this, the great white bear was furious. I am the king of the forest, and you little brats aren't even afraid when you see me? Doesn't a mighty bear deserve respect? With an earth-shaking roar, the white bear slammed a massive paw down toward the kids' heads. But just as that paw was about to land on Nightwind's head, the bear's movement suddenly froze. A look of almost human confusion crossed its face. This little human isn't scared of me? How could that be? Maybe it was the close-up view of the bear's paw. But Choji's drool now flowed freely down his chin, too much to even wipe away. The sight only enraged the white bear further. What is wrong with these kids? Are they seriously eyeing me up for food? Are they so desperate to die? With another furious roar, the white bear planted both hind legs, reared up to its full height, and slammed its 2 massive paws together with a thunderous clap, making it clear to Nightwind's group what true power looked like. At this, even Shino, who had wanted to rally everyone to fight the bear, lost all hope. A beast this enormous. How could they possibly handle it? It looked like today might be their last. But just then, Nightwind fixed the white bear with a serious gaze and warned, "Hey, stop smacking those paws together. Hinata and Ino love eating bear paws." The white bear flew into a rage. "Those are my bear paws. I'll do what I want with them. Who are you to tell me otherwise?" With a mighty crash, the 2 enormous paws whipped up a gale and came smashing down toward Nightwind's head. The white bear was determined to flatten this reckless little human. But at that very moment, a flash of steel sliced through the air. With a heavy thud, the white bear's head was severed by a single stroke from Nightwind's blade, and its huge body crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. And with that, the night breeze nodded in satisfaction, though it had taken some effort with the blade. To hunt such a vigorous white bear made everything worthwhile in Night Breeze's eyes. Should we roast it, or make a hearty stew? While the 4 little braves still stood rooted to the spot, faces full of disbelief, Night Breeze had already moved on to the next step. Let's go with barbecue. Choji Akimichi, ever thoughtful, stepped forward, patted Shino on the shoulder, and offered comfort. "Don't worry, Shikamaru and I were the same our first time. You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. What a bewildering thing that was. Next, Choji and Shikamaru set about handling the white bear with practiced ease. First skinning it, then butchering the meat before dragging it to the stream at the forest's edge to wash it clean. Ino and Hinata carefully rubbed a special marinade into the bear meat. Sakura and Shino set up the barbecue grill. Naruto and Kiba hauled over firewood. "We're ready for fire, Night Breeze." Night Breeze nodded. He formed a hand seal. Fire style, self-service barbecue jutsu. With a whoosh, searing flames leapt forth and ignited the wood. Soon, the aroma of roasting bear meat wafted from the grill, delicious and inviting. A little while later, the bear meat turned a glistening golden brown, looking irresistibly succulent. "It's done. Let's eat." Night Breeze sliced off a front paw for himself to enjoy, then split the other front paw between Ino and Hinata. The remaining 2 hind paws went to the other 5 little braves to share. As for the rest of the bear, of course, Choji took charge of that personally. The 4 little braves accepted their portions of bear paw from Night Breeze. Even now, they could hardly believe this was real. After all, could they possibly finish off such a massive white bear? Night Breeze seized his share, devouring it with gusto like a storm sweeping through the clouds. The delicious bear paw, once in his mouth, released a surge of vitality, making Night Breeze feel completely refreshed, his energy and spirit growing even stronger. To be honest, the nourishing power of this wild white bear couldn't compare to the legendary stag from Shikamaru's family. But when it came to taste, there was simply no contest. That's why, despite Shikamaru's aversion to trouble, he still liked to hang out with Night Breeze and the others so often, all for the sake of such good food. After that, the picnic went off without a hitch. Once everyone had enjoyed the delicious meal, the fear that the white bear had instilled in them moments ago faded away. With their bellies full, Night Breeze stretched out comfortably on grass, with Ino and Hinata sitting beside him. A gentle breeze drifted by. The sunlight was warm and bright. Days like this were truly blissful. But just as Night Breeze was savoring the beauty of life, the sound of a ninja running echoed not far away. It seemed like someone just passing by. But Night Breeze stood up, alert and cautious. The other person seemed to sense Night Wind's gaze as well. He turned and glanced back at Night Wind. In that instant, a pair of crimson eyes reflected in Night Wind's pupils. "Uchiha Itachi." Night Wind frowned. The man wore a fitted combat uniform, an AMBU mask unique to the covert unit, and, most striking of all, those Sharingan eyes. Night Wind could almost be certain. The man was Uchiha Itachi. Speaking of Uchiha Itachi, it had been a long time since Night Wind last saw him. From the look in Itachi's eyes, Night Wind could clearly sense that Itachi's character had changed. If Night Wind remembered correctly, at this point in time, Uchiha Sure should already be dead, which meant Uchiha Itachi was no longer the Itachi Night Wind once knew. Sasuke's fate was likely about to take a different turn. Konoha Village, AMBU headquarters. Uchiha Itachi was reporting the details of his latest mission to the 3rd Hokage and Danzo Shimura. When he finished, Danzo regarded him thoughtfully and said, "Itachi, I've heard. The Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with the village has been growing lately. So, for the sake of preserving Konoha's peace, and to prevent the Uchiha's honor from being tarnished, I hope you'll keep a close eye on your clansmen in the coming days, especially every move your father, Uchiha Fugaku, makes." The 3rd Hokage let out a weary sigh. Having a son watch his own father. What a cruel and inhumane task. But there was no other way. Just as Danzo said, if the Uchiha clan really did betray the village, the consequences would be disastrous and impossible to predict. Therefore, the 3rd Hokage allowed Danzo to issue the order to Itachi without interference, even though, as the Hokage, he was supposed to command the Yanbiyu himself. But after all, letting his old friend Danzo take the blame for Konoha's dirty work was the perfect arrangement. All he needed to do was feign reluctance as he smoked his pipe. Half a month later, the crisp sound of the school bell echoed through the ninja academy. But this time, Irika-sensei didn't dismiss the class as usual. Instead, after tidying up the materials on his desk, he announced, "Everyone, I have some good news for you. Starting today, as students of the elite class, you are now eligible to learn the clone technique. So, today's dismissal will be postponed until 8 o'clock in the evening. For now, you're free to move around until then, but don't leave the school grounds. Dinner will be provided here." After Irika made the announcement, the students had a variety of reactions. For those from civilian families who had no one to guide them in learning the basic ninja techniques, the news was especially exciting. After all, today would be their first official lesson in ninjutsu. Yet for those students who had already mastered the three-body technique, staying late at school felt nothing short of a punishment. Sigh. We actually have to stay and eat at school. What a drag. Ino let out a deep sigh. Though the meals in the school cafeteria were balanced and nutritious, the taste left much to be desired. Hee, it doesn't matter to me. As long as I can be with Yefeng, anything tastes delicious. Hinata whispered softly, her cheeks instantly turning red, a display of her usual, heartwarming shyness. Yefeng looked at the two of them and gently patted their little heads. Still, rather than showering others with displays of affection, what truly occupied Yefeng's mind was the fate of Sasuke Uchiha. If his guess was correct, then tonight would be the Uchiha clan's night of massacre. After all, the Ninja Academy never extended classes without a good reason. They claimed it was to teach the three-body technique. But couldn't that lesson wait until tomorrow? The only explanation was that the school purposely kept the elite class late, just to make sure Sasuke didn't return home. That was the only way to reasonably ensure Sasuke's survival during the bloody events of the night. If nothing unexpected happened, by tomorrow, Sasuke would become that brooding, vengeance-driven soul. Konoha would suffer a sharp decline in strength after the Uchiha clan's annihilation, opening the door for other ninja villages to challenge them one after another. But none of this really concerned Yefeng. All he needed was to protect those he cared about. As for everyone else, sorry, he didn't have much interest. Just as Yefeng was envisioning the darkness lurking beneath Konoha's peaceful surface, suddenly, his infuriating system chimed in. Ding! Host, please accompany Sasuke to the Uchiha district tonight and check in. You must remain there for 15 minutes. Huh? Yefeng was dumbfounded. He just thought the Uchiha massacre had nothing to do with him. And now, this wretched system threw a task at him? As difficult as the task was, his own life was even more important. Itachi Uchiha's personality had already changed. Tonight, he wouldn't hesitate to kill even his own parents. If Yefeng went there just to complete a mission, wouldn't that be walking straight into death? Since he was gifted with a cheat, why not just play it safe and get stronger? Why risk triggering Konoha's darkest taboos? Besides, he could already tell this mission was different from that previous absurd tree stump task. This time, the mission had a failure condition. If he didn't complete it tonight, the mission would fail. But if it failed, the system would simply issue a new one as usual. Once he'd figured that out, Yefeng made up his mind. This mission, he'd let it go. 2 hours of after-class break came to an end. The school cafeteria had just opened for lunch. Choji Akimichi sat in the dining hall, poking at the paltry food on his tray, which wasn't nearly enough to fill the gap between his teeth. He couldn't help but sigh and lament. Sigh, this is so tragic. I've already finished my chips, and this food tastes awful. Am I going to starve myself thin? Ino, overhearing Choji's complaints, let out a snicker and teased. Don't worry, Choji. With your size, you'd gain weight just by breathing. Their friends burst into laughter at a remark. At that moment, Shikamaru let out a sigh of his own. The school lunches really are terrible. Why don't we all go out for some barbecue after class to make up for it? Though Shikamaru didn't usually eat much, he was something of a connoisseur when it came to food. After all, he was the young master of a wealthy family. Having a picky palate was only natural. Watching his friends, Yefeng couldn't help but smile, shaking his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha was about to face a nightmarish ordeal after school, and here they were, thinking about treating themselves to barbecue. Wasn't this a bit much? With that thought, Yefeng cast a glance at Sasuke, who sat alone in the corner, isolated from the rest. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked to life in Yefeng's mind. In the past 2 years, Sasuke Uchiha's emotions had become much more stable. He had awakened his Sharingan, but he never showed it off at school, because the moment he mastered the Sharingan, he knew he was different from the others. They were just a bunch of kids, after all. Why should Sasuke Uchiha bother showing off in front of them? Was it necessary? Did it mean anything? After all, Sasuke wasn't the kind of person who liked to show off. At that moment, Sasuke sat in the corner, eating his meal. Suddenly, he felt a strange gaze fall upon him. He looked up, meeting the eyes staring his way. Huh? Yamanaka Yefeng? With a haughty turn of his head, Sasuke ignored Yefeng completely. Now that he possessed the Sharingan, why would he bother with a kid from a minor clan? Hey, Sasuke, since we're both just sitting around, how about we make a little wager? Sasuke tried to ignore Yefeng, but Yefeng took the initiative, grinning mischievously as he sat down across from Sasuke, looking every bit the sly wolf from the Little Red Riding Hood tale. Sasuke turned his head back, narrowing his eyes, his gaze radiating disdain. First, my name isn't Sasuke, it's Uchiha Sasuke. Second, a wager? That's just child's play, I'm not interested. Third, I don't like you. so please keep your distance. Yefeng couldn't even remember the last time he'd spoken with Sasuke. This time, Sasuke's words truly left Yefeng stunned. When did Air Juzi become the way he is now? Could it be that he was possessed by Chu Mimi's time-traveling spirit? Here's the thing. You're a fire-release ninja, and I'm a wind-release ninja. I've always heard people say that wind-release ninjas can't beat fire-release ninjas. But I think that rule doesn't apply between the two of us. So, I want to make a bet with you. Let's see whose jutsu is stronger, your fire release or my wind release. What do you say? Under the gentle coaxing of the night breeze. Sasuke's interest was indeed piqued. What's this supposed to mean? Are you trying to challenge me? Are you sure about that? Though Sasuke felt a flicker of excitement deep inside, on the surface, he kept his composure, cold and unreadable, as if his emotions were locked away at the bottom of a still pond. Of course, fire release is stronger than wind release. That's just a fact of nature. I only held back before because I didn't want to stoop to your level. If you insist on a wager, though, I'm game. But what exactly do you want to bet? A subtle flame sparked in Sasuke's eyes, mingling with a hint of restraint. His emotions a tangled, complicated web. He'd waited 2 years, and finally, the day had come. If he'd challenged Yifeng first, everyone would say he was using his Sharingan to bully a kid from a lesser clan. But now everything was different. Now, Yifeng was the one issuing the challenge. He could finally bring out his Sharingan in the open, dazzling everyone beyond belief. Sasuke had pictured this moment countless times. He'd plant one foot on Yifeng's back in victory, letting the breeze ruffle his hair as he'd declare in a ringing voice. Did you really think I, Sasuke Uchiha, am still the same as I was before? I'm standing right here in front of you. Take a good look and see if I'm anything like the old me. Yifeng noticed Sasuke's expression grow bolder by the second. He couldn't guess Sasuke's exact thoughts, but Yifeng knew. This guy had already taken a bait. The wager's simple. This meal tonight was a drag, so I want to bet on a barbecue. Loser has to do all the grilling, while everyone else just gets to eat. As Yifeng spoke, he gestured toward the group of 8 watching from the side. After hearing Yifeng's proposal, Sasuke smiled, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. That's it? All this just for a meal? They really are a bunch of kids. Anyone with the mind of an adult would never duel over something so trivial. Fine, I accept. In a secluded corner of the school, Yifeng picked a spot where they wouldn't easily be found, a perfect arena for their showdown. The 8 friends gathered as the audience. At the same time, they would be both witnesses to the duel and the lucky beneficiaries of its outcome. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a confident smile tugging at his lips, Sasuke Uchiha watched the night breeze with an air of effortless cool. He stood there, calm and unruffled, his handsome face radiating self-assurance. Yamanaka Yakaze. These past 2 years, I've kept a low profile. I haven't clashed with you anymore. But don't tell me you actually thought I was doing that out of fear. Let me make this clear. Today, right here, I, Sasuke Uchiha, will show you all what it truly means to bear the legacy of the Uchiha clan. Yakaze felt utterly unimpressed by Sasuke's blind confidence and blatant arrogance. After all, in the world of shinobi, there was a certain tradition. Sasuke always had to show off a little before the real fight began. Only then could he get what was coming to him. Once the routine was complete, the duel could properly begin. Both of them charged at each other at the same moment, right arms swinging out and clashing together. Thud! Sasuke's expression flickered. This was a clash of raw strength. No tricks, no technique, just sheer power. Pure, unyielding force. And in that moment, Sasuke could only think, damn, this guy's strong. Without missing a beat, the two of them became a blur of motion as their bodies tangled in close combat. After a few tentative exchanges of taijutsu, Sasuke suddenly felt a stabbing pain explode from his lower abdomen. Clearly, he'd been hit. Even so, though his face twisted with pain, his heart remained steady. So he'd slipped up once, so what? He hadn't even shown his true cards yet. Forcing himself to endure the pain, Sasuke kept that same cocky, self-assured smile on his face. Looking at Yakaze, he said coolly, Yamanaka Yakaze, you're pretty good. But don't think for a second that what you just saw is all I've got. Ha ha, Yakaze, let me tell you. Thanks to you, I'm not the same Sasuke Uchiha I was 2 years ago. Today, I'll show you what the Uchiha bloodline is really about. I'll show you the true power of the Uchiha clan. Sharingan, activate. Suddenly, Sasuke unleashed a wild shout, his voice echoing toward Yakaze. In the next instant, the veins around his eyes pulsed, and those unmistakable, striking Sharingan eyes appeared for all to see. Naruto Uzumaki stared wide-eyed. Whoa, that's freaky. Sasuke, you sure you don't have some kind of eye infection? Sakura Harino huffed. Eye infection? Naruto, Are you out of your mind? Those are obviously Sasuke's new contacts. So cool. Choji Akimichi hesitated. Shikamaru, what do you think? Usually, when Choji asked Shikamaru for his opinion, Shikamaru would simply tell him to use his eyes. But this time, Shikamaru ignored Choji completely. His gaze instead fixed intently on Sasuke's eyes. With a grave and measured tone, he explained, "Those eyes are the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, called the Sharingan, a truly formidable ocular jutsu with dynamic perception far beyond ordinary people. It's said that only a handful of Uchiha geniuses can awaken it. These eyes are even more powerful than the Byakugan." The group listened, rapt, as Shikamaru revealed these facts. A collective gasp swept through them. More powerful than the Byakugan, which can see the very chakra points within the human body. If that's true, wouldn't Yifeng be in real danger? Hinata, ever gentle, was already starting to worry for Yifeng. "Ha ha! Yifeng, did you hear that?" Sasuke called out, his excitement boiling over. "He's absolutely right. The Sharingan is an unrivaled force. Today you have the privilege of being defeated by my Uchiha Sharingan. That's an honor in itself." His shout rang out, emotion peaking. However, as the last word left his lips, Yifeng's figure had already vanished from Sasuke's sight. Sasuke realized Yifeng was gone. His heart skipped a beat. His Sharingan whirled into action, spinning rapidly. Sure enough, the Sharingan's dynamic vision was extraordinary. Even though Yifeng's wind body flicker technique was lightning fast, Sasuke could still track the path of his movement. In that instant, through Sasuke's eyes, Yifeng's attack seemed to slow down dramatically. The arc of his palm was laid bare before the Sharingan, no detail hidden. With a faint, confident smile, Sasuke readied himself to counterattack. But then, he suddenly noticed something was terribly wrong. Under the scrutiny of his own eyes, his movements, too, appeared to slow to a crawl. In fact, his reactions were even slower than the approaching slap. His lips, curled in a smirk, hadn't even finished their motion. When Yifeng's palm connected, smack! The sound rang out, crisp and unmistakable. In that moment, Sasuke Uchiha's expression twisted in disbelief. He had kept the Sharingan hidden for 2 years. 2 years, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash it. Now, at last, he had his chance to dominate. So how could he be struck down so easily? What's more, through the inside of these eyes, he caught a subtle shift in Yifeng's expression, a trace of pity almost directed at him. What did that mean? He was the heir of Konoha's most prestigious clan, son of the Uchiha head. A prodigy, awakening the Sharingan at such a young age. Why would anyone pity him? Was this some kind of joke? While Sasuke's subconscious reeled with these chaotic thoughts, Yifeng's slap sent him flying. The rest of the group, witnesses to the scene, couldn't help but cheer in delight. Serves you right for showing off before the fight even began. Now you've been smacked down, haven't you? So, Shikamaru, is this that technique you claimed was even more powerful than the Byakugan? I honestly can't tell the difference from before at all. I think Sakura's probably right. It's just color contacts. Naruto rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Poor Sasuke. He got beaten by Night Wind again. But they're both such handsome guys. It's so hard to choose sides. Sakura was on the verge of tears. There were just too many good-looking boys in class. Picking one was truly impossible. Sasuke's head was still ringing from that slap Night Wind gave him. As he listened to the clueless chatter around him, a surge of humiliation rushed straight to his head. Night Wind, don't get too cocky. Watch this, fire style, grand fireball jutsu. With a roar, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed his fire chakra with wild abandon. Blazing flames poured from his throat, forming a massive fireball over 3 meters wide. Its power was truly fearsome. In that moment, Sasuke had lost all sense of reason. He didn't care about anyone's safety. All he wanted was to crush his opponent first. Suddenly, a sharp buzzing cut through the air. A streak of silver-white wind sliced straight through the heart of the fireball. Everyone recognized it instantly. Night Wind's signature wind-style slash, famous for its incredible force. And sure enough, the center of the fireball, under the influence of the wind chakra, flared up even stronger for a brief moment. But Night Wind's wind chakra was simply too overwhelming. Sasuke's fireball couldn't withstand such a sudden change. After a short burst, it exploded on the spot. Sparks flew in every direction. The blinding red flash triggered some rather unpleasant memories for Sasuke. He stared wide-eyed, his Sharingan burning. Just as he was about to lower his fireball stance, Night Wind was already in front of him again. Sasuke instinctively tried to shield his face, but Night Wind ruthlessly grabbed his wrist and flung him into the air. In that instant, Sasuke's expression grew comically exaggerated. He frantically reached his hands behind him, desperate to protect his dignity. But Night Wind was just too fast. With a single swift kick, he landed a solid blow square on Sasuke's backside. With a loud thud, Sasuke shot through the air like a cannonball, straight into Naruto's arms. Come on, Night Wind. Can you stop kicking him over to me every time? There are plenty of people here. If you really have to, at least send him to Sakura. Naruto shoved Sasuke out his arms, grumbling nonstop. Sakura, hearing this delightful news, acted a bit shy on the outside, but inside, her inner Sakura burst into wild laughter. Come on, right into my arms. My little Sasuke, I'll take good care of you. Night Breeze walked up to Sasuke. He looked silently at the boy with a serious face. For a moment, a hint of guilt flickered in his heart. Is it really right to tease him like this? But then, whenever he thought about all the hardships Sasuke would face in the future, Night Breeze immediately felt that what he was doing now was nothing more than a harmless bit of mischief. Compared to that big shot named Masashi Kishimoto, he was still far behind. The match was over. Night Breeze had won the bet. With that, when school let out at 8 o'clock, he could lead his whole band of little rascals straight to Sasuke's house, with spirits high and plans in tow. As for the threat of the clan Annihilation Knight, just look at his circle of friends. If they weren't heirs of great clans, they were Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Who would dare make a move against them? Even if Itachi Uchiha went on a rampage right there, the third Hokage and Danzo would probably have to bury him themselves. So, this check-in mission. No big deal. 8 o'clock in the evening. Ninja Academy let out right on time. Night Breeze, with his friends in tow, followed Sasuke Uchiha in grand procession toward the Uchiha clan's domain. On the way, the root ninja assigned to monitor Sasuke noticed this odd spectacle. He decided to inform his superiors first, letting them make the call. No need to take the blame later. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and Danzo sat facing each other. Between them sat a chessboard, but no game was being played. Danzo, after tonight, Konoha will be changed forever. But are we really doing the right thing? The third Hokage picked up his pipe, took a deep drag, and exhaled a ring of smoke in Danzo's direction. Shimura Danzo frowned, waving away the lingering haze of secondhand smoke, and sneered coldly. Hiruzen, have you forgotten what our teacher thought of the Uchiha? The Uchiha clan is destined for darkness. Now that they've chosen betrayal as Konoha's leaders, we have no choice but to wipe them out, swiftly and decisively. But the Uchiha are still our comrades, our allies. Back in the day, the third tapped his pipe, a shadow of sorrow flickering in his weary eyes. Then, he continued, reminiscing through clouds of smoke. Shimura Danzo listened with a stony face as Hiruzen recounted those sentimental stories. But in his heart, he sneered again and again. The ever-nostalgic third Hokage. If they hadn't known each other all their lives, he might have been taken in by Hiruzen's masterful performance. Originally, according to Danzo's plan, he planned to have Itachi Uchiha cooperate with the Root Shinobi, letting Root carry out the purge of the Uchiha clan. In the end, all he needed to do was pin the blame on Itachi, making Itachi take the fall and leave the Hidden Leaf Village with all the guilt. But the cunning Hiruzen Sarutobi, ever cautious, feared that Danzo might exploit the turmoil within the Uchiha clan for his own gain. Astonishingly, he managed to persuade Itachi Uchiha to take matters into his own hands, to personally annihilate his own clan. An Uchiha wiping out the Uchiha? TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it, Danzo couldn't help but sneer coldly in his heart. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Shimura Danzo frowned as he watched a root ninja walk in. Weren't you supposed to be keeping an eye on Sasuke? What are you doing here? Lord Danzo, after classes ended at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke took several classmates home with him. It looks like they're planning some kind of gathering. I was going to stop them, but I thought that might arouse suspicion, so I came back to report the situation to Lord Hokage and yourself first. Though the root ninja reported directly to Danzo, on the surface, he still had to mention the Hokage's name first. Oh, classmates? The third Hokage sighed. What a troublesome time this is. Still, these kids really don't know any better. If something happened and Sasuke dragged them into it, wouldn't that be a real shame? Just a bunch of brats. Ignore them. Let them fend for themselves, Danzo snorted. The root ninja, having received his orders and seeing that the third Hokage had no objections, figured the plan was set and was about to leave. At that moment, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and asked an extra question. If I recall, that child Sasuke doesn't really have many friends, does he? Who did he invite? Hearing the third Hokage's inquiry, the root ninja stopped in his tracks and began to report. There was Yamanaka Yefeng, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikomo, Akimichi Choji, Hyuga, Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Uzumaki Naruto, and one civilian girl whose name I couldn't recall. As the third Hokage listened to each familiar name, he was so startled that his pipe slipped from his hand. The Ino Shikicho trio, the dog user, the bug user, the Byakugan, a Jinchuriki, an ordinary girl, and then there was Yamanaka Yefeng, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Yamanaka clan. Sasuke Uchiha had invited all of them, at this very moment, to a gathering at the Uchiha compound. If anything happened now, the entire Hidden Leaf village would surely explode in chaos. This disaster would be so huge. Even his old friend Danzo couldn't carry the blame for it. Danzo, quickly, gather the root ninjas. We must go together. There's no way we can let these innocent children of the village be implicated by the Uchiha incident. They are the future of the village. The massacre of the Uchiha clan had already taken place. Although, in the end, the third Hokage would lay all the blame on Itachi Uchiha. Still, the heads of the major clans weren't fools. As long as the incident didn't involve them, it was fine. Everyone could muddle through and let the matter rest, closing the case with a vague conclusion. But what if their own children died in the midst of the Uchiha massacre? Then just watch how quickly they'd all come knocking on the Hokage's door, demanding answers. Not to mention, there was also Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Danzo cast a cold, calculating glance at the third Hokage. Innocent children, you say? Just a moment ago, when I suggested leaving these innocent children to their fate, where was your righteous defense then? Now that their true identities are known, suddenly you're so eager to protect them. What a masterful performance, worthy of an Academy Award. When it comes to acting, I, Shimura Danzo, must admit you're the best. The Uchiha clan lived at the edge of Konoha, close to the forest. It was a remote area. What's more, because of the Uchiha's special status in the village, the parents of the little strong ones would always remind them, again and again, to avoid playing in the Uchiha district whenever possible. So, tonight's rare barbecue at Sasuke Uchiha's home made everyone especially excited. Well, everyone except Night Breeze and Hinata. Night Breeze-kun, I just used to be a Kugan to check around us. There seemed to be a lot of umbu watching from the shadows. Do you think something's wrong? Worry clouded Hinata's adorable face. Night Breeze smiled, gently ruffling Hinata's short hair to reassure her. Don't worry. The umbu are ninjas who secretly protect the village. As long as they're here, we'll be safe. To be honest, Night Breeze felt guilty for involving Ino and Hinata in this mission. But things were unfolding more or less as he had predicted. The village's higher-ups would never let them face Itachi Uchiha alone. After all, whether it was the children of major clans or the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, if anything happened to them, it would throw the entire village of Konoha into chaos. The Uchiha were already wiped out. If something happened to these children as well, not even Danzo Shimura would dare take the blame for that. Of course, if Night Breeze eventually discovered that the third Hokage hadn't sent anyone to protect them, he would immediately come up with an excuse to end this sign-in mission. As soon as they entered the Uchiha district, the sign-in system began its countdown. Sasuke Uchiha led the way at the front, while the rest of the little strong ones followed behind, chatting and laughing together. Then, all of a sudden, Hinata Hyuga let out a startled cry. The people in those houses ahead, it looks like they're all dead. Frightened, Hinata shut her Byakugan and huddled anxiously in Yefu's arms. In the end, she was still just a child, the kind who had never witnessed bloodshed. When the others heard Hinata's cry, they all stopped in their tracks, exchanging uneasy glances. Dead people? All of them? Shikamaru frowned. In truth, the moment he first entered the Uchiha compound, he'd sensed something was off. Though it was already late, the Uchiha district was far too quiet, a silence that made him uneasy. And now, the very Uchiha clan, responsible for the safety of the Hidden Leaf village, had suffered mass casualties? TSK, TSK, TSK. All they'd wanted was some barbecue, and now they were entangled in a mess like this? At this moment, Itachi Uchiha had already carried out the massacre of his clan with ruthless efficiency. Yet he hadn't left. He was waiting for one last meeting with his younger brother. He wanted to tell him how cruel the world could be, and that strength was the only way forward. The future of the Uchiha rested on his shoulders. But when Itachi saw that Sasuke was still surrounded by a group of children, he paused, lost in thought. His eyes, stained red with murder, held no hesitation about wiping them all out. However, he could sense hidden ninja in the shadows, clearly protecting these children. Among those ninja, There were two overwhelmingly strong presences. If Itachi guessed right, they could only be the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. Heh, when he'd slaughtered his entire clan alone, not a soul from the Hidden Leaf came to protect them. But for the sake of children from other clans, even Hokage and Danzo had been mobilized. In that instant, Itachi began to doubt whether the choice he'd made was truly the right one. He shook his head. Determination returned to Itachi's eyes. No matter what, for the honor of the Uchiha clan, he could never allow them to be remembered as traitors to the village. If everyone perished, and only Sasuke survived, then the Uchiha would never be traitors. In time, once Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan as his elder brother, Itachi would help him obtain the eternal Mangekyo. Then, Sasuke would surely become the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, and the Uchiha would bask in the greatest of honors. That was Itachi's true mission. Having come to this realization, Itachi stepped boldly into the open, facing his younger brother Sasuke. My foolish little brother, on a night like this, and all you have in mind is a gathering with your classmates? You have truly disappointed me. So now, let me show you the suffering of this world. The ultimate brother-complex master, Uchiha Itachi, fighting off his own sorrow over his little brother, imitated the tone of someone he'd only just met and cast the Tsukuyumi illusion on his brother. Inside the illusion, Sasuke Uchiha witnessed the entire massacre of his clan. He saw the moment his parents were killed by his brother's hand. Such an act was unspeakably cruel. But Itachi believed, one day, his younger brother would come to understand the pain and intention behind his actions as an elder brother. And if he didn't understand, he'd simply beat him until he did. Even though, in doing so, he might accidentally kill his little brother. But that's all right. He could always hold back a little. With one soul-piercing Tsukuyumi. Apart from Yefeng, no one really understood what had transpired. All they saw was Itachi giving Sasuke a piercing glare, and then Sasuke collapsed unconscious while Itachi vanished into the night. The gears of fate are just that merciless and cold. Ding! Host has remained in the sign-in area for the required time. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received the following rewards. Byakugan, optimized version, in-release mastery. After receiving the system's reward, Yefeng couldn't help but frown. Byakugan? System? Are you kidding me? On the night of the Uchiha massacre, I followed Sasuke Uchiha into the Uchiha compound and completed my sign-in right in front of Itachi Uchiha. But the reward for signing in is the Byakugan instead of the Sharingan? Are you just showing off your sense of humor? It's not that the Byakugan isn't powerful. Just look at the Otsutsuki clan, those airhead powerhouses. The true strength of the Byakugan is simply outrageous. The 80 Gods vacuum attack can easily crush even 6 paths of Sasuke's perfect Susanoo. Moreover, the evolved Tensigen is just as incredibly powerful. It's just that, as a member of the Transmigrator army, not having those iconic red eyes makes me feel out of place among all the others. Well, at least it's optimized, so no one will notice anything unusual. Byakugan, optimized version. Upon activation, it grants all the abilities of the Byakugan, but does not alter the user's appearance. In other words, at the very least, Yefeng didn't have to worry about his father questioning his mother. Why does our son have a Byakugan? In-release mastery. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan, at its core, is a product of in-release combined with the Hyuga bloodline. So, when Yefeng obtained the Byakugan, he naturally also mastered in-release. Let's go. We should get Sasuke to the hospital first. Yefeng sighed, watching helplessly as Sasuke collapsed at his feet. In that moment, Yefeng felt a pang of sympathy for Sasuke, oppressed by him at school, only to return home and be constantly compared to Itachi. Yefeng didn't even need to imagine how miserable that must feel. Whenever the family gathered together, Sasuke's relatives would inevitably form a circle around Itachi, showering him with endless praise from every angle. And Sasuke? He might only receive a single sentence, as expected of Itachi's little brother. You're great too. For someone like Sasuke, it was truly remarkable that he could still grow up so full of confidence and resilience. Before long, the elite members of the Umbu arrived on the scene. They took Sasuke into their care from Yefeng and escorted the young master and the other children to safety. Along the way, the mood among the group was heavy. Even Choji Akimichi, whose stomach was growling with hunger, kept quiet for once and didn't ask for food. Shikamaru, what do you think? Shikamaru let out a sigh. What else could I think? The entire Uchiha clan was shrouded in gloom. The Umbu had shown up, but not a single living Uchiha could be seen. Something terrible had clearly happened. Yefeng stopped in his tracks, glanced at everyone, and said, no one could have foreseen something like this happening today. For now, everyone should just head home. Try not to dwell on it. Tomorrow, we still have class. Even though the Uchiha clan had been wiped out, life had to go on. All right, let's go. Sasuke is still lying in the hospital. It wouldn't feel right to go out and eat now, Shikamaru said. Okay, see you all tomorrow. See you. One by one, the friends, each lost in thought, made their way home. Yeffing and Ino first escorted Hinata back to the Hyuga compound. Hinta, I'm really sorry about today. If I hadn't made that bet with Sasuke, none of you would have witnessed those frightening sights, Yeffing said. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she smiled gently. She replied softly, It's all right, Yeffing. As long as you're with me, I'm not afraid of anything. Yeffing reached out and gently patted Hinata's head, his heart full of guilt. At the same time, Yeffing made a silent vow to himself. He had to become stronger and never let Hinata face danger again. The next day, classes at the Ninja Academy resumed as usual. Except for Sasuke, who was on leave, neither the students nor the teachers seemed much different from the day before. But things were not the same for the group of close friends. The events of the previous night weighed heavily on their hearts. Although, aside from Hinata, none of the others had seen the bodies directly, the oppressive atmosphere, with lifeless houses all around them, left a lingering sense of dread that was hard to shake. During recess, the friends gathered together as they always did. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura exchanged a glance, their eyes serious. Sasuke, is he all right? They asked. Neither of them had slept well after returning home last night. But, as ordinary villagers, everything around them appeared unchanged, just like any other day. What had happened to the Uchiha clan seemed to have left the rest of the village completely untouched. Last night, in the middle of the night, an Umbu ninja came looking for my father, saying that the Hokage had summoned him for something urgent. But even by this morning, my father still hadn't come back. I guess it must be something very serious. Ino and Yeffing exchanged a worried glance. Concern was written all over Ino's face. She didn't care much about the Uchiha. What she cared about was her own father. She prayed nothing bad would happen to him. My father's the same way, Yeffing said quietly. So is mine, added another. Shikamaru, what do you think? Someone asked. Shikamaru let out a long sigh. The heads of several major clans, all summoned by the Hokage in the dead of night, and none of them had returned home by morning. Unless they'd all gone out for a late-night card game, which was hard to believe. Otherwise, it had to be connected to whatever happened with the Uchiha clan last night. Besides, on his way to school that morning, Shikamaru had made a point to swing by the police force headquarters for a look. The main gate was firmly locked. There wasn't a single person around. That was anything but normal. So, putting all the pieces together, one thing was clear. Something huge had happened to the Uchiha clan, especially when he remembered the strange atmosphere around the Uchiha compound the night before. Could it be? Had the Uchiha clan defected? But if they really had, why would the clan leader's son still be here? And what about Uchiha Itachi? What was the meaning of that bizarre conversation? To experience pain? What a troublesome mess this was turning out to be. Curiosity killed the cat. We may not be cats, but speculating like this won't do anyone any good. So everyone, just eat, sleep, and go about your day. Once our fathers come back, the news about the Uchiha clan will be announced soon enough. Yeffing pulled Hinata and Ino into a gentle embrace, soothing their anxiety. The real truth behind the Uchiha massacre would certainly be kept hidden. However, the fact that the clan had been wiped out would soon be made known throughout the village. After all, it was impossible to cover up the sudden disappearance of so many people. Even the third Hokage wouldn't be able to keep a lid on it. That's right, I agree with Yeffing. Let's just carry on with our classes as usual. Our fathers are all heads of major clans. If they're acting together, nothing bad is going to happen to them, Shikamaru said slowly. With that, Naruto and Sakura quietly left the group chat. After school, Yeffing and the others didn't go to the training ground. Both Ino and Hinata were eager to know what had happened to their fathers. So, today, everyone went straight home. When Ino got home, she saw her father's clothes hanging on the coat rack by the entrance and immediately asked, Mom, is Dad home? Is he all right? Her mother came forward, gently taking the backpacks from Yeffing and Ino, and spoke softly. Yes, he's fine. Your father didn't sleep all night, so as soon as he got back, he went straight to bed. He's still sleeping now. Oh, I'm so relieved that Father's all right. Ino let out a breath and quickly asked, By the way, did Father say anything after he came back? Your father said the Uchiha clan was wiped out. Wiped out? What a terrifying phrase. You have to understand, the Uchiha were the strongest family in the entire Hidden Leaf village. And yet, in a single night, every skilled member of the clan was killed? If that was true, could the village ever be considered safe again? Although the third Hokage eventually pinned the blame on Uchiha Itachi, claiming that the massacre was an internal conflict within the Uchiha, an unforeseen, unstoppable slaughter. Still, could that kind of explanation really convince the other major families? Would the clans continue to respect the third Hokage, as they had before? On that question, Night Wind probably had the most authority to speak, because he remembered clearly when Orochimaru trapped Hiruzen Sarutobi inside the Four Purple Flames formation. Hardly any of the other families came to his rescue. In the end, the third Hokage got what he wished for, sacrificing himself heroically for the village and, in his final moments, becoming one of Konoha's true heroes. There are only 3 years left before I have to face the chaos brought by Orochimaru, but right now, I'm still far too weak. In reality, surviving during the Konoha Crush plan wouldn't be all that difficult. During the Chunin exams, most of the villagers were relocated to safety. If all he wanted was to stay alive, Night Wind could simply take his family and hide somewhere. But, knowing how this system works, it would definitely send him to the most dangerous places for his check-ins. They called it, where there is greater danger, fortune gathers all the more. So, when it came to Orochimaru's attack, Night Wind had no choice but to make thorough preparations in advance. And preparation meant one thing: strength. Deep in a secluded forest, Night Wind glanced around to make sure no one was near, then activated the Byakugan he had received from the check-in. A 360-degree field of vision. What a peculiar sensation. It's a pity that, aside from chakra, this entire Byakugan world is rendered in black and white. Byakugan was a dojutsu that originated from the Otsutsuki clan. It granted a complete 360-degree field of vision. It allowed the user to see through the body's meridians and chakra flow. However, the abilities displayed by the Hyuga clan's Byakugan weren't particularly impressive. Night Wind still wasn't sure whether the Byakugan he'd obtained had the characteristics of the Hyuga clan or the Otsutsuki clan. If, in the future, he could become like Kagaya Otsutsuki, that would be a huge windfall. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Byakugan's overwhelming power. Such strength was simply explosive. After familiarizing himself with the Byakugan's features, Night Wind nodded in satisfaction. So that's how it is. As long as I can see my own chakra points and meridians clearly, I can control chakra much more effectively. Most ninjas possess multiple chakra natures, but they're unable to generate different types of elemental chakra within their bodies at the same time. But Yi Feng was different. Once he gained the Byakugan, Yi Feng could see every single pathway of chakra flow within his own body with absolute clarity. With meticulous control, he could actually refine different kinds of elemental chakra simultaneously within himself. However, Hinata had once warned Yi Feng, if a ninja attempts to fuse 2 different types of elemental chakra within their body, the resulting force is more than the human body can withstand. Losing control of one's chakra would be a light consequence. There were even stories of people whose bodies exploded from strain. Therefore, only those with unique Kekkei Genkai could directly produce fused elemental chakra within their bodies. Take, for example, Pakura of the Sand Village. She possessed the Scorch Release Kekkei Genkai. That's why. She could directly generate Scorch Chakra, the fusion of wind and fire chakra. Ordinary ninjas couldn't do this. So, a bold new idea began to take shape in Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng had once asked Hinata for her thoughts. If chakra couldn't be fused inside the body, what about fusing it outside? To answer this, Hinata had even consulted Hayashi Hyuga about it. Hayashi told her that a senior of their clan had once experimented with the very concept Yi Feng was considering. However, to fuse elemental chakra outside the body and create Kekkei chakra, one needed to possess extremely pure elemental chakra. That senior spent his entire life pursuing this goal, and in the end, barely managed to produce a single Kekkei jutsu through fusion. But chakra fused outside the body couldn't be used to perform standard ninjutsu. It could only be released through techniques similar to the 8 trigrams air palm, channeling chakra through the pressure points. While such attacks were still powerful, that senior had devoted his whole life solely to extracting highly pure elemental chakra. So, his overall combat ability was actually lower than that of Hyuga clan members who didn't focus on elemental techniques at all. For this reason, the Hyuga clan now specializes exclusively in Gentle Fist and no longer practices elemental ninjutsu. But Yi Feng was different. He could acquire and upgrade elemental ninjutsu through sign-in missions. In theory, as long as he could refine chakra that met the requirements, Yi Feng could master nearly every Kekkei Genkai in existence. And even if the fused chakra couldn't be used for standard ninjutsu, it didn't really matter. He could always develop other ways to use it. After giving it careful thought, Yi Feng clenched his fist and extended his thumb. A faint hum filled the air. A small, pure stream of wind chakra emerged from the tip of Yi Feng's finger. And then, the night wind once again spread his index finger. A surge of fire-released chakra emerged from the tip of his finger. Next comes the fusion. He gently pressed his thumb down, carefully guiding the wind-released chakra toward the fire-released chakra, merging them together. Whoosh! The air pressure generated by the wind release instantly raised the temperature of the fire-release chakra. Scorch release? No, that's not it. This level of chakra was still far inferior to Pakura's scorch release. It seems, even mastery-level release techniques aren't enough to meet the requirements for chakra fusion. Although Night Wind failed in this attempt, he did not lose heart. After all of his skills could be improved and upgraded. As long as this method was possible, Night Wind was certain that one day he could master multiple chakra transformations. Furthermore, he had already figured out the direction for developing new techniques. He would use the finger gun, close-range combat with slashes, long-range with the finger gun. Just thinking about it felt awesome. 3 years later, Night Wind was 13 years old, though by age he was still a child, because he trained physically every day and soaked in medicinal baths to strengthen his body. In appearance, he could easily be mistaken for a 15 or 16-year-old. During these 3 years, the Hidden Leaf Village on the whole had not experienced any major events. Although, after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the Hidden Cloud Village increased their ninja forces on the border of the Land of Fire, leading to occasional minor conflicts between the two sides. However, they were still far from the brink of war. Within the village, it seemed everyone had already forgotten the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke Uchiha had grown increasingly withdrawn. He never had any friends to begin with. Now, apart from Night Wind and a few others, no one spoke to him at all. Even the girls who used to swoon over him had gradually lost interest in the aloof second pillar thanks to Night Wind's presence. So, graduation is coming up. Soon, we won't be able to stay together all the time like we do now. It's really sad. Ino and Hinata let out a sigh together. Student life was full of happiness, especially for the three of them, who were almost inseparable every day. They lived in a state of bliss. But graduation would change everything. After they graduated, every student would be assigned to different teams and, under the guidance of a Jonin instructor, would begin taking on ninja missions. Sometimes, they might be sent far away. It was said that one mission could last for months. If they couldn't see Night Wind for so long, Ino and Hinata felt those days would be unbearably lonely. Well, everyone has to grow up sooner or later. You shouldn't be so pessimistic. Besides, if I stay a student forever, how will I ever go to the Hyuga house to propose? The relationship between Yefeng and Hinata was already clear. However, clarity was one thing. In Yefeng's eyes, 12-year-old Hinata was still just a child. So, the two of them had never done anything over the line. At most, they would just hug and cuddle a bit. Sigh, I really wish I could be in the same class as you, Yefeng. Hinata leaned into Yefeng's arms and let out a long, gentle sigh. Speaking of class assignments, Yefeng was quite curious about it as well. Originally, if it weren't for Yefeng's presence, the 9 rookies of the Hidden Leaf Village would have been divided into classes easily. But now, with Yefeng joining, the 9 rookies had become the 10 rookies. So, how would the third Hokage decide to split the classes? The 3 of them leaned together, watching the sun set in the west, each lost in their own thoughts. Just then, Naruto Uzumaki came walking over from a distance, looking completely downcast. Hey Naruto, what's wrong? Yefeng greeted Naruto with a smile. Naruto perked up at the sound of his name. But soon after, his mood sank again. Sigh, Yefeng, the graduation exam is coming up, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't get the clone jutsu down. But I really want to graduate and become a ninja. After all, I'm going to be Hokage one day. Come on, Naruto, the clone jutsu is actually really simple. I just don't get why you're always struggling with it. How are you going to become Hokage like that? Ino looked at Naruto, grinning as she teased him. Hinata nodded in agreement. Although the Hyuga clan didn't rely on ninjutsu in their family traditions, basic techniques like the clone jutsu were still quite easy to learn. Who knows what's going on? I always follow Irika-sensei's instructions, carefully controlling my chakra for the jutsu, but it keeps going out of sync. I just can't pull it off. Naruto's eyelids drooped, and he looked utterly defeated. Don't worry, Naruto. I believe you'll graduate for sure. Even if you don't pass the clone jutsu, it's not the end of the world. Just keep your spirits up, you can do it. Yefeng glanced at Naruto, offering him a reassuring smile. He could master the multi-shadow clone jutsu in a heartbeat, yet the basic clone jutsu always eluded him. As expected, being the protagonist, you just have to stand out in your own way. 3 days later, the graduation exam was over. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe, his face etched with worry. Graduation class assignments. How should I split them up to make it right? Normally, things like class assignments for graduates didn't require the Hokage's personal attention. However, the third Hokage was the honorary principal of the Ninja Academy, after all. So, the final decision still had to be made by him. The Ino-Shikicho trio was, without a doubt, the most predictable lineup. Even though the Yamanaka clan had two candidates in this generation, everyone knew that Yamanaka Yefu had chosen a path of raw power, showing little interest in the secret techniques of his clan. So the Ino-Shikicho team would naturally consist of Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. As for the Byakugan, the Bug User, and the Dog Handler, the three of them excelled in reconnaissance. Forming them into a squad dedicated to scouting simply made sense. Now then, Yamanaka Yefu, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, how should I arrange them? Uchiha Sasuke, the young prodigy who had awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, the sole remaining heir of the Uchiha in the Hidden Leaf. The most suitable jonin to guide Sasuke would be Hitaki Kakashi. After all, Kakashi also bore the Sharingan and was famed as the copy ninja. On top of that, Kakashi had been the fourth Hokage's student. Having a mentor, Uzumaki Naruto, as well couldn't be more fitting. So, should Yefu join Kakashi's team, too? Given Yefu's abilities, he certainly deserves a place. However, according to the traditions of the ninja world, every squad should include at least one girl. For a girl's careful touch could be invaluable on missions, and she could bring a sense of balance between two boys. Haruno Sakura was actually the perfect fit. But then what about Yefu? Should he be teamed up with other students? Yet aside from the three squads just mentioned, the rest of the year's students were fairly average. Pairing Yefu with them would only hold him back, wouldn't it? If that happened, the Yamanaka clan would certainly have something to say. It's hard. Being Hokage is hard. Being a responsible Hokage is even harder. The third Hokage stood by the window, gazing at his own face carved into the Hokage rock outside. He took a long drag on his pipe and sighed, as if entirely caught in a dilemma. Perhaps I should meet this child first, see what he thinks. The results of the graduation exam were in. The young friends had all passed and received their very own ninja headbands. Now, all that remained was to wait for the team assignments. At the Yamanaka clan's training ground, Yefu was practicing his swordsmanship alone. Ino had been taken to the Nara household by her father. There was no suspense about the Ino-Shikicho formation. There were many things. The older generation of Ino-Shikicho needed to pass down to the new. Hinata hadn't come looking for Yefu today, either. The Hyuga clan was celebrating her graduation. So, Yefu could only practice his sword technique in solitude at the clan's training ground. Clang, clang, clang. Yefu swung steadily at the wooden post, neither hurried nor slow. Though his movements hadn't changed much from a few years ago, each strike now landed, with a rhythm that was far more measured and resolute. In these 3 years, Night Breeze had grown considerably through his missions. His swordsmanship had become exceptional. His skill with hidden weapons had reached new heights. Even his wind release techniques had become extraordinary. He had also mastered taijutsu, sword techniques, and both wind and fire style jutsu. However, Night Breeze's proficiency with fire release still lingered only at the level of mastery. As a result, there had been no progress in merging the Byakugan with Kekkei Chakra. Yet even so, the Night Breeze of today had already reached the strength of a jonin. It was just that Night Breeze was humble by nature and seldom revealed his abilities before others. Night Breeze practiced his sword for a while. Suddenly, a female ninja from the Umbu appeared before him, her long purple hair flowing and her posture tall and striking. Yamanaka Night Breeze, the Hokage requests your presence. Night Breeze finished his final swing, wiped the sweat from his brow, and studied the newcomer. Purple hair, Umbu attire, a sword at her side. If he wasn't mistaken, this ninja was most likely Yugugo Yuzuki. There aren't many sword users left in the village. Are you interested in sparring a little? I've never fought a swordsman before. Facing Yugugo Yuzuki, Night Breeze put forth his request. Beneath her mask, Yugugo's expression became a touch peculiar. A student who had only just graduated from the academy, challenging her, an elite of the Umbu? He certainly had courage. But such little swordsmen with a passion for the blade were becoming ever more rare. So, confronted with Night Breeze's challenge, Yugugo didn't want to let him down. Still, duty came first. She couldn't afford to waste too much time here. Therefore, Yugugo decided to show this little fellow what a true master was like. Of course, if Night Breeze could glean something from her technique, it would simply be his good fortune. Very well, I accept, but I'll use only one move. Konoha-style Kenjutsu, Hazy Moon Knight. In a flash, Yugugo unsheathed her sword. The blade swept through the air, and before her, a shimmering arc appeared, like the afterimage of a full moon, breathtaking in its beauty. A resonant hum filled the air, as countless indistinguishable afterimages surged toward Night Breeze, enveloping him completely. Naturally, as a master swordswoman, Yugugo maintained perfect control. She would never actually harm Night Breeze. She simply wanted to let him witness what it meant to be a true swordsman. However, just as Yugugo made her move with the intent to instruct, Night Breeze drew his blade from his waist. A flash of silver split the air. The soft glow of moonlight seemed to vanish, as if day had overtaken night. The moon's radiance swallowed in an instant. With a single, fluid motion, Night Breeze sheathed his sword, a hint of melancholy in his expression, and murmured quietly, "Sigh, what a pity I was born too late. I'll never witness swordsmanship like white fangs. I'm off." Yuzuki Yugao remained frozen in her sword-wielding stance, watching as Night Wind walked away. Her feelings at that moment were too complex for words. Suddenly, a gentle breeze drifted by. A strand of violet hair was lifted by the wind, curling before Yugao's eyes before scattering away into the air. She swallowed hard. Yugao removed her mask, revealing her delicate features. With a wry smile, she murmured, "No wonder the third Hokage values him so highly. He really is a genius, almost otherworldly. But then, why would someone like him, a boy of such rare talent, be described in the third Hokage's 13 years of intelligence reports as humble and low-key? Don't ask, if you must call it fate." 13 years had passed. Though Night Wind was the eldest son of the Yamanaka clan, this was his first time entering the Hokage's office. "Night Wind, you're here already? Please have a seat." The third Hokage greeted him with a kindly smile, gesturing to the chair and reassuring Night Wind that formalities were unnecessary in front of the old man. "Lord Third, you summoned me rather suddenly. May I ask what this is about?" Night Wind looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with composed eyes. He had a feeling it might be about team assignments. But still, he asked out of courtesy. The third Hokage smiled and spoke slowly. "It's like this. Now that you've graduated from the Ninja Academy, it's time for team assignments. Originally, as the eldest son of the Yamanaka clan, you were meant to team up with Shikamaru and Choji, continuing the legacy of the Ino Shikacho trio. But since your family has decided that your sister will take on that role, I'd like to hear your own thoughts about your assignment." Night Wind gazed quietly at the third Hokage. In truth, his opinion of the third wasn't particularly high. However, he just noticed a telling detail. He saw the third Hokage reach for his pipe, pause in hesitation, and then, with palpable effort, pull his hand back. It happened in the blink of an eye, a reflexive struggle between habit and restraint, not a performance for show. Seen this way, the third Hokage seemed genuinely concerned about exposing Night Wind to secondhand smoke, forcing himself to resist the urge. So, as a person, the third wasn't exactly an evil or treacherous man. It's just that a life spent in mediocrity had made him the target of criticism from those who came after. If, on the night of the Nine Tails 12 years ago, it had been the third Hokage who laid down his life to seal the beast rather than the fourth, then Hiruzen Sarutobi would surely have become a hero of the Leaf, alongside the first and second Hokage. What a shame. The old man missed his chance, though he tries now to rewrite history through the textbooks. Still, a stain that marks you for life, once left behind, can never truly be washed away. No matter how hard you try, it will never come clean. Fortunately, there's still some solace. He had a worthy disciple in Orochimaru, who ultimately carried on his heroic legacy. As for the team assignments, I've actually thought this through. Night Breeze spoke in a slow, measured tone. I hope to be placed in a class by myself, without being grouped with others, and without a jonin instructor. This idea had taken root in Night Breeze's mind long ago. First of all, the way the 9 little strong ones were grouped made perfect sense. Night Breeze did not want to break them apart. Secondly, over the years, Night Breeze had occasionally received missions that required him to check in at some strange places outside the village. If he couldn't act alone, completing these check-ins would become an enormous hassle. And if he were to encounter another task as troublesome as the one with the pink pig target, wouldn't he get stuck for ages again? Time waits for no one. So, seizing this opportunity, Night Breeze finally voiced his thoughts. "A class by yourself? No jonin instructor." The third Hokage's cloudy, old eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. "I have to admit, that's quite a bold idea." True, just before Night Breeze arrived, Yugao Yuzuki had already returned to give her mission report. The third Hokage was now well aware of Night Breeze's considerable skill with the blade. Even so, At the end of the day, Night Breeze was still just a child. Ninja work was a perilous occupation. How could any one person handle alone? That's right, a class by myself. Otherwise, Lord Hokage, who else could possibly qualify to be my teammate? Night Breeze replied, showing no hint of deference. Seeing Night Breeze's unwavering determination, the third Hokage suddenly felt the urge to light his pipe. The Uchiha kid had also come to see the Hokage, asking to be placed in a class alone, but the third had gently refused him. After all, you have to know your own limitations, don't you? If something were to go wrong while letting you act alone, Itachi might think the Hokage was deliberately trying to get you killed. But Night Breeze was different. Yugao Yuzuki's exact words had been, Night Breeze's sword was terrifying. It gave her the sense she was facing an elite jonin. Granted, swordsmanship alone does not make an outstanding ninja. But with Night Breeze's current level of strength, he really wasn't suited to start from scratch. Then again, if the Hokage let Night Breeze take on missions alone right after graduation, would Inoichi Yamanaka ever agree? The children of powerful clans were always the hardest to place. Night Breeze, you don't understand the world of ninja, the third Hokage said solemnly. Taking on missions alone is far too dangerous, and there are many inconveniences besides. Tell me, have you even discussed this idea with your father? The third Hokage finally couldn't help but take out his pipe, snuffing out the fire and making a show of puffing on it, just to soothe himself a little. These kids really don't let people rest easy. Would it be so bad to just follow the usual procedures? Isn't it? Yet they manage to make everything so complicated. I'll handle convincing my father myself. As long as you approve, Lord Hokage, that's enough. Yeffen looked at the third Hokage, speechless. You think I don't understand the world of ninjas? I even forced myself to finish watching Boruto. And now you're telling me I don't get it? Are you kidding me? Hearing Yeffen's answer, the third Hokage chewed on his pipe, sinking into a brief silence. How envious I am of these young people. So full of spirit, daring, and decisive. I really am getting old. I can't even make a decision without second-guessing myself. Just as the third Hokage was about to make up his mind, suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage paused, then called out, "Come in." A moment later, a straightforward kunoichi with short purple hair strode inside. "Old man, mission complete. Here's the scroll signed by the client." The kunoichi tossed the scroll nonchalantly to the third Hokage, then looked Yeffing over with keen interest and asked, "Hey, old man, who's this kid? He's actually pretty handsome." The third Hokage put the mission scroll away, looking a bit exasperated. "His name is Yamanaka Yeffing, just graduated from the Ninja Academy. We're discussing his team placement. We'll talk about your mission report later. If there's nothing else, why don't you head home and get some rest?" Hiruzen Sarutobi replied wearily. "Huh, old man, do you really have to kick me out the moment I get back? At least pretend to offer me a seat and a cup of tea, will you?" The kunoichi shot the third Hokage an incredulous look. How am I supposed to respond to that? At this point, Yeffing also took a closer look at the bold and spirited kunoichi in front of him. Her short purple hair gave her a crisp, capable look. She wasn't tall, but her figure was curvaceous and striking. And especially, the bold fishnet shirt beneath her open yellow jacket made her look even more uninhibited. If Yeffing wasn't mistaken, she must be Orochimaru's student, Anko Mitarashi. Anko seemed to notice the third Hokage's awkwardness. She chuckled slyly and said, "Old man, I overheard a bit of your conversation just now. This kid's got guts, I like that. How about letting me take him under my wing as his temporary jonin instructor?" The third Hokage frowned. "Yeah, I've grown bored of regular missions lately. Let me try being a jonin instructor for once. I have a good feeling about this kid. If nothing else, I'll just let him go solo once he's reached the right level." With that, Anko shot Night Breeze a playful wink in the cool night air. Then, just like Orochimaru, she stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Night Breeze and the third Hokage fell silent. "So, when you say you have a good feeling about him, do you mean you're planning to eat Night Breeze?" "Oh, come on now, don't hesitate. Let's not even talk about whether this little guy is strong enough to lead his own team yet. Even if he does have the skills, someone's got to teach him how to handle missions first, right? Don't you think I'm just perfect for the job?" Anko's expression gradually eased, turning more relaxed. The third Hokage hesitated, suddenly regretting not inviting Shikaka Nara to join this conversation. If he were here, he could have just turned and asked, "Shikaka, what do you think?" At that moment, Night Breeze, who had been quietly watching, finally spoke up. "Third Hokage, actually, the ninja school already covered all the knowledge about ninja missions. After all, you personally wrote the inscription for the curriculum. The material is thorough and effective. Surely you know that better than anyone? I really don't need a jonin instructor to lead me. seeing that the third Hokage was about to agree to Anko's request. Night Breeze felt he had no choice but to struggle against his conscience. After all, being paired with one of Orochimaru's students just felt off. What you say isn't wrong. The textbooks I inscribed do indeed cover every essential point about ninja missions. However, the third Hokage first looked quite proud, then spoke more seriously. To be safe, I think Anko's suggestion is worth considering. Let her act as your temporary Jonin instructor, and when you can handle missions on your own, she can step back. There's no rush. Night Breeze was speechless. Not even flattery can sway you. Old man, you're something else. Still, will I really end up in a team with Anko in the future? Fortunately, from the Hokage's words, it sounded like their partnership wouldn't be a permanent thing. That outcome wasn't too bad, all things considered. At least it was better than being shoved into a standard squad. Just then, Anko strode over and threw an arm around Night Breeze's shoulder. Her ample assets pressed unceremoniously against him. Come on, pretty boy, let's get going. You'll see soon enough the perks of having me as your teacher. Night Breeze shot her a deadpan look. No, I already know all about your perks. A small, desolate grove, far from anyone else. Anko Mitarashi leaned lazily against a wooden post, her gaze sultry and fixed intently on Night Breeze. Every so often, she'd run her tongue over the corner of her mouth. Oh my, who would have thought my very first student would turn out to be such a handsome young man? I heard you're 13 this year. You really don't look it. Honestly, I'm only 10 years older than you myself. They say if a woman's 3 years older, she's worth her weight in gold. If you ended up with me, wouldn't that be a whole mountain of gold for you? She burst out laughing. At this, Nightwind could only sigh helplessly. So it's true. The most exasperating and, sometimes, amusing creatures are veteran lady drivers. But, just imagine Anko from Boruto. The once glamorous lady had turned into someone so plump and plain. In an instant, Nightwind's interest fizzled out. Ms. Anko, it's getting late. Should we go through the formalities, or just make things official right now? Nightwind asked. Whoosh. In a blink, Anko appeared right in front of Nightwind. She looped an arm around his neck, her lips curling into a playful smile as she studied him with intrigue. Kiddo, you really ought to be precise with your words. Otherwise, your teacher might just get the wrong idea about what you mean, Anko teased, her smile tinged with mischief. Nightwind responded with a faint smile of his own, his gaze boldly sweeping over her before he lifted his hand and gently tapped Anko's chin. You guessed it. That's exactly what I meant. At the Ninja Academy, there was a set tradition. The supervising Jonin and their student had to play a game, a bell-stealing challenge. Only by passing this test could the teacher-student relationship be officially established. That's right. That was exactly what Nightwind meant. Feeling the warmth of Nightwind's fingertip, Anko shivered imperceptibly and instantly put a bit of distance between them. TCH, you little rascal. Looks like becoming your teacher isn't going to be as easy as I thought, Anko muttered, pouting slightly. She might have the makings of a seasoned flirt, but in the end, she was still just a 23-year-old girl, like a flower, just on the verge of blooming. Teasing others was one thing, but being teased in return, that was a whole different feeling, especially by a handsome, sunny boy like Nightwind. Even now, her chin still tingled where he'd touched it. Let's stick to the process. I got a bell right here. If you can snatch it from me within an hour, I'll let you pass the test. Otherwise, you're heading right back to the academy for retraining, Anko declared, steadying her nerves. As a professional ninja, she was determined to see the process through. And so, the bell-stealing challenge began. Anko was a student of Orochimaru. Once she shed her playful facade, a wild, dangerous aura, so reminiscent of her master, instantly radiated from her. A special Jonin, highly skilled in fire-release ninjutsu, and also adept at Orochimaru's snake techniques. By the looks of it, the best way to deal with her is to use a blade. Night Breeze mused himself, relying on his knowledge of the Naruto storyline. Night Breeze quickly completed his assessment of Anko Mitarashi's abilities. Fire counters wind. This principle was something he still needed to keep in mind during the early stages. So, a gentle breeze swept by. Night Breeze's figure vanished from where he stood. In a flash, a streak of silver sliced through the air, cleaving Anko cleanly in two at the waist. But the Anko that had been cut wore a strange expression, then suddenly transformed into a venomous snake, neatly severed in the middle. Snake substitution technique? Night Breeze chuckled softly, as expected of Orochimaru's student. Hey kid, all this just to snatch a bell? Did you really have to go that far? If I hadn't reacted quickly, were you actually planning to cut me down? Anko, having narrowly escaped disaster, wiped a bead of cold sweat from her brow. Thinking back to Night Breeze's earlier strike, Only one thought echoed in her mind. If I hadn't dodged, I might really have died. Anko-sensei, if you want to be my guiding jonin, it's going to be pretty dangerous if your skills aren't up to par. Night Breeze said with a meaningful smile, eyes fixed on Anko. Over the years, Night Breeze's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, yet he still lacked real combat experience. Although his single, stunning slash had impressed both Yugugo Yuzuki and Anko Mitarashi. Anko was, after all, an accomplished ninja. Now that she'd seen Night Breeze's style, she was fully capable of developing strategies tailored to his strengths and weaknesses. So, if Night Breeze wanted to carve his way through the ninja world with this blade, he needed to keep honing his skills in real battles. Getting looked down on by a brat like you? Even if you were handsome, that won't make your teacher happy. And you know, when a woman's not happy, that's when things get truly dangerous. Anko licked the corner of her mouth, a wild grin spreading across her face. Oh, then show me what you've really got. I want to see just how cute you look when you're not happy. Night Breeze smiled coolly, pale blue chakra shimmering to life across his sword surface. A chakra blade? Not bad at all. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. At last, Anko grew serious. A fireball, nearly 4 meters across, surged towards Night Breeze. Even before the flames arrived, the searing heat radiating from the blaze was already making Night Breeze uncomfortable. In a flash, facing Anko's fire release attack, Night Breeze struck out with a horizontal slash, sending a blade of energy slicing through the fireball, splitting it cleanly in two. The fireball erupted, flaring with blinding intensity. Night Breeze narrowed his eyes against the glare. But in that instant, the earth behind him suddenly split open, and Anko emerged from underground. Ninja art, hidden shadow, snake hands. The sound of writhing snakes filled the air. 3 massive azure serpents, their fangs gleaming with a cold blue light, lunged toward Yeffing's neck, arms, and thighs, moving with lightning speed. However, it was as if Yeffing had anticipated that Anko would launch such an attack. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his arm behind him. 3 shuriken, as if guided by unseen eyes, sliced cleanly through the bodies of the 3 serpents. Seeing this, Anko's heart skipped a beat. With a nimble tap of her toes, she prepared to guard against Yeffing's next move. But at that very moment, Yeffing had already turned to face her. A whistling sound sliced the air. A shuriken, cold and sharp as a streak of moonlight, shot straight toward the bell hanging at Anko's waist. A metallic clang rang out. Anko's eyelids twitched. She hurriedly drew a kunai and deflected the shuriken strike. But just as Anko thought this round of sparring had momentarily ended, a faint whirring sound arose from the shuriken she had blocked. A razor-thin wind blade spun out, severing the red cord that held the bell. Wind release enchantment? Anko reacted quickly, reaching out to snatch the bell back. But before she could, another cold flash tore through the air. With a swift motion, a sunbond needle pinned the red string, and the bell along with it, to a thick tree trunk behind Anko. Sensei Anko, do you still want to go after the bell in the tree? My body flicker is a wind release version, quite a bit faster than the standard technique, Yeffing said, his eyes glinting with mischief as he watched Anko, making no further move. Anko glanced back at the bell, stuck in the tree, then turned to glare at the smug Yeffing. She was so furious, she could almost grind her teeth to dust. You little brat, so you can infuse wind release into your shuriken, huh? No wonder you had the guts to ask the 3rd Hokage to form your own team, Anko muttered through clenched teeth. In a situation with such little intel, never mind anything else. Just that wind release shuriken alone could easily leave an opponent at a disadvantage. And he's only just graduated. How can he already mold wind release chakra so skillfully? At that moment, Yeffing sheathed his blade, smiling at Anko. So have I passed? Or do you have any other tricks you'd like to show me? No sooner had Yeffing finished speaking, than bang, a giant serpent burst from the earth at Yeffing's feet, coiling like a dragon and binding him tightly. Huh, you cheeky brat, don't forget, you're just a genin. Never underestimate the jonin of the Leaf Village, or it'll cost you dearly, Anko declared, laughing with delight. Yet something about Yeffing's expression seemed off to her. And sure enough, something strange happened a moment later. With a puff and a cloud of white smoke, the Yeffing bound by the serpent vanished, replaced by a chunk of substitution wood. Meanwhile, Yeffing himself had already appeared behind Anko, the bell held securely in his hand. Teacher Anko, you might have some misconceptions about the situation in the Leaf Village. The genin of Konoha are the last ones you should underestimate, Yeffing said with a smile. Upon hearing the lazy, almost languid voice behind her, Anko swallowed hard and stiffly turned her head. Her face was painted with astonishment. No, that's impossible. How did you notice the snake I secretly planted in the ground? Faced with Anko's disbelief, Yefeng simply smiled, calm and unhurried, his gaze holding a deeper meaning. What did I discover it? With these Byakugan eyes, did she really think such little tricks beneath the earth would work? Not only a snake. He'd long since noticed even those two old men hiding in the distant treetops, secretly observing their every move. Far away up in the treetops, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, his face full of satisfaction, the curling ring drifting into the air as he sighed inwardly. To see someone use the basic body replacement technique to this extent in actual combat, Yefeng truly is a remarkable talent. With proper cultivation, he's sure to become an outstanding elite jonin in the future. The third Hokage spoke with a gentle smile. Standing beside him was Shimura Danzo, who stared coldly in Yefeng's direction and remarked, "The body replacement technique may be simple, but it's this keen observation and judgment that's truly rare." Still, how exactly did he notice Anko's trap? The third Hokage drew on his pipe again, blowing out another smoke ring before replying. "Hai mentioned to me that although Yefeng isn't planning to inherit the Ino-Shikacho tradition, he's already developed in-release and mastered some of the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. It's quite natural for him to use those skills to enhance his perception." Shimura Danzo waved away the drifting smoke with a scowl, his brow furrowed, clear annoyance in his eyes as he glanced at the third Hokage. This old man, smoking so much every day. How has he not dropped dead yet? Hiruzen, Yamanaka Yefeng is a rare talent. I suggest you hand him over to me. I guarantee I can shape him into an expert on par with Uchiha Itachi, Danzo said, narrowing his eyes, obviously plotting. At this, the third Hokage shot his old companion a sidelong glance, a little exasperated. Shape him into another Uchiha Itachi? What a joke. The Yamanaka clan has always been loyal supporters of the Hokage. How could I let Yefeng become another Uchiha Itachi? Danzo, I haven't said much as you reorganize root and gather your strength again. But you'd better not set your sights on Yefeng. He's not suited to your shadowy ideology. My will of fire is what truly fits him. With those words, the third Hokage turned and walked away, heading toward the Hokage's office. Yamanaka Yefeng, a man of strength, noble lineage, and a bright, sunny disposition. He's on good terms with the heirs of several future great clans, is close friends with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and may even one day become the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan. A young man like this, should he really be handed over to that old fox Danzo for guidance? Isn't that just a joke? On the contrary, the third Hokage believed Night Wind was perfectly suited to inherit his will in a few decades and become the next Hokage. That's why there was no way the third would ever let Shimura Danzo corrupt Night Wind. Danzo calmly watched as Hiruzen Sarutobi walked away. In his eyes, a cold glint flashed. Not suited to my darkness, am I? Huh, what a righteous, upstanding third Hokage you are. If not for me, would the Hidden Leaf Village be as peaceful as it is now? If I hadn't acted as the village's executioner in the shadows, would you, the third Hokage, be able to sit comfortably in your office smoking every day? Think of Konoha's White Fang, hounded to death by public opinion at my direction. Think of the Uchiha, only truly wiped out because I insisted. And the Senju, the Uzumaki, was any of that accomplished without me? And you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, all you know how to do is smoke. Puff, puff, puff. One of these days, you'll smoke yourself to death. After cursing his old friend in secret, Danzo gave Anko Mitarashi a peculiar look. It wouldn't be long now. Hiruzen. It wouldn't be long at all. The era of Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to end. Next, the Hidden Leaf would belong to me, Shimura Danzo. After the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo had both left, Night Wind wore a thoughtful expression. It seemed he really had attracted the attention of that schemer Danzo. But it didn't matter. From his recent battle with Anko, Night Wind had come to a conclusion. At his current strength, if he went all out, he was already close to the level of an elite jonin. And with his background and connections, Night Wind had nothing to fear from Danzo. If it came to a showdown, he was ready. Anko, now that we're officially teamed up, what's the plan for tomorrow? Do we start taking missions right away? Night Wind tossed the bell back to Anko, asking about their next move. Now that she was out of combat mode, Anko Mitarashi returned to her usual bold, carefree self. Gone was any sign of that cold, wild edge from before. Tomorrow, let's just do our own thing for a bit. After all, you finish your assessment ahead of schedule, while the others still have to take theirs tomorrow. Anko casually tossed the test bell aside and grinned. Oh right, you little rascal, you still haven't told me. How did you spot that snake? Take a guess, Night Wind replied, shrugging. TSK, one annoying little brat. Fine then, if you really don't plan to tell me. you'll have to treat me to a nice meal to make up for it. Anko pouted, clearly displeased. Thankfully, she wasn't the type to be overly curious. If he didn't want to say, so be it. But she wasn't about to miss the chance to get something out of it. I don't think I can today. I've already made plans to celebrate with some friends. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a feast. But girls shouldn't eat too much. Be careful, or you'll end up getting chubby, Yefeng replied with a shake of his head. Anko froze for a moment, then let out a snort, her voice full of pride as she retorted, "What do you know about girls, you little punk? Don't you realize that, even though I eat a lot, I only put on weight in the right places? That's a real skill, Yefeng could only shake his head, speechless. All right then, if that's all, I'll be heading off now. What a pity. Such a gorgeous, charming lady, only to become plump and plain in the future. Yefeng couldn't help but think that something so regrettable deserved a bit of personal intervention. He turned to leave. But just then, Anko suddenly called out to stop him. Wait, there's still one last bit of procedure we haven't finished. How about a round of the 3 ninja questions? The 3 ninja questions. What do you like? What do you dislike? What are your dreams for the future? It all sounded pretty pointless. And in reality, it really was pointless. Pointless as it might be. But it was a rule set by the 3rd Hokage. Every genin had to share their answers with their jonin instructor. So, Yefeng stroked his chin, giving it some serious thought. I like beautiful ladies just like you are now. I dislike plump ladies, like you would be if you turned into a big fatty. My dream for the future is to stop lovely ladies from turning into what I dislike. Anko's cheeks flushed slightly, her mind overwhelmed with exasperation. Old man, can I get a different jonin instructor for this brat? At this rate, I swear this little devil is going to drive me to an early grave one of these days. Back at home, his father and little sister had already returned from the Nara household. Big brother, you're back. Who did you get teamed up with? Ino asked, her voice full of curiosity. I requested to be in a team by myself. I don't need teammates. The 3rd Hokage has already agreed, Yefeng replied. Oh, Inoichi Yamanaka raised an eyebrow at that. A team of 1? So, who's your jonin instructor? A team of 1? These two really are something. One dares to ask, the other dares to approve. Yefeng was just a kid, so maybe he didn't know any better. But what was the 3rd Hokage thinking? Could he really be pulling my son's leg? My jonin instructor is Anko Mitarashi. We've just completed the bell-snatching test and have been officially paired up, Yifeng said. Paired up successfully? A subtle twitch flickered across Inoichi Yamanaka's face. His son was wonderful in every way, except perhaps for the way he talked. Not exactly serious. Being assigned to a female instructor. Did that really count as a successful pairing? He couldn't help but feel that trouble might be brewing in the future. Father, is this Anko Mitarashi an elite jonin? I don't think I've ever heard of her, Ino asked from the side. In Ino's worldview, only an elite jonin was worthy of being her brother's instructor. In fact, if the Hokage had the time, he ought to personally mentor her brother. Anko, well, she's not an elite jonin. Her overall evaluation isn't particularly high. She's classified as a special jonin, Inoichi replied, shaking his head. What? A special jonin? Not even a regular jonin, but a special jonin? How could Lord Hokage make such a decision? Father, you have to go talk to the Hokage and at least help my brother get an elite jonin for a mentor. Ino puffed up her cheeks in indignation. How could a special jonin possibly be good enough? She'd heard that special jonin were just chunin with unique abilities, hardly on par with real jonin. Inoichi shook his head and said, Anko's situation is different from other special jonin. It's not convenient for me to explain everything to you. All you need to know is this. The 3rd Hokage appointing Anko as Yifeng's instructor means Yifeng is being given special attention. Anko was a disciple carefully trained by Orochimaru. Her talent was undeniable. However, because Orochimaru defected from the village, some of Anko's memories and powers have been erased by him. Although Orochimaru left her with the cursed seal of heaven, Anko had already asked the 3rd Hokage to help seal away. So, Anko's true abilities have been deliberately suppressed. Yes, father's right. Anko is of the Hokage's lineage. The fact that the 3rd Hokage chose her as my instructor is his way of drawing me into his inner circle. I understand his intentions, but to be honest, I have no interest in such matters, Yifeng said, shaking his head. The 3rd Hokage was Orochimaru's teacher, and Orochimaru was Anko's teacher. So, if Anko became Yifeng's teacher, that would make Yifeng part of the same lineage as the 3rd Hokage. This status would carry significant weight in any future Hokage selection. Unfortunately, Yifeng's ambitions far surpassed anything they could imagine. Becoming Hokage, after all, was hardly the pursuit that interested him. Inoichi gave Yifeng a slightly surprised look. He hadn't expected Nightwind to know so much about red beans. But thinking about it, it made sense. Although Nightwind looked like a child on the outside, in truth, his mind was already far more mature than his years. Sometimes, when Yamaka in Noichi spoke with Nightwind, he felt as if he were talking to a grown man, strong in ability and steady in temperament. It seems the Yamanaka clan truly is on a rise. Nighttime, in a small grove in the Hidden Leaf Village, beside a babbling brook, a tent had been pitched. The young friends sat around a barbecue grill in front of the tent, sharing a joyful picnic together. Don't ask why wild animals never show up to disrupt their barbecues. Let's just say it's fate. So, Nightwind, is alcohol really that good? Every time we have a barbecue, you're drinking. Can we try it too? Naruto Uzumaki watched Nightwind take a bite of meat and a swig of wine, reveling in both the food and the company, and couldn't hide his envy. Hearing Naruto's question, Nightwind swirled the wine jug in his hand and smiled at Naruto. You're still kids. I don't think you're allowed to drink just yet. Naruto crossed his arms, unwilling to back down. But you're only a year older than us. If I remember right, you started drinking when you were 8. That's right. It was when we had that giant polar bear meet. Kiba Inuzuka chimed in, eager to join the fun. Let me correct you, Nightwind said, putting down the wine jug and glancing at them with great interest. Actually, I started drinking at 6, not 8. He looked at them with twinkling eyes. Besides, do you really want to try it? If you truly want to experience it, I can let you have a taste. After all, I'm not your parent. Gulp. All the friends swallowed hard at once. Wine. At their age, it was strictly forbidden, and there was no way for them to get any. But still, they often saw adults gathering in groups, men and women alike, faces flushed from drink, laughing heartily and having a grand time. So, children were always curious about alcohol, even if it was absolutely off limits. But Nightwind was different. Nightwind always brought wine wherever he went. Rumor had it that his father personally filled the jug for him. This had always made the others secretly envious. Still, the idea that children shouldn't drink had been deeply ingrained in them. So, none of the friends had ever seriously thought about trying it like Nightwind. But today was different. With the joy of graduation still in the air, Naruto Uzumaki brought up the request, sparking everyone's curiosity. Sakura Haruno, feigning shyness, said, well, if we only taste a tiny bit, it probably doesn't really count as breaking the rules, right? Naruto nodded quickly in agreement. Sakura is right. Kiba Inuzuka said, the main thing is, I think Akamaru wants to try it, and as his owner, I should help share the load. Choji Akimichi tossed a big chunk of fatty meat into his mouth, and, chewing noisily, turned to Shikamaru and asked, Shikamaru, what do you think? Shikamaru sighed helplessly. I don't think you guys should go this far. Don't forget, we have to get up early tomorrow. If you get drunk and can't wake up, we'll be in trouble. The teams for the Konoha 9 had already been decided. Today, their instructors all gave the same instructions. They were told to gather at the training ground at 5 o'clock the next morning. And they were even advised not to eat breakfast. The thinking behind this was to put them into a state of hunger and exhaustion first, and then test whether they could still work together as a team. Only those who passed the test will be qualified to be teammates. However, Yefeng trusted his friends. He knew they didn't need to be tested like that. So, to spare his friends from such tricks, Yefeng told them the truth. He also reminded them to just go home and get a good night's sleep, and as long as they showed up at the training ground before 10 the next day, they'd be fine. Moreover, he told them to make sure to eat a full breakfast before coming. After all, the boxed lunches from the Jonin instructors would be cold by noon. After learning the truth about the bell-stealing test, the group was speechless. Did their friendship really need to be tested? Of course not. In the original story, the Konoha 9 weren't that close at first. But thanks to Yefeng, or maybe the barbecue, the group had already become good friends. As the saying goes, there's nothing a good barbecue can't fix, especially when they've been sharing barbecue for 3 years. Well, if that's the case, I won't hold back. Naruto Uzumaki was the first to snatch up the sake bottle and took a big gulp. The moment the fiery liquor hit his throat, the burning sensation made Naruto feel as if flames were scorching his insides. He instantly spat out the drink he hadn't swallowed yet. He let out a loud cry. What the heck, Yefeng? Is this the stuff you drink every day? It's worse than bitter medicine. Are you a masochist or something? Naruto smacked his lips in disbelief. Kiba, curious, took the bottle from Naruto's hands and took a small sip. He managed not to spit it out, but everyone could see right through him. It definitely didn't taste good. I think I'll stick to the barbecue. After all, I'm still a kid. Choji picked up a piece of roast meat the size of a fist and stuffed it into his mouth. There's a reason kids aren't allowed to drink. After all, Isn't meat delicious enough? Seeing that no one was willing to give it a try, Yefeng let out a sigh. Then, he formed a hand seal. A shadow clone appeared, looking exactly like Yefeng himself. The clone picked up another jug of sake. He clinked cups with Yefeng. The two exchanged glances and sighed together. You see, finding a friend to share meat and sake with is just this hard. Early the next morning, Sasuke Uchiha arrived at the training ground where Kakashi's team had agreed to meet, right on time. When he reached the field, he frowned at first. Then the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint, self-satisfied smile. Looks like I'm the only one in this team with a proper sense of time. Teaming up with these idiots is clearly going to hold me back. As for that so-called Jonin instructor, Hatake Kakashi, he always looks so listless, like he can never wake up. A dead weight, if I've ever seen one. When I finally get here, I'll show them what it means to be an Uchiha. However, 5 hours passed. Sasuke was now so hungry his stomach was practically caving in. Yet still no one came. He was fuming. Finally, at 10 o'clock, Sakura and Naruto appeared before Sasuke, both looking bright and energetic. Sasuke morning. Oh, Sasuke, you look totally out of it. Did you not get enough sleep? Today's the team test. You're not going to slow us down, are you? Sasuke's eyelid twitched. You're the one who's going to slow us down. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, a genius destined to defeat that man. How could I possibly be the weak link? In Konohagakure, on the busiest street in the village, Anko had put on a touch of delicate makeup. She led Yefeng into a bustling, famous eatery. Hey kid, this place is my absolute favorite. Not only do they have the best dango, they serve amazing red bean soup. But just so we're clear, you're footing the bill today. Anko winked as she spoke. Though Anko was a special jonin and made decent money for missions, the cost of living in the world of the Hokage was steep. For example, a simple bowl of Ichiraku's regular ramen cost around 60 ryo, while the deluxe bowl was closer to 100. Let's say you ate 3 deluxe bowls a day. That's 300 ryo per day, and 9,000 ryo a month, just for ramen. And if you wanted to add sushi, sashimi, hot pot, barbecue, tempura, oden, sukiyaki, a variety of rice dishes, drinks, fruit, milk tea, desserts, and so on, the monthly cost of living would be astronomical. And yet, for a genin, after completing a simple D-rank mission, once the village takes its cut, the supervising jonin takes theirs, and the remaining sum is split 3 ways among the team members. On average, they might not even end up with 1,000 ryo each. And besides, genin don't always have missions to do. What's more, ninjas also have to purchase ninja tools and medicines, expensive items necessary for their training. So, for an ordinary genin, being able to eat ramen every day is already considered a blessing. As for Anko, even though she's a special jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village and mostly takes on B-rank or A-rank missions, the higher the mission rank, the greater the risk, and naturally, the greater the expenses. Just the cost of explosive tags, soldier pills, and healing ointments alone takes up nearly half of Anko's earnings. Add in the money spent on daily training, checking out new restaurants, and beauty and skincare. By the end of the year, Anko can hardly save up any money at all. So, whenever there's a chance to save a little, you can bet she will. The two of them entered the restaurant. Anko picked a seat by the window, grabbed the menu, and handed it straight to Yakaze. Hey, don't say your teacher is bullying you. Since I'm letting you treat, you get to decide what to order. But let me be clear, my appetite is enormous. Yakaze gave Anko a speechless look as he took the menu from her. As the eldest son of the Yamanaka family, Yakaze had certainly been a customer at this restaurant before. So, he was thoroughly familiar with the flavor of every dish here. He picked up the pen, quickly made a few marks on the menu, and called over the waitress. Anko craned her neck curiously, really stretched it out, almost like Orochimaru. She sneaked a peek at the menu and put on an indignant face. Hey, are you serious? What's with this tiny order? How's that supposed to be enough for the two of us? Anko crossed her arms and protested. Relax, you'll be stuffed, Yakaze replied, rolling his eyes at her. Excuse me, is this really all you'd like? The waitress glanced at the dishes Yakaze had marked on the menu. She did a quick calculation. The total probably didn't even add up to the price of a single bowl of ramen. Though she was silently judging them in her mind, she still maintained a professional smile and politely asked the standard question. No, not those. Bring us one of everything else, Yakaze said with a shake of his head. Aside from the few items he'd crossed off, the rest of the menu offered plenty of tasty options. So, ordering this way made perfect sense. The waitress's eyes widened in surprise, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. Their restaurant offered a huge variety of dishes. Never mind the cost of ordering one of everything. Could these two, a kid and a young lady, possibly finish it all? With impeccable professional ethics, The waitress gently reminded them again. You two, the portions here are actually quite large. Would you like to reconsider your order? At that moment, Hongdo cheerfully slapped the table and burst into hearty laughter. No need to think about it. With my appetite, this is nothing. After speaking, Hongdo glanced at Yefeng. But, kid, did you bring enough money? Or are you trying to trick me? Order food, eat it all, then pretend to cry like a child, and force me to pay. She wasn't about to fall for such a cheap ploy. Yefeng simply shrugged, pulled out a banknote worth 100,000 taels from his pocket, and said with total nonchalance, Don't worry, money's not an issue. If it's not enough, we'll just order more. Well, money's not an issue. Listen to that. Do rich kids even speak the same language as the rest of us? But the way he said, if it's not enough, we'll just order more. Hongdo couldn't help but feel a strange fondness. Looking at it this way, Hongdo suddenly felt that her offer to be Yefeng's mentor wasn't such a bad decision after all. Soon, a variety of dishes began to arrive at the table, one after another. Yefeng wasn't particularly interested in the food. He just sampled a bit here and there. But Hongdo was different. She ate with gusto, devouring everything as if a tornado had swept through. Hey, that's enough, isn't it? I ordered plenty so you could try a bit of everything, not so you'd finish it all. If you keep this up, you'll end up getting chubby. Yefeng watched her, shaking his head. No wonder this woman would end up pudgy in the future. It's fine. I'm just indulging a little today. Usually, no one eats with me, so there's no way I'd have this much. Hongdo shot Yefeng an unconcerned glance, grabbed a skewer of colorful dumplings, and popped them straight into her mouth. Yefeng gazed at her, thoughtful. No one usually eats with her? Suddenly, he realized why Hongdo would gain weight. The current Hongdo still hadn't shaken off Orochimaru's shadow. So, even though she appeared cheerful and carefree, she didn't have many friends. But things would be different later, in Boruto's era. Orochimaru would be redeemed. Konoha would become even more harmonious. Hongdo would finally let herself be free. Yefeng sighed inwardly. Is Hongdo's tragedy truly unchangeable? After all, if the world doesn't stay harsh, Hongdo gets chubby. What could possibly fix that? As Yefeng pondered, suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Huh, Hinata, isn't that Yefeng over there? Yefeng turned around and saw Hinata's team. He smiled and said, Looks like your test was a success too. Are you here to celebrate? Want to join us? It's on me. Hongdo's expression stiffened as she swallowed her food. Families with status really do have it good. Spending money didn't bother them in the slightest. Unlike me, even though I can earn money by taking on missions, I still have to be rational when it comes to spending. So it's Night Wind and Red Bean. Let's all go together then. Kurenai smiled warmly at them, gathering her students to join Night Wind and Red Bean. Congratulations, Hinata. From today on, you're a true ninja. Night Wind instructed the waiter to bring another round just as before, then smiled and gently took Hinata's small hand. Thank you, Night Wind. I'll keep working hard to keep up with you. A faint blush colored Hinata's cheeks as she spoke with happiness. But don't push yourself too much. No matter what, I'll be here to protect you. Night Wind chuckled softly, ruffling Hinata's hair, his voice gentle and warm. Hey, that's enough. You two are already showing off your affection at this age. What's it going to be like later? Red Bean was caught off guard by this public display of affection and suddenly found that even her favorite dumplings had lost their flavor. Kids these days, honestly, they're growing up way too fast. Back in our day, we didn't even understand any of this. Red Bean mumbled around a mouthful of tuna sushi, her words a bit muffled. Speaking of which, Red Bean, maybe it's about time you found yourself a boyfriend, Kurenai teased, covering her mouth as she laughed. TCH, what's so great about having a boyfriend? He'd just compete with me for food, and I'm not having that. Red Bean brushed it off, picking up another skewer of dumplings and continuing to eat. After a while, Asuma's team and Kakashi's team joined the gathering too. Night Wind had intended to treat everyone for the entire night. But then, the son of the third Hokage, future head of the Sarutobi clan, one of the 12 guardian ninja who once protected the feudal lord of the land of fire, elite Jonin of the Hidden Leaf, and Kurenai's boyfriend, Asuma Sarutobi, stepped up with bold generosity and paid for the whole place. Since someone else was eager to foot the bill, Night Wind was more than happy to relax and enjoy himself. There was no need to stand on ceremony. In the end, Night Wind noticed Sasuke eating quietly with his head down. He smiled and teased, Hey, second pillar, you look starving. Did you forget to eat breakfast or something? Sasuke nearly choked on his mouthful of rice. Memories of what had happened at lunchtime flashed through his mind, and suddenly, even the delicious food lost all flavor. Starting the next day, their lives as ninjas truly began. freshly graduated ninja could only take on the most basic D-rank missions under the guidance of a Jonin instructor. These missions were usually internal tasks within the Hidden Leaf Village, like helping repair houses, weeding gardens, cleaning up trash, finding lost cats, babysitting children, and so on. Tasks of this level were typically commissioned by the more prominent families in the village. Nightwind's family used to hire help for this kind of work all the time. But now, even Nightwind had to roll up his sleeves and do it himself. Hondo, when on Earth can we start taking on higher-level missions? These D-rank missions are just too boring. We can't even leave the village. By the creek, Yeffing had just finished scrubbing several large baskets of blades clean, and now he grumbled at Hondo, who was lounging in a tree, enjoying the night breeze. Don't be in such a rush. There'll be plenty of missions in the future, but first, you need to get familiar with the basic procedures, Hondo replied with a wry smile. With that, she leapt down from the tree. She inspected the clean blades. Satisfied, she nodded. Procedures? Isn't it just picking up a mission at the Hokage's office, carrying it out, and then coming back to report? How complicated could that be? Yeffing said, exasperated. Don't underestimate D-rank missions. They're meant to lay your foundation and instill the will of fire in you. As she spoke, Hondo couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, even she didn't quite believe what she was saying. Come on, it's not often a teacher gets to enjoy some downtime. Can't you let me relax a little? Hondo said with a shrug. Cut the excuses. I've been using shadow clones to pick up the slack, so we've completed 3 or 4 times as many missions as any other team. You made good money off of me, haven't you? So, just tell me, how can we get a mission above D-rank? Yeffing spoke with utmost seriousness. Truth be told, Yeffing didn't have much of a drive to do missions. After all, he wasn't short on money. Wouldn't it be more fun to stay in the village and tease his beautiful teacher? But the infuriating mission system had just issued a high-stakes assignment. Yeffing had to check in at Zabuza's grave in the Land of Waves. Unbelievable. At this point, Zabuza wasn't even dead yet. And even if Kakashi's team did take him down, how would Yeffing ever know the exact spot of Zabuza's grave? What's more, ninjas aren't allowed to act on their own. So, all things considered, Yeffing absolutely had to get the mission to escort Tazuna back to the Land of Waves, before Kakashi's team could. Then, he'd defeat Zabuza, bury him, and complete his check-in. With Yeffing and Hondo's combined strength, taking down Zabuza shouldn't be much of a problem. But, getting assigned to that mission was the real challenge. So, Yeffing had to look like he was desperate for missions, especially C-rank ones. After all, a mission like escorting Tazuna was perfect for fresh genin just out of the academy. This opportunity, Yeffing needed to make sure the 3rd Hokage saved it for him. Sai, if you really want to take a C-rank mission early, it's not impossible. But I'll need to make a special request to Lord Hokage. But you should know, decisions like this usually don't need to be made by the Hokage personally. They're often handled by the administrative ninja in the Hokage's office. My relationship with them is pretty ordinary. I still have to spend some money to grease the wheels. It's all very complicated. So, it's really better for you to just follow the standard process and take on missions step by step. As Anko rambled on, Night Breeze quietly pulled out a 50,000 Ryo banknote. Well, it's not really a matter of money, you know? Do you think your teacher is the kind of person who's short on cash? Swish. Another 50,000 Ryo note appeared. I suppose I could help, but... Swish. A third 50,000 Ryo note. Anko swallowed hard. As a special jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village, even after completing an A-rank mission, once everyone else has taken their cut, she usually only ends up with 200,000 or 300,000 Ryo at most. But now, 150,000 Ryo was right in front of her eyes. Me, Anko Mitarashi, would I really compromise my principles as a guiding jonin for a mere 150,000 Ryo? That can't be right. Swish. When Anko heard that beautiful, tempting sound once more, her lips curled into a wide grin, cheerful as a happy puppy. Good kid. Tomorrow, your teacher will take you outside the village for a C-rank mission. The next day, Ino thoughtfully packed Night Breeze's ninja tool pouch and medical kit. The tool pouch was filled with Night Breeze's usual arsenal: shuriken, explosive tags, smoke bombs, and more. The medical kit contained secret medicines from the Yamanaka clan, perfect for emergency treatment and restoring stamina. Big brother, even though C-rank missions don't usually involve enemy ninjas, you still need to be careful. If you need to use an explosive tag, just use it. Don't try to save them. We have plenty at home. And take these soldier pills. Eat one before the fight starts. It'll help you last longer. Don't worry about the cost. We're not short on money. Though Ino knew her brother was strong, this was still his first combat mission. She couldn't help but fuss over him. After all, that Anko-sensei always seemed a bit unreliable. Don't worry. You're starting to sound just like Mom. Leaving home, Nightbreeze met up with Anko at the Hidden Leaf Village gates. They were just about to head out when Hinata came running over from afar, breathless. Nightbreeze, I made this medical kit especially for you. Please take it with you. Nightbreeze paused for a moment, then smiled and accepted Hinata's heartfelt gift. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I won't run into any danger. Okay. Hinata nodded vigorously. She trusted Nightbreeze. But trust aside, she still wanted him to know she cared. Leaving the village, Hongdo eyed the two bulging medical packs hanging from Yefeng's shoulders, then glanced down at her own skinny little pouch and couldn't help but sigh. The secret medicines of the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans. If you put those on the market, they'd fetch a fortune. I really envy you kids from the big families. You're a jonin, so don't act like you're strapped for cash. If you want some medicine from me, just say so. It's not like I'd refuse you, Yefeng replied, a bit exasperated. A faint blush crept onto Hongdo's cheeks, as if Yefeng had hit a nerve. She hurried to explain. I meant back when I was your age, not now. Really, do you think I'd be craving your pills? Enough talk. Do you want them or not? Yefeng shot her a sidelong glance. Yes, Hongdo answered, beaming as she accepted the pills from his hand. Suddenly, somewhere deep in her memory, old, dust-covered recollections seemed to stir. These are my latest creations. Want to try them? Yes, please. If you want something, just say so next time. After all, I am your teacher. Ah, a soft cry escaped Hongdo. She pressed her left hand to her neck, her expression darkening. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Yefeng frowned in concern. It's nothing. Let's get moving, Hongdo answered, her voice frosty, leaving Yefeng a bit baffled. How had such an ordinary conversation turned so sour? Women, truly mysterious creatures. So, what exactly is our mission this time? Yefeng asked, falling in step beside her. Seeing how cold she'd become, he tried to find a topic to lighten the mood. What are we doing? Simple. It's time for a rookie like you to see some real blood, Hongdo replied, her tone still low, even licking her lips with a growing wildness in her eyes. Sigh. Yefeng let out a quiet sigh. Was all this theatrics really necessary? Always licking her lips, didn't she realize how easily people could get the wrong idea? 2 hours later, the two of them arrived at the foot of a small mountain. Yefeng activated his Byakugan and surveyed the area. At the top of the mountain sat a fortress, clearly the hideout of a group of bandits. Before long, a small green snake slithered out from the grass. Hongdo tapped its head lightly with her finger. The situation up there matches the intel. Just a bandit gang. Your task is simple. Wipe them out, Hongdo said coolly. Oh, got it. Yefeng responded calmly with a nod. At that moment, Hongdo turned to glance at him. In truth, if they were following standard procedure, Hongdo would be the one to act this time. All Nightwind needed was to witness the act of killing. At most, he might have him finish off the wounded to build up his courage. However, because of Nightwind, Hongdo was reminded of some painful memories. As a result, her mood soured. So, she decided to scare him on purpose. But now, what's with your reaction? Do you really have no psychological barriers at all? This is killing, after all. Your first time taking a life, no less. The two of them climbed the mountain. As expected, Hongdo did not step in. Nightwind activated his Byakugan, gripped his ninja blade, and charged into the bandits' lair like a god of death, utterly devoid of mercy. On the way up, Nightwind had already asked Hongdo about the mission. This assignment had been posted by the villagers near this mountain, who had pooled together their money. They had lived alongside these bandits for over a decade. The bandits knew better than to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. They never let the villagers accumulate enough silver to post a bounty. Yet, the villagers never gave up. They had their own ways. Bit by bit, copper by copper, time and again, they hid their savings from the bandits, until at last they had scraped together enough silver to commission this mission. Therefore, when it came to these bandits who leached off the villagers like parasites, Nightwind showed no hesitation. His blade rose and fell, swift and merciless. He did not hold back. Before long, the mountaintop was awash with blood. In that moment, Nightwind seemed to revel in it. The sensation of absolute power, the thrill of total dominance. On the hillside, beneath the waterfall, Nightwind let the chill of the river wash over his muscles, rinsing away the blood that clung to his skin. Hongdo stood at a distance, watching Nightwind's strong physique and steely demeanor, and couldn't help but sigh. This little brat, could he be a demon reborn? His first time killing, and so many at that. Yet he looks like he's enjoying himself. What a psycho. Once Nightwind had finished washing up, he changed into fresh clothes. Hongdo led him through a careful inspection of the bandits' hideout, documenting the mission's progress truthfully. Afterward, the two of them signed and sealed the scroll. With that, The mission was officially complete. On the way back to the village, Hongdo kept her brows furrowed, occasionally sneaking glances at Nightwind. At last, she couldn't hold back and asked, "Hey, kid, after killing so many people, don't you feel anything? How can you be so calm?" Ordinarily, a ninja's first kill left them so shaken they'd be sick to their stomach. Even Hongdo had been no exception. But Nightwind's calm, collected manner was anything but normal. Just then, Nightwind turned to Hongdo and grinned. "Of course I'm not that calm. I just force myself to hide it because I want to see you make that face, wanting to ask, but too shy to say it. It's adorable. Damn it, you little brat. Haha, serves you right for throwing a tantrum on the way here. You, get lost." In the month that followed, Yefeng and Hongdo mostly continued to take on D-rank assignments, only occasionally tackling the odd C-rank mission. After all, there simply weren't that many C-rank missions suitable for beginners. That bandit extermination assignment they'd done before, for instance, really wasn't meant for rookies. But, at the time, there were no other tasks available. Driven by the deep bond she shared with her teacher and determined to earn that 200,000 taels, Hongdo had pleaded and bargained with the third Hokage until he finally relented and gave them that mission. But opportunities like that were not destined to come around a second time, because after the third Hokage heard Hongdo's mission report, he began to suspect that Yefeng showed signs of a dark side. As a result, the third Hokage decided that from then on, Yefeng could only take on low-risk C-rank missions, mostly escort jobs. When Yefeng learned of the third's decision, he couldn't help but give the Hokage a thumbs up right then and there. Being Hokage isn't easy. Being a good Hokage is even harder, and being a Hokage who truly understands Yefeng's mind is harder still. But the third had clearly managed it. On this particular day, Hongdo brought Yefeng to the Hokage's office to see if there were any suitable C-rank missions available. As it happened, Kakashi's team was there as well. "Hey, Hongdo, Yefeng, good to see you." Kakashi greeted them with a weary wave, looking utterly drained. Others might not understand why Kakashi seemed as listless as a teenager addicted to online games. But Yefeng knew. Not only had Obito's Sharingan sapped his strength, but now Kakashi was obsessed with those risque novels as well. The fact that Kakashi could still stand there and hold a conversation was honestly impressive. Of course, Yefeng could sympathize. Maybe fate itself had arranged things this way, deliberately holding Kakashi back. Otherwise, Kakashi wouldn't be 50-50 Hitaki, he'd be the protagonist himself. After exchanging a few brief greetings, tap-tap, the third took a puff from his pipe, exhaled out the window, then smiled at Yefeng and said, "You two came at just the right time. I have a C-rank mission here that's perfect for you. Here's the mission scroll. Take it back and have a look." "What? Grandpa Third, why? Why does Yefeng get to do C-rank missions, but our team is still stuck with D-rank ones?" Naruto shouted from the side. Naruto may have given up on trying to compete with Yefeng, but he still desperately wanted a shot at a higher-level mission. After all, he was going to be Hokage one day. How could he spend his days chasing cats and walking dogs? The third Hokage glanced at Naruto. This child has a good heart, but that impulsive show-off streak. He's just like Kushina. So many people, yet Nightwind has completed 20 D-rank missions and 3 C-rank missions all by himself since graduating. And what about you? Even though you're a 3-man team, so far you've only finished 3 D-rank missions in total. On top of that, you even got a complaint filed against you. With results like these, how could I possibly assign you more important C-rank missions? The third Hokage spoke slowly and deliberately. Upon hearing this, Naruto pursed his lips in defiance and muttered, "That complaint wasn't at all because Sasuke just had to show off and ended up messing things up. I really don't get why, Grandpa Third, you insisted on putting me on a team with Sasuke. Isn't he just holding me back?" Everyone fell silent, exasperated. Who's holding him back exactly? Don't you have any self-awareness? After leaving the Hokage's office, Anko unrolled the mission scroll, glanced at it, and said, "Not bad. This time, we're heading to the land of waves for our mission. I've heard it's a beautiful country on the water. Must be a lot of delicious food there." Nightwind shot Anko a scornful look. A beautiful country on the water. And that automatically means good food? Does pretty always equal tasty? Then again, when you think about it, maybe there's some truth to that. He took the scroll from Anko's hands and examined it. Outwardly, his expression didn't change, but inside he finally let out a sigh of relief. The land of waves, Tizuna, Zabuza. At last, Nightwind's opportunity to check in had arrived. They arrived at the mission room. Anko handed the scroll to the staff member in charge of receiving clients. Before long, Master Builder Tizuna emerged from a back room, reeking of alcohol. Only 2 people on this team, and one of them's just a kid? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The mission I posted was a C rank, you know. Aren't your squads supposed to be for people? Tazuna took off his straw hat and frowned deeply. He'd scraped together the money for a C rank mission with great difficulty. Was Konoha really going to shortchange him like this? That's just rotten. Hearing Tazuna's grumbling, the staff member smiled and explained, "Sir, you can rest assured. This team only has 2 people because they're rather special. Their abilities are absolutely not in question. And between you and me, they're both direct protégés of the Hokage himself." Direct protégés of the Hokage? Tazuna raised an eyebrow. Already fudged the mission's rank, and if something happened along the way, and these 2 were connected to the Hokage, wouldn't that mean he'd be making an enemy of the Hidden Leaf Village? But then again, Tazuna was heading back to the Land of Waves to build a bridge, and that was no small matter. The journey was bound to be dangerous. With these 2 protecting him, it seemed like a rather safe bet. For the sake of the people of the Land of Waves, he'd risk it all. On the road to the Land of Waves, Anko and Yefeng walked ahead. Tazuna, feeling guilty, trailed behind them in silence. Yefeng, from the Leaf Village to the Land of Waves, is a long way. At our current pace, it'll probably take us 4 or 5 days to get there. So, as you're supervising Jonin, I think it's time you learned a few wilderness survival skills. Anko stroked her chin, putting on the air of a seasoned teacher. She stepped onto the grassy roadside, dug out a wild root with her kunai, washed it clean with water, and took a hearty bite. Even though we brought soldier pills with us, they're too precious to waste. It's best to save them for combat, to recover our strength. If you're hungry while traveling, you can dig up plants like these to fill your belly. Got it. A wry smile played across Anko's lips. Come on, even if this isn't a forest, there's got to be rabbits or wild pheasants around, right? Why eat grass when you could have meat? Yefeng looked at Anko as if she'd lost her mind, utterly baffled. Anko seemed completely unfazed by Yefeng's question. She shot back. Isn't that obvious? Rabbits and pheasants are raw. How are you supposed to eat them? At that, Yefeng stopped walking and glanced at Anko, a peculiar expression in his eyes. So you mean to say, you, a girl, don't even know how to cook? Of course not. We're ninja, not chefs. Anko scoffed, rolling her eyes. Half an hour later, Yefeng dug a finished beggar's chicken out of the earth. He cracked open the hard, clay shell encasing the chicken. Instantly, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Wow, that smells amazing. You little brat. You actually know how to cook? And it looks like you're pretty good at it, too. Anko's eyes were glued to the chicken in Yefeng's hands, her mouth practically watering. Staring at food like that, don't tell me you're the Akimichi family's long-lost daughter. Yefeng rolled his eyes, clearly exasperated. But Anko didn't take his teasing to heart at all. She took half the chicken from his hands without hesitation and sank her teeth in, her face lighting up with pure joy. You're amazing, my dashing little apprentice. This chicken is simply delicious. Your teacher won't stand on ceremony. Munch, munch. At this moment, Anko's true nature was revealed. She dug in heartily, devouring the meal with gusto. Fortunately, Yifeng had set aside half a chicken in advance. Otherwise, he might have gone hungry tonight. Yifeng bit into a chicken leg, then glanced over at Dazna, who sat alone not far away, and called out, "Mr. Dazna, why not come over and have a bite with us?" Dazna smiled, waved the dry rations in his hand, and replied gratefully, "No need, young man. These will do for me." After all, he had exaggerated the difficulty of the mission. Dazna felt a little guilty. How could he shamelessly eat Yifeng's chicken under such circumstances? To be honest, what Dazna had done, falsifying the mission's rank, was really quite improper, even if he claimed it was for the good of the people of the Land of Waves. Still, from the perspective of Konoha's ninja, it was rather unkind. If it hadn't been Kakashi's or Anko's team that accepted the mission, any other ninja might have ended up dead. But then again, a possibility is just a possibility. In Yifeng's eyes, Dazna was simply an NPC, someone who led the heroes through quests and adventures. So, Yifeng gave a casual smile and said, "Well, how about joining us for a drink instead?" When Dazna saw the wine flask in Yifeng's hand, he couldn't help but swallow. He could skip the food, but as for the wine, that was truly tempting. "Young man, thank you." Brightening up, Dazna pulled an empty flask from his backpack and settled down beside Yifeng. Yifeng poured him a share of the strong liquor. Kid, aren't you a little young to be drinking?" Anko shot Yifeng a peculiar look as she chewed her meat. So young, and already daring to drink? Wasn't he supposed to be just a child? Yifeng tilted his head back and took a gulp of the clear liquor. Then, he offered the flask to Anko, gesturing for her to have a sip as well. Anko shook her head without hesitation. Drink alcohol? Wouldn't that ruin the wonderful taste of the chicken? So, Yifeng declared boldly, "See whether you can drink or not has nothing to do with age. With that, he clinked his cup against Dazna's and took a hearty swig. Satisfying. Mr. Dazna, I hear you're returning to the land of waves this time to help build a great bridge connecting sea and land for your homeland? Yi Feng asked, as if making idle conversation. That's right. The land of waves is made up of many islands, surrounded by the sea on all sides. Without a bridge to link them, it's hard for the country to grow and prosper, Dazna replied with a smile. I see. Yi Feng nodded thoughtfully, then continued. According to our mission, we'll protect you until the bridge is completed. But building a bridge is tough, and destroying one is easy. Do you really think it's worth it? Meaningful. Dazna took a deep swig of liquor, his eyes resolute as he spoke. Kid, I understand what you're saying, and so does everyone in the land of waves. But we have no choice. This bridge must be built. It's our way of protesting against the feudal lord. If we fail to complete the bridge, the spirit of the land of waves will be crushed. We'll never escape poverty and backwardness again. The power of spirit is truly formidable. A bridge is only a tool. To destroy a bridge that stretches across the sea, one could do it easily with a single explosive tag. If the goal were only to deal with the bridge, there would be no need to hire a rogue ninja like Zabuza to ambush them midway. This bridge is destined to become a symbol capable of swaying the feudal lord's decisions. That's why Zabuza must get involved. 3 days later, Yefeng and his 2 companions were about to cross the border out of the Land of Fire. In these 3 days, they hadn't encountered any enemies. But, with Yefeng's knowledge of the story, he knew it wouldn't be long before 2 small-time enemies would appear. Half a day's journey later, sure enough, 2 puddles appeared in the middle of the road. However, such a crude hiding trick seemed laughable to Yefeng and Anko. After all, the chakra emanating from those puddles couldn't fool anyone. The 2 strolled past the water without a care. Just then, 2 sharp gusts of wind suddenly sliced through the air from behind. Swish! A flash of silver cut through the sky. Clang! Clang! 2 kunai were effortlessly deflected, flying back and piercing the throats of Zabuza's subordinates. Instant kill. Hey, brat, show off if you must, but why not leave one alive? Anko frowned, putting on the stern face of a teacher once again. Looks like I need to give you another lesson today. When a ninja is ambushed during a mission, it's vital to leave at least one alive to extract information. Got it. Yefeng shrugged, ignoring Anko. He knew. Her performance was just getting started. But, even though you didn't leave anyone alive, I still have my ways of getting information. Anko placed her hands on her hips, feigning a mysterious air. From their headbands, it's clear they're rogue ninjas from the hidden mist. And judging from the trajectory of their kunai, their target is Dazna. So, Mr. Dazna, it looks like your mission's rank just went up. Anko glanced at Dazna with a half-smile, half-serious expression. In the course of a mission, it's actually quite common for the mission rank to be upgraded on the fly. After all, once the enemy learns that Dazna has hired Leaf Village ninjas, they too can spend money to hire shinobi. But, I don't even know them. How can you ninja from the hidden Leaf Village slander an innocent person out of thin air? Maybe they were just highway robbers? They attacked me first. Maybe because they thought I was the weakest of the group? Dazna swallowed hard, his expression stiff as he stubbornly denied everything. Mr. Dazna, I'm a special jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Are you questioning my judgment regarding this mission? Anko licked her lips, her eyes sharp as she fixed Dazna with a piercing gaze. Tricks like stubborn denial, those are far too crude. If it's just a matter of judgment, that means you have no concrete evidence. Be careful, or I'll file a complaint against you. Dazna frowned deeply, insisting the matter had nothing to do with him. A complaint. Anko looked at him in exasperated amusement, refusing to back down. You think I'm afraid of complaints? I, Anko Mitarashi, have never feared complaints. Why do you think I'm still just a special jonin? You? How can you act like this? Without solid evidence, I absolutely won't let you upgrade the mission's rank. Dazna gritted his teeth, steeling himself for an emotional outburst. At that moment, Yefeng stepped forward, his voice calm and even. Kato, right? You want to build a bridge and change the fate of the Land of Waves. The first person to be affected would be Kato. So, there's no way to excuse your false report about the mission's rank. Kato? Who's Kato? Anko frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Kato is a wealthy tycoon in the Land of Waves. He controls the waterways and is even richer than the feudal lord. If a bridge is built, Kato's business will suffer. Ms. Anko, background research is a basic skill. Didn't you read about this in the Ninja Academy textbooks? Have you forgotten all of it as a mentor? Yefeng shot Anko a mischievous wink, his tone laced with irony. Brat, you little punk. Anko froze for a moment, then burst out cursing. getting looked down on by her own student, and not just once. Suddenly, Anko felt that her title of Minter Jonin wasn't so appealing after all. Besides, he's just a kid. How could he know so much? Not only can he cook, but he also sees right through the political situation in the Land of Waves. Are kids these days really this sharp? A lie can't stay hidden forever, Dasna. If Kato truly is your enemy, the road ahead will be filled with danger. Denying it won't do you any good. Yefeng fixed Dasna with a steely gaze. Seeing that Yefeng's analysis was spot on, Dasna finally gave up. But it wasn't that he didn't want to go through the official channels to request help from the Leaf Village Ninja. He simply couldn't afford it. Dasna, now that ninja have shown up, this mission is at least berang from the start. If Cardo sends Jonin to assassinate us next, it'll get bumped to a rank. Whether you want to upgrade the mission is up to you. If you want to give up, we can head back right now. Anko spoke coldly. Sorry, I really don't have any more money. Dasna sighed, frustration written all over his face. What? No money? Well then, sorry, goodbye. Anko let out a cold, dismissive laugh. Ninja are professionals, not wandering heroes. They never risk their lives for free. But just then, Yefeng raised his hand, stopping Anko. Doesn't matter if there's no money. I'm not short on cash anyway. How about we just keep going? Dasna and Anko both stared at Yefeng in bewilderment. That move of yours is really something. Yefeng, what are you thinking? This isn't how things are done. Not to mention, missions aren't child's play. If the enemy really sends Jonin, we can't guarantee our own safety. Anko warned him seriously. I know it breaks the rules, but you heard Dasna. He's got a daughter and granddaughter back in the Land of Waves. If he dies, won't his adorable granddaughter be crying herself to sleep every night? And his helpless daughter, she might end up resenting the hidden leaf for the rest of her life, growing old alone. TSK. Wouldn't that be a bit too cruel? Yefeng shrugged, smiling as if it was all nothing. Hearing their exchange, Dasna stared blankly at Yefeng. Isn't that exactly the excuse I was struggling to come up with? How did he beat me to it? At that moment, Anko pulled Yefeng aside, leaned in close, and whispered in his ear. Hey brat, what's your game here? Don't underestimate Jonin. Yefeng leaned in as well, whispering back. Isn't it obvious? Cardo likes to hire rogue ninja. So tell me, how much would a Jonin-level rogue ninja be worth? Just think about it. Anko pulled back a little, feeling her neck tingle. This isn't just about the money. Fighting a Jonin is still risky, she said. Yefeng leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Come on, between us, a genin and a special Jonin. The enemy will definitely let their guard down. When the time comes, with our real skills, catching them off guard will be a piece of cake. Anko shrank back again, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Yefeng pressed on, coaxing her. Think about it. Once we pull this off, we split the reward 50-50. After that, you can eat whatever you want by whatever you like. No more penny pinching, and you won't have to trick your own student for pocket change ever again. Don't you want to experience what it feels like when money is no object? There was no denying it. In the end, Yefeng's last 3 questions struck a chord with Hondo. Money is not a problem. I'm not interested in money. I don't need money. Just imagine. If, in the future, she could swagger around saying things like that. How wonderful would that feel? What's more, Yefeng was right. When it comes to battles between ninja, the most important thing is intelligence. But the information the two of them had was anything but ordinary. It was perfect for playing the fool and catching the tiger off guard. Well, in that case, maybe I'll consider it. Hondo's eyes narrowed, and you could almost see the glimmer of little coins piling up in her mind. Their whispered conversation came to an end. Hondo stepped up to Tazuna and spoke in a formal tone. Ahem, we've just discussed things, and as shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, we act in accordance with the will of fire. Since your situation is so dire, we can continue to escort you. But we'll still need to upgrade the mission's rank. However, I'll allow you to write an IOU first. Otherwise, how could we answer to Lord Hokage when we return? Of course, the Hidden Leaf Village had never accepted IOUs before. But then, who was Anko Mitarashi? If there was no precedent, she would simply set one herself. Once the IOU was signed, the mission continued. The 3 of them made their way smoothly to the shores of the Land of Waves. Waiting for them was a small boat that Tazuna had arranged in advance. The 3 boarded the boat, crossed the Firewave Strait, and arrived in the Land of Waves. What a thick mist. Everyone stay alert. After disembarking, Hondo drew a kunai and took the lead, on guard. After all, the last group of assassins had been rogue ninja from Kirigakure. The Mist Village was infamous for its hidden mist assassination techniques. So, there was definitely something suspicious about this fog. A low, ominous hum seemed to fill the air. Just as expected, the 3 had barely walked a few steps when a terrifying gust of blade wind swept toward them from the distance. Zabuza's executioner blade spun through the air, threatening to slice all three of them in half. First, the thick mist obscured their vision. Then the blade struck in a sneak attack. It was in truth a flawless tactic. However, in the face of Yeffing's Byakugan, Zabuza was as exposed as a bride on her wedding night. Every secret plain to see. Clang! A ninja blade flashed from its sheath, meeting the executioner's blade head-on and knocking it aside. Sparks lit up the mist as metal clashed. No wonder it's called a famed blade. What power! Yeffing frowned. The exchange had ended in a draw. Kid, are you alright? With a swish, Hondo slid in front of Yeffing, shielding him. At that moment, the executioner's blade embedded itself deep in the trunk of a massive tree. Zabuza made his appearance. Oh, so you're ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. If you made it this far, that means my two useless subordinates must already be dead, isn't that right? Zabuza fixed his gaze on Anko and Yi Feng, radiating a murderous intent so intense it seemed to chill the very air. A giant sword, bandages, and that killing aura, Anko couldn't help but swallow hard. You're the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, Zabuza Momochi. A bitter expression flickered across Anko's face. They had come here expecting to catch some small fry, but instead they'd hooked a shark. Their luck couldn't have been worse. So you know who I am. That makes things much simpler. Zabuza pulled his executioner's blade from the tree trunk, leveled it in Anko's direction, and sneered mockingly. For the sake of the Leaf Village, I'll spare your lives. But the old man, he comes with me. Anko swallowed again, her eyes growing serious. Zabuza was powerful, far stronger than Anko was in her current state. If it came to a fight, the outcome was almost certain, unless she broke the third Hokage's seal by force and used the dark power that man had left her. So, abandoning Tazuna really did seem like the wisest choice. Anko, do you really think someone like Zabuza Momochi would let us go? Yi Feng spoke with calm detachment. He just wanted to see if Leaf Ninja would abandon their client, if we turned traitor like he did when faced with danger. Oh, you speak as if you know me so well. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you even know why I became a rogue ninja? Sorry, but I have no interest in the secrets of a man about to die. What I care about is what value you'll have to me after your death. Yi Feng shuruk. Anko gulped audibly. Talk about fearless. This was the demon of the Hidden Mist, and this kid was still thinking about the bounty. Has he lost his mind? Didn't he say he wasn't short on money? Haha, interesting, very interesting. I hope your strength is as sharp as your tongue. As Zabuza's words finished, in a blur, the executioner's blade came crashing down from above. Anko and Yi Feng reacted in unison, pushing off with their feet and dodging the arc of the blade, landing on the surface of the lake. Yi Feng, be careful! Anko called out, seeing Yi Feng forced to the opposite side by Zabuza's relentless assault. Worry knotted in her chest. She wanted to rush over and regroup with him. But at that moment, beneath the seemingly calm water, another Zabuza slipped out from below. Water-style, water prison jutsu. Anko's attention had been focused entirely on Yi Feng just moments before. She hadn't noticed Zabuza's clone hiding beneath the lake. In a split second, she was trapped inside the water prison. This is bad. Yi Feng, run. You're no match for him. Don't worry about me. Run. As a special jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, Anko knew all too well the power of the Hidden Mist Village's water prison jutsu. In such a short time, she had no good way to break free from this technique. So, all she could do was shout at Yeffing with all her might, hoping he wouldn't try to play the hero, hoping he would abandon her and escape alone. After all, she was his teacher, just as that man once said to her. Anko, if one day I'm trapped by the enemy, you don't need to save me, because anyone who could trap your teacher is not someone you can face. Yeffing glanced in Anko's direction, a warm smile spreading across his face. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll protect you. Hearing his words, Anko's expression froze. The thing she feared most had still come to pass. That damn kid. Don't be reckless. I'm just your temporary instructor. Stop boasting, brat from the leaf. Zabuza snorted coldly. Then, in a blur, Zabuza unleashed the mist body flicker technique, appearing right in front of Yeffing, his executioner's blade coming down in a deadly arc. Clang! Blade crashed against blade. A direct, unyielding clash between men. Wind-style chakra infusion? For a kid, being able to channel chakra through your sword like this is impressive. I'll give you that, Zabuza scoffed. But in front of my legendary blade, every sword-wielding ninja becomes insignificant. Even with your wind-imbued blade, just how many of my attacks do you think you can withstand? Oh, is that so? Yeffing, unhurried and composed, scraped his blade against the executioner's sword, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Smiling, he replied, "Then, at what point did you start thinking I was only a sword-wielding ninja?" As soon as the words left his lips, Yefeng's left hand formed a seal with practiced ease. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. What? A one-handed seal? A surge of blistering heat erupted from Yefeng's mouth, roaring straight towards Zabuza. The inferno seethed with searing intensity, so fierce that even Zabuza felt a rare flicker of dread. In an instant, mist body flicker technique. Zabuza decisively dodged the flames, swiftly putting distance between himself and Yefeng. But in response, Yefeng let out a mocking laugh. "Zabuza, why are you putting distance between us? As a master of the blade and the hidden mist silent assassination techniques, shouldn't you be closing in for the kill? Or do you actually believe you'll be safer if you stay away from me? If that's truly what you think, then I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. The distance between us in battle is utterly meaningless." Anko had been concentrating hard on breaking free from the water prison technique, but the moment she heard Yefeng's voice, her chakra faltered, and all her previous efforts instantly went to waste. Damn it, that brat. Would it kill him not to show off for once? Anko couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. With a swift sequence of hand seals, Zabuza unleashed his signature water style, ninjutsu. In response, Yefeng had no choice but to counter with a combination of wind style and fire style techniques. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Wind style, Gale Pressure, although water style naturally suppresses fire style. Yefeng's hand seals were astonishingly fast. With the support of his advanced wind style, the Fire Dragon Bullet's power soared dramatically. Water and fire collided, and a deafening roar echoed through the air. "Kid, I didn't expect your chakra to be so pure. If I let you leave here alive today, the Hidden Mist Village will only gain a formidable new enemy. So you'd better die here." Water style, Great Waterfall Technique. Fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Faced with the massive surge of the Great Waterfall Technique, Yefeng didn't flinch, retaliating with the signature move of Madara Uchiha. It was another grand-scale fire style attack, a raging sea of flames engulfing the oncoming water sphere. Zabuza's water was instantly vaporized, filling the air with a thick, swirling mist. But that was exactly what Zabuza wanted. In a flash, a shadow darted through the fog. Zabuza, kunai in hand, appeared behind Yefeng. The kunai gleamed with a cold, misty light, as he pressed it tightly against the artery in Yefeng's neck. "Kid, thanks for helping me fill the battlefield with mist. In these conditions, no one is faster than I am. The denser the mist, the swifter the hidden mist's silent killing technique." This had been Zabuza's plan from the very start. However, Yefeng didn't even bother glancing at the kunai at his throat. He spoke calmly and unruffled. "Is that so? I've heard that among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, 4 of your comrades were taken out by a single kick from a mere Leaf Village genin. So, facing me, also a genin from the Leaf, where does your confidence come from, exactly?" Zabuza's brow furrowed slightly. He was just about to finish Yefeng off, when suddenly, he caught a faint sound. Following the noise with his eyes, Zabuza's expression changed instantly. An explosive tag. Are you insane? Boom! The Yamanaka clan's specially crafted, top-tier explosive tag was incredibly powerful. Flames exploded, swallowing Yefeng's body in an instant. Though Zabuza managed to use the body flicker technique at the last second, he was still caught by the shockwave of the explosion. Insane, completely insane. Every single genin from the Leaf Village is a damn lunatic. Zabuza spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was battered and bloody, the bandages wrapped around him shredded to pieces. Then, Yefeng emerged from the other side of the mist, his expression calm and composed. "Sigh, the feeling of a shadow clone self-destructing is truly enough to break your spirit. Still, managing to catch you off guard makes it worthwhile." It was Yefeng's shadow clone who had detonated the explosive tags. Back when his Great Fire Annihilation clashed with Zabuza's waterfall technique, Yefeng had already anticipated Zabuza's next move, the Hidden Mist Assassination technique. So, he took the opportunity to leave behind a shadow clone. He prepared the explosive tags in advance. Just as expected, because Zabuza couldn't resist showing off, Yefeng's clone managed to stall until the tags ignited completely. At this moment, Anko, locked in the cage, was utterly stunned. After all, any experience a shadow clone undergoes is relayed back to the original the moment the clone disperses. Which meant, though Yefeng suffered no physical harm from the explosion, on a mental level, he'd vividly experienced what it felt like to have explosive tags detonate right next to him. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down the spine. In a flash, Yefeng appeared before Zabuza, his gaze still level and unreadable. Demon Zabuza, your life belongs to me now. Swish! A flash of steel. His blade's target, Zabuza's throat. But, just as the blade was about to slice through, a youthful figure suddenly appeared, shielding Zabuza by letting the sword sink into his own body instead. It was Haku of the Yuki clan, a boy with features as delicate as a young woman's. Crack, crack. A chill seeped from Haku's body, icy chakra flowing into Yefeng's blade. Yefeng's sword, already battered from its earlier clash with Zabuza, was barely holding together. Now, with Haku's ice shield reinforcing it, the blade shattered completely, leaving only the hilt in Yefeng's hand. Lord Zabuza, I won't be able to see the day your dream comes true. Please, you must hurry and escape. With those words, Haku spoke his final sentence before death. It's too late. He can't escape now, Yefeng said, shaking his head as he let the broken hilt fall, extending a single finger. Boom! A thin blade of wind chakra shot forth, piercing straight through Zabuza's heart. So, this is it? Is it really ending this way? But my dream, it still hasn't come true. The new era for the Hidden Mist Village has yet to arrive. How can I fall here, in a place like this? Zabuza coughed up blood, collapsing beside Haku. Though he was a rogue ninja of the Hidden Mist, his heart had always yearned for the village's future. In truth, Zabuza was never as heartless as the rumors made him out to be. Yefeng understood this well. Don't worry, the Blood Mist calamity will come to an end. In just a few years, the Hidden Mist Village will become the place you and Yagura worked so hard for once more. Night Wind bent down, lowered his voice, and whispered softly into Zabuza's ear. As these words fell, Zabuza struggled to lift his head and gazed toward Night Wind. You actually know about that. I hope you're not lying to me. And so, the curtain fell on a hero of his generation. Though he was a rogue ninja, he would still be remembered by future generations as a hero of the Hidden Mist Village. You little brat, you're this strong, and you didn't tell me sooner? You nearly scared me to death. Anko's eyes sparkled with thoughts of money as she ran excitedly toward Nightwind. Nightwind thought she might give him a good slap as a lesson. But instead, Anko pulled him into a tight hug and planted a kiss on his forehead. Thank you, you rascal, she said with a gentle smile. Nightwind didn't resist her affectionate gesture, though inwardly he was a bit speechless. Come on, the man's barely gone cold in his grave, and here you are, acting like this? Can't you tone it down, you silly woman? With Zabuza defeated, Anko severed his head, collected his executioner's blade, and set them aside as proof for the bounty. Nightwind, meanwhile, enlisted Tizuna's help to build graves for both Zabuza and Haku. But, as Nightwind stood before Zabuza's grave, the system remained silent. No sign-in prompt appeared. He frowned. Anko, the man's already dead. Isn't it a bit too cruel not to let him rest in one piece? With that, Nightwind reclaimed Zabuza's head, reopened the grave, and buried it properly. Huh? Anko and Tizuna looked utterly confused. A crisp notification rang out. Ding. Host has arrived at the sign-in location. Beginning sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, sign-in complete. Congratulations, you have received Water Release Mastery. Congratulations, you have received Zabuza's Water Release Gift Pack. Nightwind nodded in satisfaction. From today onward, he'd mastered Water Release as well. Hey brat, now that you've buried the head, how are we supposed to claim the bounty? Anko pouted. Obviously, we'll use his executioner's blade. If that isn't proof enough, I don't know what is. If they really dare withhold the reward, I'll just carve it out of them myself. Nightwind replied with a shrug. Haha, that's my student. You're just like me, I like that. Anko laughed heartily. By the way, considering how well you fought just now, maybe giving you 50% is too much. How about 10% instead? Nightwind asked. Get lost, you little brat. After the news of Zabuza's death spread, the entire Gato Corporation fell into complete silence. That old man Tizuna is really ruthless. Just to oppose me, he actually hired someone from the Hidden Leaf Village who could take down an S-rank rogue ninja like Zabuza. Does this mean the Leaf Village intends to meddle in the affairs of the Land of Waves? With this thought in mind, if Gato still dared to set his sights on Yifeng, he'd have to be out of his mind. By the way, Anko, what do you think? Should we rob Gato? He's the richest man in the Land of Waves. He must be loaded, right? Although Gato no longer had his eyes on Yifeng. Yifeng now had his eyes on Gato. Are you kidding me? If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not interested. With the payment from Zabuza, I'm already satisfied. I don't plan on risking my life again, Anko said, curling her lip in disdain. Robbing a big shot? If it were so easy to rob the rich, would ninjas bother going through all the trouble of taking on missions to make money? Would rogue ninjas still need to risk their lives for wealthy clients? Why not just kidnap them outright? Are samurai really that strong? Not even a jonin from the Leaf Village like you dares to mess with Gato. Yifeng was deeply curious about the samurai of the ninja world. Although Mifune of the Land of Iron could defeat the reanimated Hanzo, overall, the strength of samurai should be less than that of ninjas. Samurai aren't that strong. To be precise, most samurai aren't strong. But there are a lot of them. Ninjas can use large-scale jutsu to overwhelm samurai, sure, but a ninja's chakra and stamina are ultimately limited. If you're swarmed by enough people, even a ninja will be worn down eventually. Enko explained, unconcerned. And besides, do you really think someone like Gato wouldn't have ninja bodyguards around him? There are plenty of freelance ninjas in this world. They serve the wealthy and powerful, and their strength shouldn't be underestimated. We lack intelligence on the enemy. If they ambush us with clever tactics, we might never recover from the consequences. So once this guy finishes building the bridge, we'd better get out of here as soon as possible. After Enko's explanation, Yifeng's expression grew thoughtful. After all, ninjas are only human. Take this for example. If you're faced with a rain of arrows, sure, you could use some ninjutsu to defend yourself. But realistically, how much chakra does a normal ninja have? How many volleys of arrows could they really withstand? The third Raikage used lightning style to forge his body. His muscles and bones were as hard as steel, strong enough to arm wrestle with the tailed beast. But even he was eventually worn down and killed by 10,000 Awagakure ninjas. So, in a world like Naruto's, unless you're one of those late-stage, sage-level beings. Otherwise, is raw power really the most important thing? Actually, that's not the case. Tactics are what matter most. One of the most classic examples is this. Haiden, who was strong enough to kill an elite of the shadow level, ended up being completely outmaneuvered by Shikamaru, the strategist. This is the difference between tactical skill and raw power. So, unless one can transcend the limitations of mere flesh and blood. Otherwise, any ninja might find themselves targeted and undone by an enemy strategy. But then, how can someone achieve true transcendence in this world? Should I wait for the system to reward me? Or maybe, in the future, fuse with the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan? Who knows if such a reward even exists? Night Breeze let out a quiet sigh, left the bridge behind, and began his solitary training in the wild. I already possess exceptional mastery of wind release and water release. It's time to see if I can create ice release. Night Breeze spread his fingers. He used to be a Kugan to discern his chakra pathways. Pure, refined wind chakra and water chakra flowed from his fingertips, converging in his palm, where they fused into a chilling 1,000-needle ice release attack. It works just as I hoped. Now I can launch projectiles even faster, and I can use the ice release finger gun technique. This mission has really paid off. Their mission in the Land of Waves was complete, even though Tazuna gave them an IOU. Both Anko and Night Breeze still made a handsome profit. Zabuza was an S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist. His situation was a bit different from people like Asuma or Jirobo, who had black market bounties. The S-rank bounties issued by the 5 great villages were meant as a warning to other villages to be wary of these rogues, not as encouragement for everyone to risk their lives collecting bounties. So, Zabuza's bounty was actually just 10 million Ryo, and that was only because they also recovered the Executioner's Blade. Still, even so, because there were no middlemen taking a cut, Anko and Night Breeze still walked away with a tidy sum. 5 million Ryo. That's like finishing 6 or 7 S-rank missions in one go. What a haul. So, Night Breeze, now that you're rich, how do you plan to spend it? Anko grinned from ear to ear. She was so happy she almost burst out laughing like a goofy puppy. I've always lived like someone with money, so I guess I'll just spend it like I usually do. Sorry, I can't really relate to how you're feeling. Night Breeze thought for a moment, then replied helplessly. Ugh, you little brat. If I ever help you show off again, I'll take your last name. Anko was practically in tears. This kid was just too infuriating. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Night Breeze went straight to see Ino and Hinata. Anko, on her own, reported the mission details to the third Hokage. Mission reports can never be falsified. That's a sacred rule for all ninja. After hearing about what happened with Zabuza Momochi, the third Hokage's face lit up with a pleased smile, even though the mission rank had taken an unexpected turn. Still, fortunately, neither of them had any mishaps. Moreover, Night Breeze's performance made the third Hokage even more satisfied. Strong, from a good family, and full of compassion. A young man like this, he was just perfect to inherit his will in the future. On the training field, Night Breeze, with Ino and Hinata on either side, recounted the events they'd experienced in the land of waves. Big brother, next time you run into something like this, you have to follow the rules. What you did was way too dangerous, Ino said, her voice tinged with lingering fear. After all, that was an S-class rogue ninja. It really was dangerous. That's right, Nightbreeze. A ninja like that should be at the same level as our Jonin instructor, right? Hinata asked, her worry plain to see. Nightbreeze smiled. Truth be told, Zabos' strength probably didn't quite match Asuma's, but he was definitely stronger than Kurenai. I did it for the bounty, of course. 5 million Rio is nothing to sneeze at, Nightbreeze offered as his excuse. Oh come on, 5 million Rio? That's not even enough for the three of us to spend as pocket money in a year. Why take such a big risk? Ino protested. Yeah, it's just money after all, Hinata chimed in. Anko had just finished reporting the situation to the third Hokage and was on her way to invite Nightbreeze and his little girlfriends out for a celebratory meal. But, just as she reached the edge of the training field, she happened to overhear their conversation. Her face instantly darkened. She clenched her dainty fists. Those brats, they're going to be the death of me. The news that Nightbreeze had killed Zabuza spread quickly through certain circles in the Leaf Village. At the Hyuga residence, in the sitting room, Hayashi Hyuga and Inoichi Yamanaka sipped tea together. They looked relaxed, enjoying the moment. A tree that stands above the forest is sure to be felled by the wind. A man who stands out among the crowd will surely be slandered. Nightbreeze's talent is shining so brightly this time. I'm afraid he'll attract the attention of the one known as the Shadow of the Leaf, Hayashi said, raising his cup for a delicate sip. I don't think it's a problem. Nightbreeze isn't alone, after all. He has the backing of the Inoshikecho and the Hyuga clan. Even if it's the Shadow of the Leaf, what can he do? Inoichi replied, gazing out at the drifting clouds with a calm smile. Precisely because Nightbreeze has us behind him. That's why Danzo has his eyes on the boy, Hayashi said with a sigh, his gaze steady. The third is getting old. He's already hinting at wanting to groom Nightbreeze to be Hokage at such a young age. Things might not be so easy for the kid from now on. Inoichi let out a hearty laugh. No worries. My son Nightbreeze has what it takes to be Hokage. Achoo. Suddenly, Nightbreeze sneezed 3 times in a row, catching himself off guard. He scratched his head, baffled. With my constitution, can I even catch a cold? Or could it be that someone is spreading some terrible rumors about me behind my back? The three of them, led by Night Wind, walked hand in hand down the street. Suddenly, a female Umbu ninja with long purple hair and a sword strapped to her back appeared before them. You again? Night Wind stopped in his tracks, frowning as he looked at Yuzuki Yugao. Why is she here again? Yamanaka Night Wind, the Hokage wants to see you. Yuzuki Yugao locked eyes with Night Wind, a strange look in her gaze. This kid, it's only been a few short months since they last met, and he's already taken down the demon of the hidden mist? Back then, she'd even thought about giving Night Wind some guidance with his swordsmanship. How arrogantly naive that was. Oh, the third wants to see me? All right, you two head back on your own. I'll catch up with you later. Night Wind gave a brief instruction, then followed behind Yuzuki Yugao, heading for the Hokage's office together. Inside the Hokage's office, the moment Night Wind stepped in, he sensed that something was off about the atmosphere. Not only were the third Hokage and Anko present, even Danzo and the 2 elders were there as well. Anko's expression, in fact, looked particularly grim. Night Wind, you've arrived. The third Hokage greeted him with a slightly awkward smile. Night Wind's gaze swept calmly over everyone's faces, and he asked in a measured tone, Hokage-sama, may I ask why I've been called here? Oh, it's like this. Regarding the mission in the Land of Waves, you did an excellent job. Before the third could finish, Shimura Danzo abruptly cut him off. Hiruzen, there's no need to beat around the bush. The 2 of them took it upon themselves to use IOUs to increase the mission's rank. That's already against the rules. When someone breaks the rules, there must be consequences. So, Anko Mitarashi, Yamanaka Night Wind, after a unanimous decision, the bounty you earned from Zabuza will be confiscated as your punishment. As Danzo finished, the 2 elders nodded in agreement. Though the third Hokage's brows were tightly knit, he said nothing more, just as he had done countless times over the years. But a mocking, disdainful smile curled at the corner of Night Wind's lips as he shot them a scornful glance. Then, Night Wind turned to Anko and asked, Anko, have you handed over your money yet? Not yet. Anko snorted coldly. She was clearly just as furious about the decision from above. Night Wind nodded, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Danzo, and said coolly, since you're always talking about the rules, let me ask you, which rule published by the Hidden Leaf Village says we can't use IOUs to raise a mission's rank? Danzo was momentarily stunned. Clearly, he hadn't expected Night Wind to challenge him like this. We're already drafting it. In just a few days, you will see it. Danzo replied coldly. So, what you're saying is, when we were carrying out the mission in the Land of Waves, this rule hadn't even been announced in the Leaf Village yet, right? A mocking laugh escaped Yeffing's lips. Well, if there's no rule in place right now, then why did you call us here? Is it because we patched up a loophole in the village's task system, and you're planning to reward us? At this, Anko couldn't help but give Yeffing silent praise for his quick wit. This kid, he's not just sharp when he's arguing with me. He's got some real bite when he goes up against others, too. Oomph. Twisting words and playing games with your tongue. Maybe the rule isn't in place yet, but what you did was still wrong. Punishing you is for the good of the village, and nothing you say will change that. Danzo's voice was cold as ice. Oh really? For the good of the village? Who do you think you are? Do you actually speak for the Leaf Village? And just because you say we're wrong, we're supposed to accept it? Who the hell do you think you are? Barking orders at me. You're neither Hokage nor Elder, so what gives you the right to point fingers at us? Bang! Danzo slammed his hand on the table in righteous fury, though the third Hokage had already stripped him of his Elder status. Still, here in the Leaf Village, who dared to speak to him in such a tone? I may not be Hokage, nor an Elder of the Leaf Village, but I am the head of Root, Danzo declared, full of pride. Oh, Root? Sorry, never heard of it. Next, Yeffing waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away a speck of dust. At that moment, the atmosphere in the office grew ever more tense and strange. Shimura Danzo glared at Yeffing with a venomous look, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. But Yeffing showed not a hint of fear. Just then, Kovu Udatane, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Yamanaka Yeffing, Danzo may not be an elder, but he is still one of the village's senior leaders. The measure he just mentioned has our support as well, so I suggest you hand over the reward money. 10 million Rio. That's the cut from more than a dozen S-rank missions. How could they let two rule breakers walk away with it? So, both elders and Danzo were genuinely jealous. Actually, if you wanted to hand over the money, it's not impossible. All you have to do is show me the official policy from the Leaf Village. Let's see if it says anywhere that upgrading a mission with a promissory note warrants a fine. If it's there, you can take the money. But if it's not, well, sorry. After all, if you want the bounty that Anko and I earned, what right do you really have? Are you planning to take it just by relying on your old faces? Yeffing's words were sharp as blades, leaving the other side no room for dignity. Sure, 5 million Rio wasn't a fortune, but still, that tone, we gotta get our pride back. Just the fact that we are elders of the Leaf Village, shouldn't that be enough? Midokado Hamura stood up, his anger flaring. In a Leaf Village, the elder's status is second only to the Hokage's. In fact, there are many occasions when even the Hokage must heed their advice. And yet this insolent brat dared to talk back to them in public. Oh, so you're trying to pull rank as elders now. I remember there's a line in the Ninja Academy textbooks. The Leaf Village belongs to everyone, not just a select few. Isn't that right? Third Hokage? Weren't those your very own words, written in your hand? Night Wind replied calmly. Ah, yes, that did happen, sighed the third Hokage. In that case, shouldn't the matters of the Leaf Village be handled according to the rules of the village itself, not just according to the rules of the elders? Don't you agree? Night Wind spoke slowly and evenly. Arrogant brat. How dare you speak so boldly? Midokado Hamura and Shimura Danzo rose together, a menacing aura radiating from them, as if they were ready to act at any moment. What's this? Are you that quick to lose your temper? I'd actually like to see for myself just what abilities you so-called leaders have that let you keep your seats for so long. Night Wind adjusted the ninja blade at his waist, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Gulp. As Night Wind grew bolder and more unrestrained, Anko couldn't help but swallow nervously. Night Wind, don't be reckless. This isn't the place to start a fight. Anko tugged at his sleeve, though she agreed that Danzo and the others were going too far. If Night Wind attacked them openly, he'd be branded a rogue ninja on the spot. Night Wind only smiled, unconcerned. He drew his ninja blade, then took an apple from his bag and said lightly, "Start a fight? Who said anything about fighting? I just wanted to see if my blade's still sharp enough to peel an apple. My blade is sharp enough to peel fruit." The meaning was clear. At that moment, the tension in the office was thick enough to cut. Everyone was on edge, and conflict seemed moments away. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. Naruto Uzumaki burst in, cheerful and loud. Spotting Night Wind, he grinned and called out, "Hey, Night Wind, I knew you'd be here. I heard you just completed an S-rank mission. Uncle Hyuga, Uncle Yamanaka, Uncle Nara, Uncle Akimichi, Uncle Aburame, Uncle Inuzuka, they all said they want to throw you a celebration." After Naruto finished speaking, He finally seemed to realize there were others in the room. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly and gave a goofy smile. Sorry, Grandpa Third. Am I interrupting your discussion? Are you guys about to give Nightbreeze a reward or something? Hee, I'm so jealous. Naruto let out a goofy laugh. After that, the atmosphere in the office grew even stranger. The third Hokage sighed, stepped forward, and patted Danzo and Hamura on the shoulders as he spoke. Let's just leave it at that. Nightbreeze has a point. This is a loophole in Konoha's rules, so we can't blame him. No way. They must be severely punished. Hiruzen, have you lost your mind? Hearing the accusations from his old companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. When I say it's settled, it's settled. Don't forget, I am a Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. If the tiger never shows its fangs, do you all think I'm a sickly house cat? You old geezers. Didn't you hear that all 6 major clans are backing Nightbreeze? And you still want to target him? Are you out of your minds? So what if it's a 10 million Rio bounty? It's just money, isn't it? Look at you all, acting like this. Money. Isn't that the easiest thing to come by in the Leaf Village? I have no interest in money whatsoever. And that's that. Leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto trailed after Nightbreeze, excitement written all over his face. Nightbreeze, how was my acting just now? Uncle Shikaku wrote all my lines. I think I was really natural. There's no way anyone could tell I was faking, right? You've improved a lot. As expected of a man who'll become Hokage one day, Nightbreeze replied with a smile, praising him. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I really am a genius. Uzumaki Naruto laughed, practically bursting with happiness. Anko walked alongside Nightbreeze, her gaze at him tinged with a complicated emotion. Nightbreeze, we really owe you this time, but you've made enemies of Danzo and the 2 elders. The days ahead might not be easy for you, Anko said. The bounty was safe, for now. But watching Nightbreeze stand his ground against those old men, Anko couldn't help but worry for him deep down. If she could choose all over again, she'd rather give up the money. Nightbreeze glanced at Anko, shrugged, and replied, smiling. It doesn't matter. Now that we've got plenty of money, we could just stick to D-rank missions from now on. As long as we stay in the village, I'm not the least bit afraid of them. Anko chuckled. That's true. As long as they didn't leave the village. Even if Danzo controlled route, he wouldn't dare go too far against Nightbreeze. Still, would they ever get to do missions together again? Actually, based on your performance this time in the Land of Waves, the Hokage has decided that from now on, you'll be carrying out missions alone. My role as your temporary Jonin instructor is over, Anko said with a sigh. When she uttered the words, it's over, a swirl of complicated emotions rose inside Hondo. When she found out she would no longer be teaming up with Ifon, an inexplicable sadness crept into her heart. Yet, he was just an infuriating little brat, after all. Why on earth should she feel sad? Oh, so it's really ending. Yifeng paused in his tracks, his expression faltering for a moment. Then, he turned to Hondo with a gentle smile. From now on, without this annoying brat to watch your back, you'd better be extra careful on missions. Hearing his warning, Hondo responded with a breezy smile. Don't underestimate me, you little pest. I'm Anko Mitarashi, a special Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yifeng nodded and grinned. All right. But there's one thing you seriously need to watch out for. Stop eating so many sweets. If you ever end up turning into a chubby lady, don't blame me for pretending not to know you. After all, I only like hanging out with girls who have your current figure. You little devil. As if I'd ever get fat. Go to hell. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yifeng didn't trigger any sign-in missions. After all, this damn system was notoriously unreliable. Yifeng wasn't worried, though. With his current strength, even if Orochimaru appeared during the Konoha collapse plan, he was confident he could make it out in one piece. I wonder what Hondo's been up to lately. Feels like it's been ages since I last saw her. Yifeng muttered, shaking his head. It seemed Hondo had gone off on some top-level mission, and hadn't returned since. Yifeng found himself missing the chance to tease her from time to time. Still, he knew it wouldn't be long before they crossed paths again, because the Chunin exams in the Hidden Leaf Village were just around the corner. On the training grounds, Hinata and Ino were immersed in their training, sweat glistening on their brows. Hinata was practicing the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, while Ino focused on her sword drills. Yifeng lounged alone on a bench at the edge of the field, watching them with an easygoing air, occasionally offering a word or two of guidance. By this point, Yifeng hardly needed to train anymore. His strength had reached a kind of plateau. No amount of day-to-day practice would help him break through. Only a cheat could take him further. Yifeng, I think I'm almost grasping that opportunity you mentioned. Can you help me once more? Hinata leapt forward, landing before him, drenched in sweat. Though still young, hints of her graceful form were beginning to emerge. All right, Hinata had been working on mastering the 8 trigrams, 64 palms for some time now, but she still hadn't mastered it. As Yefeng put it, Hinata simply hadn't found the key to her breakthrough yet. Once she found that feeling, she'd be able to unleash the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, as naturally as breathing. Don't ask how Yefeng knew this. If you must ask, let's just say I've mastered it long ago. After all, I'm a player who's basically got cheat codes. Thud, thud, thud. At the center of the training ground, Yefeng and Hinata's figures darted and weaved around each other, warming up with a series of preparatory moves. At last, Hinata, with a swift motion, activated her Byakugan. Yefeng knew the moment had come. He raised both hands, sending a storm of throwing weapons hurtling toward Hinata from every direction, targeting all her vital points without leaving any blind spots. 8 trigrams, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. A hum resonated beneath Hinata's feet. A chakra-forged 8 trigrams diagram suddenly flared to life on the ground. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Boom! In an instant, Hinata struck down every single flying weapon. She had finally mastered the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Congratulations, Hinata! You did it! You finally mastered the technique. Ino stepped forward with a smile to offer her congratulations, feeling a touch of envy in her heart. Hinata was getting stronger and stronger. But my swordsmanship, Sai, we're siblings after all, so why is there such a gap in our talent for the blade? Yefeng, thank you. Without you, I might never have learned the 8 trigrams, 64 palms in my whole life. Hinata panted for breath, her eyes shining with admiration as she gazed up at Yefeng. Haven't I told you before? You're already outstanding, definitely more talented than that Niji from your Hyuga clan. Yefeng patted Hinata's head, then gently pulled her into his arms. In the original story, Hinata was severely injured by Niji during the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. But things were different now. Hinata wasn't shy and timid like she once was. In fact, she had mastered the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Sure, Niji could use the technique as well. But, through training with Yefeng, Hinata's strength, speed, and Byakugan mastery had all advanced rapidly. She had long since surpassed Hyuga Niji. That's why Yefeng never saw Niji as some insurmountable rival in Hinata's life. He was just another kid, nothing more. Feeling Yefeng's trust in her, Hinata blushed and rested her head against his chest, letting the soft breeze play through her flowing black hair. In this moment, all she could feel was happiness. Yefeng looked down at her, a gentle smile touching his lips. The next step is to master the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hinata, I promise I'll help you become the true princess of the Byakugan. After that, the three of them lingered in the training ground a little longer, basking in the afterglow of their success. At that moment, a slender figure came running from afar and stopped right in front of Night Breeze. It's you again. Is the Hokage looking for me? Night Breeze asked with a smile as he looked at Yugogo Yuzuki. Yugogo's gaze lingered on Night Breeze and Hinata, who stood close together, and though hidden beneath her mask, her expression grew a touch complicated. No, that's not it. I'm here because your previous guiding Jonin hasn't returned to the village yet, so I was sent to inform you. 7 days from now, the village will be holding the Chunin exams. This is the application form. If you wish to take part, just write your name here and bring it with you to the instructor's office, room 301, at the Ninja Academy in 7 days. All right, I got it. Night Breeze tucked away the registration form and made no further comment. In the small grove, Yugogo hurried along the narrow path. By the side of a waterfall, she finally came to a halt. Lifting off the mask that concealed her beauty, she revealed a face that was exquisitely delicate. Well, did that brat ask about me at all? Anko Mitarashi appeared before Yugogo, her voice brimming with impatience. Yugogo simply shook her head in silence. No. Unbelievable. That little brat. Now that he has a cute girlfriend with long black hair. He doesn't care about me at all? Just wait. I'll make him regret it. Anko fumed, her words bristling with indignation. Anko Mitarashi was Yugogo's closest friend, though Yugogo sometimes wondered if Anko was starting to lose herself. After all, she was a whole 10 years older than him. What on earth is she thinking? Anko, tell me honestly, could it be that you've fallen for that kid? Yugogo hesitated for a long while before finally voicing her suspicion. Huh, what nonsense are you talking about? That brat is so annoying and so much younger than me. How could I possibly like him? Don't say such things, or we won't be friends anymore, Anko declared, utterly denying it. Me, Anko Mitarashi, how could I ever fall for a kid like that? I care about him, only because he's my student. Yugogo let out a quiet sigh. If you don't like him, then why are you blushing? We're both women. Do you think I can't tell? What a tangled mess this is. 7 days later. Morning. Night Breeze and Ino packed their bags and ate a hearty breakfast before leaving their home together. Before they set out, their parents gave them repeated reminders and advice. The Chunin exams. They had to stay steady. With the strength the siblings possessed, as long as they didn't get overconfident, becoming Chunin would be no trouble at all. After leaving the Yamanaka clan, the siblings headed to the Hyuga clan to meet up with Hinata, and then the three made their way together to the exam venue. The first round of the Chunin exams was a written test. The test site was set at the Ninja Academy. Because of this, all the students at the Ninja Academy had the day off. All that remained were the examinees who had rushed in from various places, and the ANBU from the Hidden Leaf Village, assigned to keep them safe. Huh? Seriously? Why are there so many people in the hallway? Are they all here for the exam? If we keep waiting like this, I bet we'll miss the check-in time. Ino frowned as she looked at the corridor, already packed to the brim. Wait, is there some kind of commotion at the entrance? That must be why everyone's stuck here. But isn't the check-in supposed to be on the 3rd floor? Why is everyone crowding around here? Hinata activated her Byakugan, peering past the crowd to see what was really happening. The truth was simple. 2 Chunin from the Leaf had set up a Jinjutsu on the 2nd floor, making everyone believe this was room 301, the check-in spot. But a Jinjutsu of this level was child's play for Hinata's Byakugan. She saw through it instantly. It's just a little trick to weed out some of the examinees. No need to worry about it. We could just go around. Night Breeze shook his head, unconcerned. He had no desire to steal the spotlight here. Better to let the eager ones handle it themselves. Should we let Shikamaru and Shino know? Ino asked. No need. Someone's bound to catch on soon. Let's head up while it's still quiet, or we'll end up stuck in line later, Night Breeze replied casually. Sure enough, once Night Breeze and his team finished checking in, the other ninja downstairs realized the deception and hurried up to the 3rd floor. Thanks to Sasuke's little public display, the first test, so carefully crafted by the Chunin exam office, ended in failure. One after another, friends finished signing in. They walked into the testing room. Familiar faces, familiar events. Everything unfolded just as he remembered. There was Lee's heartfelt confession, Gaara's cold indifference, Kabuto's masterful performance. Kabuto had even managed to dig up everything there was to know about Night Breeze, using it to stir up enmity among the candidates. But Night Breeze paid it no mind. What truly occupied his thoughts was that he was finally about to meet Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the big villain of early Naruto, later the eccentric scientist. Even though Orochimaru was eventually redeemed, still, facing someone like him, Night Breeze couldn't help but feel the looming threat. Thankfully, with his foresight and current skills, he was confident that he wouldn't fall into Orochimaru's hands. Thinking of Orochimaru, Night Breeze's thoughts wandered to Anko. That woman had returned, yet hadn't even come to see him. If nothing else changed, she should still be the proctor for the 2nd round. It wasn't long before the first proctor, Ibiki Marino, strode into the classroom with a group of examiners. Ibiki Marino, captain of the ANBU's interrogation squad in the Hidden Leaf. His face was a mask of menace, expert in psychological warfare. The moment he appeared in the exam hall, the entire room instantly fell silent. That terrifying aura had long seeped into Marino Ibiki's very bones, casting an invisible pressure over every examinee. Even Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but gulp nervously and quiet down. And then, the exam began. As the test papers were handed out, Yifeng was suddenly struck by a familiar feeling, as if he were taking the college entrance exam in his previous life. However, the questions on the Chunin exams were clearly much simpler than those on the college entrance exam. It's important to remember that before university, Yifeng had mastered all sorts of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. He could even calculate the orbital paths of satellites and planets, and tackle all kinds of genetic problems. He was, quite simply, at the pinnacle of academic achievement. Of course, after graduation, Yifeng had returned most of that knowledge to his teachers. But the learning skills honed by years of exam-oriented education made handling the Chunin exams in the Hidden Leaf Village a walk in the park. For everyone else, things were obviously not so easy. Groups of examinees were eliminated one after another, caught using crude cheating methods. And yet, the number of candidates left in the hall was still surprisingly large. Though Marino Ibiki's face betrayed nothing, he was sighing inwardly. Based on past experience, after the 1st and 2nd rounds of screening, there shouldn't have been so many left. It seemed that the long-sealed 10th question would finally have to make its appearance. The first round always began with 9 questions. If the initial screenings worked as intended, the 10th question could be made simple, just a formality. But today, it was time to bring out the big guns. So, the 10th question began. With vivid storytelling, Marino Ibiki laid out the requirements for the 10th question. An intangible pressure filled the room. To forfeit the 10th question was to forfeit the entire Chunin exam. But to attempt it, and answer incorrectly, meant losing the chance to ever become a Chunin. Faced with this soul-shaking dilemma, another wave of examinees chose to give up. Seeing this, Marino Ibiki nodded in satisfaction. However, there are still far too many examinees remaining. Just as Marino Ibiki was preparing to ramp up the pressure, our little genius Naruto made a dramatic entrance. Even if I spend my whole life as a genin, I'll still strive to become Hokage. Bring on your question. I'm not afraid of you. His surge of positive energy electrified the entire hall, ruining Marino Ibiki's plans once again. After a short pause, the chief examiner saw that no one else was willing to give up. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. With this outcome, he was sure the examiner of the next round would look down on him. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. After Marino Ibiki announced the results of the exam and explained the meaning behind the 10th question, whoosh, two kunai flew through the window, trailing a strip of black cloth that landed squarely over Marino Ibiki, shielding him from view. A mocking voice rang out. Ha, you lot, so quick to celebrate. Don't you think it's a bit too early for that? Anko Mitarashi made a dramatic entrance, clad in her signature mesh outfit. Ibiki, why are there still so many candidates left after the first exam? Looks like you're not much of an examiner, are you? She waved off the concern. But that's all right. For the second exam, I'll make sure to cut your numbers by more than half. Look forward to it, won't you? With that, Anko swept her tongue across her lips with a wild, untamed energy. Her presence instantly amped up the pressure for everyone. Yefeng watched Anko closely. He'd been hoping to exchange a subtle greeting with her, communicating with just a glance, as they'd done before. But then, he noticed Anko wasn't looking at him at all. In fact, she seemed to be deliberately avoiding his gaze. That left Yefeng a bit bewildered. What had happened during the time they hadn't seen each other? What on earth was going on in this woman's head now? Women, truly impossible to figure out. At that moment, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. You have a new sign-in mission. Please check your tasks. His spirits lifted at the sound. Without delay, he opened up the system's mission panel. Sure enough, a new sign-in task was waiting for him. Host, please proceed to Maple Leaf Lake at Training Ground 44 in the Hidden Leaf Village to sign in. This is a time mission, 3 days. Training Ground 44? Yefeng raised an eyebrow. If his memory served him right, Training Ground 44 was none other than the infamous Forest of Death, the very site of the second round of the Chunin exams. The Forest of Death covers a radius of roughly 10 kilometers. Finding a single lake within such a vast area won't be easy, Yefeng mused, frowning. The forest's expanse was enormous. To put it in perspective, it was about the size of a major city district in his previous life. 10 kilometers from the city center would already take you past the 4th ring and nearly to the 5th. So, without detailed intel on the Forest of Death, trying to find that lake and complete the sign-in within 3 days would be quite a challenge. I can't ask my father for help. If word got out, it might drag Anko into trouble, and I'd never be able to explain it to him properly. The Forest of Death fell under the jurisdiction of the Leafs ANBU Black Ops. Given Yamanaka Haichi's standing in the village, he could easily dig up information on the exam site for Yefeng. But, with the details of the second exam still a closely guarded secret, if the examiner's only disciple started sniffing around about the testing grounds the day before the exam, this would undoubtedly give Danzo an opportunity to attack Yefeng and Anko. Therefore, not too many people could be allowed to know about this. I can't go to Uncle Feng either, or Danzo might start suspecting him as well. Yamanaka Feng held considerable authority within the Root Division, and precisely because of this, Yefeng had to be even more cautious and avoid suspicion, so that Yamanaka Feng wouldn't end up being targeted by Danzo. No matter how I think about it, it seems I have no choice but to go to that foolish woman. I wonder if her craziness has gotten any better. Along the way, Ino and Hinata noticed that Yefeng would occasionally furrow his brows in worry and sighed deeply, which sparked their curiosity. Brother, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're worried about the second round of the exam. With your skills, I'm sure whatever the test is, it'll be a piece of cake for you. Ino had absolute confidence in Yefeng. Ino, maybe Yefeng is actually worried about the two of us, Hinata said, hitting the nail on the head. That made sense. The Chunin exams were a trivial matter for her brother. But for the two of them, whether or not they could pass was still a big question. Hearing their conversation, Yefeng set thoughts of his mission aside, gently took their delicate hands, and smiled. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Whether you become Chunin or not isn't what matters. The most important thing is that both of you stay safe. Honestly, in this Chunin exam, even the Hokage might not make it out alive. Who would still care about leveling up to Chunin at a time like this? Night fell. In a small, tucked-away izakaya on the edge of the Hidden Leaf Village, Anko Mitarashi sat alone at the bar, drinking by herself under the moonlight. Her cheeks were tinged with a faint flush. Stupid brat. I'm the chief examiner for the second round, and you dare give me looks in front of all those people? I'm not going to bother with you. Anko muttered as she sipped her sake, already a bit tipsy. Oomph. Now you're trying to catch my eye? Where were you before? When I was out on missions, I nearly died, and you didn't even bother to ask around about how I was doing. What a heartless little brat. She grumbled about yeffing between sips, her anger simmering the more she thought about it. She made up her mind. From now on, she would never pay any attention to that infuriating kid again. But just then, someone suddenly appeared next to her. Hey, what's the point of drinking alone? If you want to drink, call me to join you. Wouldn't that be much better? Hearing that voice, Anko was taken aback for a second. She turned to look, and sure enough, there was that annoyingly handsome face she knew so well. You little brat, what are you doing here? Someone your age can't even buy alcohol. You know that, right? Anko pursed her lips with a hint of annoyance. He put on an air of complete indifference to the night breeze. Why bother buying alcohol? My family's got plenty of good stuff at home. I never drink anything from outside. After all, I am the son of a rich family. With a grin, Yifeng moved a little closer to Hongdo, pulling out a flask and giving it a little shake. Ugh, you're as annoying as ever. Hongdo grumbled, the words sharp on her lips. But the coldness in her eyes had already melted away. Hey, the second part of the exam is starting tomorrow. You're the chief examiner. Aren't you worried about being late? Drinking at this hour? Yifeng raised the flask and poured her a cup. Late? I'm the chief examiner. The exam starts when I say it does. Got it? Hongdo picked up the drink Yifeng had poured and down in one go, then couldn't help but smack her lips. What kind of lousy alcohol is this? It burns. Is this even drinkable? The burning rush slid down her throat, leaving a trail of heat. Hongdo shot Yifeng an even stranger look. This kid, he's been drinking this kind of firewater all along? And started when he was 6 years old? How is he anything like a kid? Drink the strongest liquor, wield the sharpest blades, take down the toughest foes. The three great joys of life. You wouldn't understand. Yifeng just smiled, unfazed, and took another swig of the burning alcohol. It felt amazing. TCH, listen to yourself. You talk like you've seen it all, but you're just a 13-year-old brat. The three great joys, really? You make it sound like you've been through a lifetime. Hongdo scoffed. Though, truth be told, those three things Yifeng mentioned did stir a bit of longing in her heart. Still, she refused to let it show. Yifeng, la fait heartily. She's right. He really was just a 13-year-old kid. But in terms of his mind, counting both lifetimes together, Yifeng was closing in on 40. So, from Yifeng's perspective, Hongdo seemed even more like a young girl. The kind who's a little rough around the edges, too. All right, when did you get back? How come you never came to see me? Don't tell me you've forgotten your friend. Yifeng said, smiling. At the word friend, Hongdo felt a warmth bloom in her heart. By all rights, Hongdo was Yifeng's temporary mentor, almost like a teacher-student relationship. But for Yifeng to call himself her friend, that meant he really did care about her. Still, how could someone as great as Hongdo be swayed so easily? That's right. If you hadn't come looking for me tonight, I would have forgotten I ever had such an annoying disciple, Hongdo retorted with a smirk. Oh, and did you sign up for the Chunin exams? I'm the chief examiner for the second round, you know. Yifeng could only roll his eyes at how serious she sounded. Since you've already forgotten about your annoying disciple, why don't you give back that pendant hanging around your neck? I might as well give it to someone else. Redbean glanced down and immediately blushed. She quickly tucked the pendant hanging from her chest inside her clothes, gave a huff, and said, No way. I'm like a Pichio. You know, once I get my hands on something, I never give it back. All right, I believe you. Night Wind shrugged his shoulders. He poured Redbean another cup of sake. Redbean noticed that Night Wind always wore that carefree, heartless expression. She couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Believe you? Not a chance. I just happen to like the pendant you gave me, that's all. But, do you really think I'd ever tell you that? You silly little brother. By the way, is there a reason you came to see me? Redbean asked, her face cool and unreadable. Listen to yourself. Do I need a reason to come and visit you? Besides, you know, if a girl keeps putting on a cold face, she'll start to age faster. Night Wind replied with a faint smile. Redbean's expression stiffened for a split second, but warmth bloomed quietly in her heart. At least you have some conscience left. But you know, I'm the chief examiner for the second round of the Chunin exams. Don't you have something you want to ask me? Redbean feigned mystery, eyeing Night Wind like a sly old wolf waiting for a fat sheep to wander into a trap. Nope. Night Wind shook his head without hesitation and went right back to downing his drink. As if drinking was the most important thing in the world. Unbelievable. The Chunin exams are such a big deal, and you don't even care about any key intel? Red Bean grumbled, thoroughly exasperated. There was nothing she could do. She dangled the bait, but he just wouldn't bite. With her temperament, how could she possibly let that slide? All right, since we're teacher and student, I'll let you in on a little secret. For example, I could quietly tell you that the location for the second exam is at Training Ground 44 in the Hidden Leaf Village. Red Bean flashed a deliberately mysterious smile. Her big eyes sparkled with anticipation. So, not wanting to disappoint her, Night Wind put on a show of exaggerated surprise. Oh, really? I think I've heard about that place. Isn't there a Lake Akaba there? Do you know where exactly it is? Night Wind asked. Lake Akaba? Why are you asking about that? Red Bean froze for a moment. Oh, nothing. I just heard there's a lake there, and the scenery's supposed to be nice. I thought I'd check it out. Night Wind lied with a straight face. Yeah, right. The scenery at Lake Akaba? Couldn't you come up with a better excuse? I can tell you're just here to ask me for the exam map, but you don't know how to bring it up, right? Anko's lips curled up, as if she'd already seen through everything. Aha. As expected of Anko Mitarashi, the special jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. You saw right through me in an instant. Impressive, impressive. Night Wind grinned sheepishly, playing along without missing a beat. Naturally, Anko straightened up, her posture exuding pride. Then, dipping her finger in some sake, she sketched a rough map on the table. There, this is the map of Area 44, and right here is Akaba Lake, the spot you mentioned. In no time at all, Night Wind had memorized all the key points on the map. Afterward, he lifted his hand and wiped away the marks from the tabletop. By the way, others may not know how strong you really are, but I do. What do you need this map for, anyway? The thought suddenly occurred to Anko. Someone strong enough to take down Zabuza. Shouldn't it be easy for you to just snatch a scroll and head straight for the central tower? Why bother asking about the map? Night Wind looked at her, at a loss for words. You were the one who insisted I'd come to you for the map. And now you're questioning me about it? But since she'd asked, he had to explain. Well, you see, I've got a little sister and a girlfriend in the exam, too. Knowing more about the layout lets me arrange a meeting spot with them in advance. After hearing this, Anko paused for a moment. Then, she pinched Night Wind hard on the arm. Damn, so you came to me just for the map? Why do I feel like I've fallen for this kid's tricks again? What a pesky little brat. The next day, the Forest of Death exam officially began. Before the test started, Night Wind had already discussed and settled on a rendezvous point with Ino and Hinata. Akaba Lake wasn't suitable as a meeting spot, because places chosen as sign-in points for the exam usually attracted a lot of attention and strange incidents. Night Wind didn't want Hinata and Ino caught up in any of that chaos. The central tower wasn't a good option either. That route would be crawling with cunning types lurking in the woods, just waiting to ambush others. So, to play it safe, Night Wind sought out Shikamaru. With his sharp intellect, Shikamaru realized that everyone would be entering the test area from random starting points. After running some complex calculations, he finally pinpointed the optimal place for them to regroup. Once inside the exam grounds, Night Wind immediately made his way toward the designated meeting spot. Although in the original story, Hinata's and Ino's teams both made it through the exam without much trouble. But because of Yeffing's appearance, both Hinata and Ino's strength and personalities have changed dramatically. They definitely won't play it safe like they used to. No matter how much Yeffing warns them, they're done playing it safe. So, as the saying goes, timid players never win chicken dinner, but the bold deliver loot. To keep them from becoming easy pickings, Yeffing has to reunite with them as quickly as possible. Gara, Orochimaru, if you dare lay a finger on my women, I swear I'll beat you until you question your very existence. On the other side of the forest, Hinata's squad had already snatched the scrolls they needed without a hitch. Haha, Hinata, you're amazing. We didn't even need to use our traps. Everyone was down before they knew what hit them. No wonder you're Yeffing's girlfriend, Kiba laughed, clearly riding high on victory. Turns out crushing the competition is the most satisfying way to play. Now that we've got the scrolls, let's hurry back to the central tower before anything else can go wrong, Shino said cautiously, pushing up his glasses. Huh, come on, don't be like that. It's not every day I get to show off. I could take on 10 more. Kiba said, flexing with excitement. I don't think that a good idea. Shino frowned, a little uneasy. What's the problem? We've got Hinata with us. What's there to be afraid of? Kiba shrugged it off. So, Hinata, what do you think? Perhaps all those years hanging out with Choji had rubbed off on Shino. His way of talking seemed to have changed. Well, Yeffing said before that there might be a lot of teams lying in ambush near the central tower. That's why we agreed on a meeting point ahead of time. The route from here is safer, so I think we should go meet up with Yeffing first, Hinata said. Oh, I see. Shino nodded along. Wasn't that obvious? How did I overlook it? It feels like I'm not the same person I was a few years ago. Why is that? I'm fine with heading to the meeting point, but if we run into any weaklings on the way, I'm definitely not holding back, Kiba insisted. Fine by me. I agree. Once Hinata's squad was all on the same page, the three of them set off for the rendezvous. It had to be said, Hinata's squad now was much stronger overall than they ever were in the original story. Of course, much of this was thanks to Yeffing's guidance and the good meat from the Nara household. Along the way, they ran into a few other teams, but Shino controlled the battlefield with his insects, while Kiba and Akamaru blocked any cooperation with their Fong over Fong technique. Then, Hinata took down their opponents one by one with her gentle fist. They cut through every obstacle, fighting with wild enthusiasm, until at last, they encountered Gaara's squad. In the original story, Hinata's team never clashed head-on with Gaara's squad. The main reason was that they were cautious enough to keep out of trouble. They stayed so far under the radar that Gaara could completely ignore their presence. But this time, things were different. Kiba Inuzuka charged forward with reckless confidence, his spirits soaring so high that even Shino began to think he could take on 10 opponents at once. Then, Gaara made his move and taught them a harsh lesson. This lesson was so vivid and unforgettable that both Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka were left lying helpless on the ground. I've long heard that Konoha's Byakugan and Sharingan are two formidable eye techniques. I've already seen the Byakugan for myself. Once I finish you, I'll go after the one with the Sharingan. I'll make sure your hidden leaf village never forgets. Among our generation, I, Gaara of the Sand, am the strongest. Sand binding coffin. A tidal wave of golden sand surged toward Hinata. If this technique caught her, there would be only one outcome: a grisly death. Hinata's expression grew grave. She had already used her 8 trigrams, 64 palms to break through Gaara's sand-binding coffin several times. But her opponent's chakra seemed utterly inexhaustible. Meanwhile, her own chakra reserves were nearly depleted. What should she do? Should she run? But if she escaped, Kiba and Shino would surely lose their lives. With a shout, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The pale blue pattern of the 8 trigrams once again formed beneath Hinata's feet. Yet, her strength was spent. Suddenly, darkness clouded her vision, and the pattern of the 8 trigrams flickered out. As the rolling sands thundered toward her, Hinata managed a bitter smile. Night breeze. Forgive me, I can no longer stand by your side. With that thought, Hinata was about to close her eyes. But, in the final instant before her eyes shut, a flash of silver white, a blade, cut in her line of sight. With a rush of wind, the blade sliced through the air, splitting the raging sands apart. A moment later, Night Breeze stood before Hinata, sword in hand, shielding her. Another Konoha pest? No matter. For me, Gaara of the Sand, crushing one bug or 2 makes no difference at all. Sand binding coffin. The sand scattered by the sword's wind gathered swiftly once more, hurtling straight toward Night Breeze. This time, Gaara aimed to trap both Night Breeze and Hinata in the sand, so they could experience together the agony of his sand burial. Sand burial. The jutsu erupted with a thunderous roar. Yet, Gaara did not get the bloody spectacle he had anticipated. On the contrary, the sand encircling Night Breeze and Hinata was blasted away, sent flying in all directions. How is this possible? Gaara's sand burial was supposed to attack from all sides, leaving no escape. But Night Wind had already mastered the art of releasing wind-style chakra simultaneously from all 361 chakra points across his body. Countless blades of wind swept out in every direction. Naturally, they tore through Gaara's sand barrier with ease. At that moment, Night Wind hoisted Hinata onto his left shoulder. With his right hand, he leveled his shinobi blade straight at Gaara. A chilling aura radiated from the blade's edge. You little sand brat, even if Hinata only fainted from exhaustion. Do you really think I'd let you bully my childhood friend? With a swift motion, he swung his sword in a powerful arc. A fierce blade of wind surged forth, rushing straight toward Gaara. Gaara, ever arrogant and self-assured. Yet when faced with this strike, a primal fear, the terror of death itself, welled up from deep within him. How could this be possible? In that critical instant, a torrent of golden sand surged back on its own, forming a shield in front of Gaara and blocking Night Wind's attack. Did you see that? I wield the absolute defense, the shield of sand. Gaara's expression was wild, but before he could finish his boast, Night Wind's figure suddenly flashed, appearing right in front of him. In a blur, another clean, direct slash. No fancy moves, no boasti motion. But it was precisely this simplicity that left Gaara with no chance to evade. In a desperate rush, his sand tried to defend him once again, surging toward Nightwind's blade. But Nightwind's attack was blindingly fast. The sand simply couldn't keep up. With a thunderous impact, Gaara was sent flying by the force of the blade, crashing through 7 or 8 massive trees before finally coming to a stop. So, that's the armor of sand? Tell me, boy, if you think so highly of yourself, why hide in that shell like a coward? Nightwind let out a cold, mocking laugh. If not for his shinobi blade being dulled by the combined friction of wind-style chakra and Gaara's sand, that last strike would have completely shattered Gaara's sand armor. In the distance, Temari and Kankuro rushed forward to help Gaara to his feet. Gaara coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cracks, like the parched earth, appeared across his face and body. What kind of monster is this guy to actually injure Gaara? Kankuro swallowed hard, his shock plain to see. Kankuro, take Gaara and get out of here. I'll hold him off. If it comes to it, I'll take him down with me. Gaara cannot be harmed. Temari's brow furrowed, her resolve steeling for a desperate fight. Nightwind looked at Temari, a scornful smile playing at the corners of his lips. You take me down with you? Do you really think you have what it takes? At that moment, supported by his siblings, Gaara suddenly burst into wild laughter. At the same time, he shoved Temari and Kankuro away with all his strength. Ha ha, what an amusing fellow you are. You've truly stirred my murderous intent. Today, I will kill you. Gaara's eyes blazed crimson, his murderous aura erupting as he roared at Yefeng, his voice echoing with fury. At the same time, Gaara's right hand morphed into the monstrous form of Shikaku. His mouth twisted into a terrifying, beastly grin. In a flash, Gaara surged toward Yefeng, sand swirling around him. That monstrous, chakra-charged hand swept down upon Yefeng with crushing force. But no matter what comes his way, as long as Yefeng has his blade in hand, he will face it head-on. With a thunderous clash, grit and steel met in a violent collision. Blades of wind howled out, slicing through the sand, grinding against it in a brutal contest. In the end, the sand arm, forged by Gaara with Shikaku's power, was shattered in a single strike by Yefeng. Gaara was sent flying once again, crashing to the ground. This can't be. Even this move wasn't enough to beat him, and here I thought I could at least take him down with me. I was far too arrogant. Oh, something's not right with Gaara. If he completely loses consciousness, that monster will break free. Temari and Kankuro, though anxious, didn't rush to help Gaara. Instead, their expressions made it clear. If things got any worse, they'd be ready to flee in an instant. Yefeng looked coldly at Gaara, who writhed on the ground in pain, his gaze filled with disdain. A one-tailed Jinchuriki? Is it all? Tailed beast transformation was certainly troublesome, but it wasn't that Yefeng feared Gaara's transformation. After all, have you ever seen a Gundam with its cockpit exposed on the outside? That's exactly the predicament Gaara found himself in, a hapless pilot with nowhere to hide. Still, Yefeng had no intention of fighting Gaara to the death right now. Hinata had only fainted from exhaustion, not injury. The other two were in similar shape. Yefeng felt no urge for vengeance. A little lesson for Gaara would suffice. After all, if Shikaku fully emerged now, the Chunin exams would definitely be called off. And if that happened, the Forest of Death would once again become a forbidden zone in Konoha, making Yefeng's future sign-in missions much more troublesome. Leave your scrolls and get lost. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time I do. Yefeng's voice was icy as he glared at them. Though Temari would one day become Shikamaru's wife, as long as she wasn't Yefeng's woman, there was no reason for him to show mercy. Hearing this, Temari and Kankuro felt as if they'd been granted a royal pardon. In their haste, they tossed out the scrolls they'd collected and quickly took Gaara away with them. Gaara was frightening, but compared to this Konoha ninja, he was simply in another league. Too terrifying. After sending off the 3 from the sand village, Night Breeze gently set Hinata down from his shoulder. Though he wasn't skilled in medical ninjutsu, Night Breeze knew a few basic first aid techniques. He took out a top-grade soldier pill from the Yamanaka clan's medical kit, placed it in his palm, and channeled chakra into it until the pill dissolved into a liquid, which he carefully let trickle along the corner of Hinata's lips. Soon enough, Hinata regained consciousness. As she woke, her eyes were still a little unfocused, but when she made out Night Breeze's face, she immediately reached out and embraced him. Night Breeze, I thought I'd never see you again. Silly girl, why would you think that? Night Breeze comforted Hinata, holding her in his arms for a moment. Afterward, the two of them hurried to revive Shino and Kiba as well. When Kiba and Shino came to, they both looked bewildered. Are we saved? Kiba asked, still groggy. That monster from the sand village. Did you guys beat him? Shino questioned, his voice calm but cautious. It wasn't us, it was Night Breeze. He drove him away, all by himself. Hinata replied with a proud smile, leaning against Night Breeze. Hearing her explanation, Shino adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. Regarding Night Breeze, with a serious expression, he allowed a soft sigh. I really hope I never have to face Night Breeze in real combat. Once everyone had recovered a bit of their strength, Night Breeze led the three of them onward. Since they'd run into trouble on Hinata's side, what about Ino's group? He needed to find Ino as quickly as possible. If anything happened to his little sister, Night Breeze knew he would never forgive himself. Never, not as this butterfly. On the other side of the Forest of Death, the Ino Shikicho squad and Naruto's team had managed to regroup, successfully reaching the meeting spot they'd arranged with Night Breeze. Judging from their appearance, Naruto and Sasuke were covered in wounds, and Sakura's long hair had been cut short. Clear signs that Orochimaru and the Sound Ninjas had already given them a tough time. Sasuke, how are you feeling? That curse mark on your neck, is it really okay? Sakura asked, her face filled with worry. Are you kidding? How can I not be okay? Right now, I feel more powerful than ever. If those Sound Ninjas hadn't interfered, they'd never have been a match for me. Sasuke gritted his teeth against the pain radiating from the curse mark, doing his best to keep up his cool, aloof image. Being a ninja is tough. But pretending to be cool as a ninja, that's even tougher. Being a ninja is hard. Pretending to be cool is even harder. But being a cool, enduring, and consistently stylish ninja, now that's the hardest of all. Not long ago, just as the script demanded, Naruto and the others had run into Orochimaru. Everything unfolded as expected. Orochimaru reinforced the seal on Naruto's 9 tails, left a heaven's curse mark on Sasuke. And then, after all that, Orochimaru took his leave. Sakura once again stood alone, facing off against the 3 Sound Ninjas. She set up traps, showcased her tactical skills, summoned all her courage, and even cut her own hair. Though the scene was stirring and full of fighting spirit, in the end, she still couldn't avoid being completely overpowered. After that, the Ino Shikicho squad happened to pass by, and under the decisive leadership of their queen bee, Ino Yamanaka, they swiftly jumped into action. These days, Ino Shikicho was no longer the traditional trio everyone used to know. Thanks to Night Wind's training, Ino had developed exceptional swordsmanship. So, with Shikamaru's strategic planning, they built a new fighting style centered around Ino, turning the tide and sending the 3 Sound Ninja henchmen fleeing in panic. Then, Ino led her team to the rendezvous point she'd agreed on with Night Wind. TCH, Sasuke, don't be so stubborn. Is it really so hard to just say thank you to Ino and her team? If it weren't for them, the 2 of us might not even have woken up, we'd be finished. Naruto pouted, always acting so cool and aloof. What's the point of that? Every time he thinks he's got it all together, he just ends up getting thrashed. Is that really the life you want? Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm the man who's going to defeat that man. I'd never fall here. Sasuke protested, clenching his fists in frustration. But the pain from the curse marks surged through him, instantly shattering his composure. Sasuke's knees buckled, and he collapsed in Naruto's arms. Just look at you. These days, you don't even need Night Wind to take you down. Anyone here could hit you with a 2-move Night Wind combo. Naruto shook his head, then smoothly pushed Sasuke out his arms. To be honest, Naruto had already accepted Sasuke as a teammate. But Sasuke was always looking down on him. It was one thing to put on an act in front of the team, but if he kept this up when Night Wind arrived, he'd just get beaten down again. That would be too sad. But it's okay. Naruto Uzumaki, will definitely save him. After all, Night Wind said it himself. Naruto Uzumaki, have a natural gift for talking people down. But I don't really feel like I'm all that good at talking people around. Am I? I just don't get it. After a while, Night Wind finally arrived with Hinata and the other 2. When the siblings reunited, they showered everyone with another heavy dose of lovey-dovey affection. Everyone was more than full. Then, Night Wind distributed the extra scrolls. With that, everyone in the group now met the requirements to submit their mission. Let's go. I'll take you all to the central tower to turn in your mission. Then I have some other matters to attend to, Night Wind said. Other matters? Ino and Hinata blinked in surprise. Brother, what else do you have to do? Do you need our help? Ino asked. I've actually wanted to hunt in this forest for a long time, but I never had the chance. Now that we're finally allowed inside, of course, I have to savor the local game and see if it's different from what we've had elsewhere. A sly gleam flickered in Night Wind's eyes. Over the years, Nightwind often took his friends hunting for wild game in the forests. However, it seemed that the fierce beasts in those other woods had all learned to beware of Nightwind. They would vanish long before Nightwind and his friends ever arrived. So, the only animals they usually managed to catch were the weak and timid ones. With every hunt, the excitement dwindled further. So, Nightwind's explanation was easy for his friends to believe. Do you think we could stay and have a taste? It smells like it'd be delicious. Choji's mouth began to water uncontrollably. Wild game. From the Forest of Death, no less. It had to be amazing. No way. The Forest of Death is riddled with danger, and there are still plenty of ninja from other villages around. It's much too risky for you to stick around. Nightwind shook his head, refusing without hesitation. That's right, that's right. That long-tongued ninja is seriously scary. She can summon giant snakes the size of houses. We should just listen to Nightwind and go hand in our mission. Sakura nodded in agreement. At Sakura's description, Choji's drool was practically a puddle at his feet. Snakes the size of houses? Imagine how tasty that would be. Shikamaru, what do you think? What's there to think about? Let's just go hand in the mission already. Shikamaru propped his chin on his hand, sounding thoroughly unenthusiastic. A place this dangerous, leaving as soon as possible was definitely the smartest move. Anything else would just be a headache. On the way to submit their mission, nothing much happened. Hinata's team had incredible sensory abilities. Even from far away, they could spot any enemies lying in ambush. And then, Nightwind would step forward and dispatch them effortlessly. After the mission was handed in, Nightwind parted ways with his friends and, following the map Anko had given him, sped alone toward Lake Konoha. Meanwhile, Anko herself was already outside the exam grounds, where she discovered a corpse whose face had been melted away. Orochimaru. Anko ground her teeth in anger. As Orochimaru's former student, Anko could tell at a glance how this ninja had died. If Orochimaru was truly inside the Forest of Death, this was a grave situation. Anko didn't care what happened to the others, but she absolutely couldn't let Nightwind cross paths with that terrifying man. You two, report to the third Hokage at once. Tell him we need at least 2 AMBU squads for backup, no less. Yes, Lady Anko. Once she'd given her orders, Anko opened the barrier around the Forest of Death, and in a flash, disappeared inside. You brat. You absolutely must not die. Autumn Leaf Lake wasn't actually that far from the central tower. Before long, Yifeng arrived at the check-in location. Gazing at Autumn Leaf Lake before him, Yifeng finally understood why, when he mentioned how beautiful the scenery was, Hondo had given him such a strange look. Autumn Leaf Lake was actually a swamp. A deep, foreboding swamp. It reeked of death. Even with Yifeng's Byakugan, he couldn't see the bottom. There was nothing beautiful about it all. Ding! You've arrived at the check-in location. Initiating check-in. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Check-in successful. Congratulations. You've received a reward. Legendary Blade. Kikoku sealed. Kikoku? Which version of Kikoku was this? And what did sealed even mean? A flurry of questions crowded Yifeng's mind. System, do you dare come out and explain this? He tried asking, but as always, the system remained silent. Sigh, it's one thing if you're not a cute girl, but to be mute as well? That's just too much. Yifeng shook his head. He retrieved Kikoku from his system inventory. The blade was straight, black as night, incredibly stylish, possessing an aura that was hard to put into words. A black-bladed Kikoku. Now, this is interesting. His old ninja blade, though recently bought and rather expensive, had been battered beyond recognition during the exam. There was no denying it. For a ninja specializing in enchanted blade techniques, the wear and tear on swords was immense. This black-bladed sword had arrived at just the right moment. A clear, resonant ring echoed as Yifeng set aside his battered old favorite, picked up the new blade, and flicked its surface lightly. What a blade! Let's try a wind release enchantment. Yifeng focused, channeling wind release chakra from within into the hilt. A bright white light flared. A black blade, edged with dazzling white. The entire sword radiated an indescribable, mysterious energy. As expected of a legendary blade, no marks at all from the wind edge. This is definitely no ordinary metal. Let's try a fire release enchantment. Yifeng's excitement grew. Fire release wasn't usually suited for blade enchantments. The reason was simple. Most metals couldn't withstand the extreme temperatures at the heart of a flame. Fire release enchantments were far harsher on a blade than wind release. But considering this sword was a system reward, Yifeng couldn't help but give it a try. A flash. It looked just like Ryujin Jacko Blaze. Though the power was worlds apart, it was easy to imagine a scene straight out of Masashi Kishimoto's mind. Who knows? Maybe one day, he could unleash a technique that turned all creation to ash? Yifeng was thoroughly enjoying his new sword. He was just about to try enchanting his blade with ice release once more. But at that moment, a cold, raspy voice suddenly echoed from within the swamp. Little one, that black blade of yours seems quite intriguing. Could it be the legendary, long-lost cursed blade? Muramasa? The hoarse voice rang out so abruptly that Nightwind shivered involuntarily. It felt just like being targeted by a venomous snake. Orochimaru? Nightwind tensed and swiftly widened the distance between himself and Orochimaru. Oh, there's no need to be so alarmed. I'm merely interested in your sword, nothing more. That blade houses a malevolent spirit within. It's said to erode the wielder's mind. Every owner of Muramasa throughout history has met a tragic fate, consumed by the evil soul inside. I don't know where you acquired such a weapon, but if you want to avoid a premature death, why not hand it over to me instead? What do you say? Orochimaru had never been one for brute force. If word could achieve his goals, he would rarely resort to violence. Facing this version of Orochimaru, Nightwind drew a deep breath, steadying his heart. Orochimaru was indeed a Kaga-level threat. However, his reasons for coming to the Hidden Leaf this time were clear: to brand Sasuke with his cursed seal and to set the Konoha Crush into motion. That meant he couldn't afford to draw too much attention. Techniques like the mandala of many snakes, the reanimation jutsu, or his ultimate serpent transformation. Moves like these were off the table for now. Given that, Nightwind reckoned, perhaps he had a real chance of holding his own. Sorry, but swords, like wives, are not something I give away. If you want it so badly, why not try and take it from me? Nightwind fixed Orochimaru with a sharp, unwavering gaze, his aura undiminished. Oh, getting cocky, are we? Well, that's fine. Youth is meant for arrogance. Orochimaru's voice slithered through the air, his snake-like eyes raking Nightwind up and down with keen interest. Tell me, would you care to join me? I could help you unlock the true power of a demon blade. This time, Orochimaru wasn't just bluffing. He had little use for famous swords for their own sake. He was simply fascinated by Muramasa and wanted to unravel its mysteries. After all, the world was overflowing with secrets. Every layer Orochimaru peeled away only revealed more wonder and strangeness. So, yes, his offer to Nightwind was genuine. But how could Nightwind ever accept? He was the young heir of the Yamanaka clan, the pride of the Hidden Leaf. His roots ran deep and true. Not to mention, he had a childhood friend who was the daughter of a wealthy family. The only way he'd betray the village was if he'd completely lost his mind. Judging by that scornful look on your face, I take it my offer doesn't interest you? You can't really be blamed for this. After all, you don't even know who I am yet. Actually, I am... Orochimaru's words were cut short. Suddenly, a Fuma shuriken whirled through the air, slicing Orochimaru's body clean in two. Haha, so you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you a long time, Anko. A wild grin spread across Orochimaru's face. Then, from the severed surfaces of Orochimaru's body, a swarm of venomous snakes slithered out, weaving the two halves back together. The sight was deeply disturbing, truly nauseating. Are you all right, Yefeng? Anko appeared at Yefeng's side, inspecting his neck. When she saw there was no curse mark, she finally relaxed. Thank goodness. Orochimaru hadn't taken an interest in Yefeng's body. No real danger. He's called Orochimaru, an extremely dangerous S-rank rogue ninja. I'll hold him off. You hurry to the central tower and get help. Anko knew Orochimaru's strength all too well. Neither she nor Yefeng stood a chance against him. So, Anko intended to use this as an excuse to get Yefeng to leave. Only then could she hope to save him. As for herself, she had long since resigned herself to dying alongside Orochimaru, if it came to that. Yet, how could Yefeng possibly leave her behind? Anko, have you forgotten what happened in the Land of Waves? Yefeng said with a gentle smile. You idiot. Don't compare him to someone like Zabuza. You have no idea what Orochimaru is capable of. Go and get back up now. Anko shouted at Yefeng, her eyes glistening as if she might cry. Yes, Yefeng had killed Zabuza, but in Anko's eyes, that was just clever tactics, using a shadow clone self-destruction to injure Zabuza. But Orochimaru was different, even though both Orochimaru and Zabuza were S-rank rogue ninjas. Their powers were worlds apart. They weren't even in the same league. No strategy could bridge that gap. Yefeng glanced at Anko and smiled softly, speaking in a gentle tone. Of course, I know Orochimaru is different from Zabuza. What I wanted to say is, didn't I tell you back in the Land of Waves? As long as I'm here, I'll always protect you. You? Anko was struck speechless by Yefeng's reply, as if jolted by lightning. She saw only Yefeng drawing a black ninja blade and charging straight at Orochimaru. Clang! Orochimaru's lips curled as he drew the Kusanagi sword to meet Yefeng's black blade. But in that instant, Orochimaru suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold radiating up the blade. Looking closely, he saw that the sinister black sword was coated in a layer of frost. Ice release? What an interesting little brat. It seems you're hiding quite a few secrets, aren't you? Orochimaru licked his lips, as if he'd just stumbled upon the perfect specimen for his next experiment. Striking shadow, snake hand. With a sinister hiss, over a dozen giant serpents, each as thick as an arm, shot straight toward Night Wind. Night Wind flicked his wrist, sending a gleam of steel through the air. The movement looked plain and unremarkable, yet it sliced effortlessly through Orochimaru's signature technique. Orochimaru, you really shouldn't waste both our time with these probing tricks of yours. Night Wind held his black blade aloft, his presence dominating the field. Heh, kid, your name's Night Wind, isn't it? I have to admit, I did underestimate you. Your swordsmanship is steady, and your chakra is impressively pure. Still, if I didn't have more pressing matters to attend to, I'd absolutely drag you back today, lay you out on my operating table, and study you inside and out. Orochimaru spoke as he licked the corner of his mouth, his meaning clear as day. Yes, this snake has his eyes on you. Orochimaru, stop monologuing. The ANBU from the Leaf Village will be here any minute. If you don't want to end up as Snake Stew, you'd better show some real skill. Steel clashed with steel. A sharp metallic ring echoed through the clearing. Their blades met again and again in quick succession. Then, in perfect sync, both leapt backward, putting distance between themselves. Water style, water dragon bullet. As he retreated, Night Wind's hands flashed through a series of seals. A majestic blue water dragon surged forth, roaring as it lunged at Orochimaru. What pure water-style chakra! It's been ages since I crossed swords with such a promising youth. Pity we're pressed for time, but next time, I promise I'll school you properly. Orochimaru slapped his palms to the ground. Instantly, a wall of earth adorned with a serpent's head rose up, shielding him from Night Wind's attack. But at that very moment, 6 gleaming sunbon needles, cold as ice, shot from an unexpected angle straight toward Orochimaru's back. They sliced through the air, swift and silent. Orochimaru didn't even try to dodge. In a blink, his body scattered into a writhing mass of venomous snakes. The sunbon slipped harmlessly through the gaps, easily evading Anko's ambush. At the same time, his hands formed another seal. Anko had been blocking Orochimaru's escape route, hoping to help Night Wind pin him down. But suddenly, a searing pain erupted from the cursed mark on her neck. Her chakra went haywire, and she collapsed to the ground. Heh, Anko, every technique you learned from me, and now you try to use them against me? Isn't that a bit of a joke? With those words, Orochimaru's figure faded into the distance, vanishing like a ghost. Night Wind saw Anko fall. In an instant, he flashed to Anko's side. He scooped her up, holding her securely around the waist. This is a special painkiller made by the Mountain Clan. Take it first. I'll get you back to the central tower right away. Night Wind spoke softly, looking into Anko's eyes. Orochimaru's curse mark was fiercely domineering. The pain was truly unbearable, enough to make you wish for death. The only way to ease it was through a sealing technique. But Night Wind had never learned the art of sealing, so he had no choice but to hurry Anko back and let the third Hokage reseal the curse mark. Along the way, Anko endured the torment of the curse, but as she lay in Night Wind's arms, gazing up at his resolute face and feeling the warmth radiating from him, her emotions were a tangled mess. This brat, he actually dared to draw his blade against Orochimaru for my sake. Doesn't he care about his own life at all? What a shame. I'm 10 years older than him. Back at the central tower, the Yambiu operatives took Anko from Night Wind, escorting her to see the third Hokage for treatment. Night Wind, meanwhile, dutifully submitted his mission scroll, completing the second exam. He made his way to the lounge. His friends, oblivious to everything that had happened, greeted him cheerfully, asking how the wild game in the forest of death tasted. Seeing the carefree looks on their faces, Night Wind smiled faintly. He thought to himself, sometimes, maybe ignorance really is bliss. Take these friends of his, for example, until the moment Orochimaru launches his plan to destroy the Leaf Village. Their lives are simple and full of joy. Well, except for Sasuke, of course. In the days that followed, Night Wind and his friends stayed inside the central tower. Though there wasn't much to do, at least they had each other for company, and boredom never truly set in. During these days, Night Wind didn't see Anko again. He wasn't sure how the third Hokage planned to handle the aftermath with Orochimaru. But the Chunin exams hadn't been called off, which meant the third Hokage was probably sticking to his original plan, just like in the story. He had underestimated Orochimaru's determination, never realizing that the crisis for Konoha had already arrived. 5 days later, all the students who passed the second exam were gathered at the Konoha village training arena. The third Hokage greeted them kindly and offered his congratulations. Then he announced, the preliminary matches of the third exam would begin now. Since it was just the preliminary round, there were no spectators today. Only their Jonin instructors were present. Ah, Kakashi, your team's pretty lucky, huh? I heard they finished the task on the very first day. But from here on out, their luck might not hold out so well. Who told my students to take part in the Chunin exams this time? After all, the third round is all about proving yourself with real strength. Ah, youth. Sometimes it's just that bittersweet and harsh. Don't you think, Kakashi? Might Guy stood beside Kakashi, his face radiant with the exuberance of youth. He chattered on incessantly. And Kakashi? He listlessly turned his head, as if his face were a canvas painted with question marks. Huh? Are you talking to me? As expected of my eternal rival, to so coldly ignore my burning passion. Guy wailed, tears streaming down his face. Standing in the crowd, Yifeng listened to the comical banter between Guy and Kakashi and couldn't help but smile wryly. Kakashi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan ever since Rin's death. Yet, during the entire Konoha crush incident, forget the Mangekyo, Kakashi hadn't even used the regular 3-tomo Sharingan. And Guy was the same. A grand finale with the 8 gates unleashed? Not a chance. Guy hadn't opened a single gate. He hadn't even taken off his leg weights. The two of them were just half-heartedly using taijutsu to mop up some low-level enemies, and even managed to make a friendly competition out of it, counting who took down more. Meanwhile, the Hokage himself was trapped by the enemy, and these two still had the leisure to compete? What did that say? It showed that in today's Konoha, there were fewer and fewer Jonin who truly supported the third Hokage from the bottom of their hearts. As for this, Yifeng, being the young master of the Yamanaka clan, had sensed it long ago. The third Hokage. It really was time for him to take his final bow. At the very least, after this battle, he could still be remembered as the hero who protected Konoha and received the reverence of future generations. Thinking this, Yifeng glanced over at Sasuke. Because of Yifeng, Naruto's team completed their task on the very first day. So, the third Hokage had personally helped Sasuke suppress his curse mark. Though it couldn't be completely removed, the effect was at least better than Kakashi's knockoff version. Perhaps sensing Yifeng's gaze, Sasuke suddenly whipped around and shot him a glare. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Sasuke really was a peculiar one. Look at Obito and Kakashi. Witnessing a comrade's death, they immediately awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And Sasuke? He relived the trauma of his parents' murder by Itachi in a Tsukuyami nightmare. And what did he get? Just one more Tomo in his Sharingan. Really? This was the genius little brother that Itachi had bet everything on? Is this a joke? A total of 22 genin had passed the second round of the exams. Kabuto, right on script, raised his hand and forfeited. In the end, 21 candidates remained for the preliminary matches. One more than expected. This meant that someone would get a bye. Very soon, names began to flicker across the big screen. At last, the screen froze on the name Hinata Hyuga. What incredible luck. It seems even the heavens themselves favor the main family, Hinata. Neji Hyuga stood among the crowd. His expression was indifferent as he glanced at the name on the screen. But inside, he was far from calm. He had looked down on Hinata in the past. He believed that, with Hinata's abilities, she was utterly unfit to be a ninja. However, rumor had it that ever since Hinata met that boy called Yefu Yamanaka, she had changed a great deal. Her personality had grown stronger, and her skills had improved. But in Neji Hyuga's eyes, he was the one truly worthy of inheriting the Hyuga clan's legacy. No one else. As for Hinata Hyuga, did she really think she could stop being a failure just because of a man? This Chunin exam, I, Neji Hyuga, will defeat every last one of you. The match began. Yefu was the first to take the stage. His opponent was named Akagane Yoroi. From the sound of his name alone, it was clear he was likely just another expendable fighter. Akagane Yoroi, like Kabuto Yakushi, was a spy that Orochimaru had planted within the Hidden Leaf Village. However, Akagane Yoroi's abilities were nowhere near Kabuto's. Kabuto, after all, was said to be a match for Kakashi Hatake himself. But Akagane Yoroi, in the original story, he was little more than a side character for Sasuke to showcase his skills against. Yet this time, Akagane Yoroi was carrying out Lord Orochimaru's orders. He was determined to teach Yefu Yamanaka a lesson he wouldn't forget. Draw your blade, brat from the Yamanaka clan. Akagane Yoroi adjusted his glasses, his voice cold and menacing. Draw my blade? You, a competitor whose name screams cannon fodder, might be misunderstanding something. Not just anyone is worthy of facing my sword. A mocking smile tugged at the corners of Yefu's mouth as he formed hand signs. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. A massive sphere of water erupted from Yefu's mouth. It surged straight toward Akagane Yoroi. Boom! Like a roaring waterfall, the torrent smashed Akagane Yoroi, sending him flying and knocking him out cold. The battle was over. The proctor for the third exam, Hey Gecko, instantly appeared beside Akagane Yoroi. After checking his condition, he swallowed hard. This kid really was just as Yugao had said. A monster. The winner of the first match, Yefu Yamanaka. Down below the stage, Gaara from the Sand Village, Sasuke Uchiha from the Leaf, and Niji Hyuga, whose hatred extended to all things associated with his enemy, watched Yefu intently. The same thought echoed in all three of their minds. How could this guy possibly be so strong? But even so, I will defeat him, because I'm a genius. The three little prodigies cheered themselves on in their hearts, pumping themselves up so much that, in the end, they actually believed it. On the VIP platform, the third Hokage was puffing earnestly on his pipe. A look of deep satisfaction spread across his face. This kid, to think he's mastered such an advanced water-style jutsu. It wasn't in vain that I publicly backed him that day. At last, I've made a decision that seemed impulsive at the time, but turned out to be absolutely right. It wasn't easy. In the Jonin section, Kakashi and the others had already heard much about Yi Feng's strength, and seeing it with their own eyes today, he truly lives up to his reputation. A water-style jutsu of this caliber. Others might not know, but as for Kakashi Hitaki himself, if he's honest, he'd admit he could only fight Yi Feng to a draw at best. As Yi Feng left the arena, Ino and Hinata rushed straight into his arms. TCH, you thought you'd get to draw your sword, but maybe you should realize your own limits first. Exactly. Ninjutsu for clearing out the small fry. Swordplay for taking down the bosses. That's the Yi Feng way. From a distance, Enko overheard the girls' banter and couldn't help but twitch her eyelids. Ninjutsu for clearing small fry. The Great Waterfall technique is an A-rank jutsu. Even among Jonin, it's a notoriously difficult water-style technique to master. Yet to these girls, it's just a move for dealing with minor enemies. Sigh. The Hyuga girl looks like she's fallen completely for him. Honestly, what is it about this brat that's so irresistible? Next, the matches continued. All in all, today was only the preliminary round. Many contenders were still holding back their true strength. Apart from keeping an eye on Ino's performance, Yi Feng didn't pay much attention to the others. Finally, the roster for the third finals was settled. Yi Feng versus Hinata, Sasuke versus Gaara, Naruto versus Niji, Temari versus Shikamaru, Shino versus Kankuro, Ino versus Tosu. As the matchups appeared on the big screen, the friends glanced at each other. They felt both relieved and awkward. On one hand, they've been lucky enough not to face Yi Feng themselves. On the other hand, the person who had to face Yi Feng turned out to be Hinata. Bro, your opponent is Hinata? This is going to be interesting, haha. Ino burst out laughing. After all, spectators always enjoy a little drama. Wait, could there have been some behind-the-scenes manipulation? What do you think, Shikamaru? Don't make the village sound so shady. There was only a 1 in 11 chance. It's just fate testing them. Shikamaru replied with a shrug. Everyone knew Yi Feng and Hinata were a couple, and very close at that. But now, they had actually become rivals in the exam hall. One has to admit, fate truly has a twisted sense of humor. Yefeng, honestly, I'm not that interested in becoming a chunin. I'm planning to forfeit when the time comes. Hinata looked at Yefeng with gentle eyes, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Yefeng was, of course, much stronger than Hinata. However, Hinata knew Yefeng well. If she were his opponent, he might not fight with all his strength. But Hinata didn't want to hold Yefeng back, nor did she want to force him into making a difficult choice. So, Hinata had already decided to withdraw. As long as she forfeited of her own accord, Yefeng wouldn't have to worry about anything. That was Hyuga Hinata for you. The perfect childhood friend who always saw things from Yefeng's perspective. You silly girl, the Chunin exams aren't just about winning or losing. What matters is how everyone performs as a whole during the tests. So go out there and shine. Let everyone see just how strong Hinata can be when she gives it her all. Yefeng gently stroked Hinata's long, pale lavender hair, which she had grown out for him. His voice was soft and warm. Because of Yefeng, Hinata was already quite different from the shy little girl in the original story. Yet, her confidence still hadn't fully returned. Yefeng hoped Hinata would use this opportunity to reveal her strongest self before everyone, so she could completely regain her confidence and become ahead of time, that self-assured, beautiful, and gentle Hyuga Hinata. Huh, is that really how it works? Hinata blinked in surprise, then let out a sigh of relief. So, even if I lose, I still have a chance to become a chunin. As a ninja with a healthy sense of self-worth. No one wants to stay a genin forever. Hinata was no exception. If what Yeffing said was true, and she could still become a chunin even if she lost, of course Hinata would want to show her best side. After all, showing the best of herself before the one she loved, bringing him a pleasant surprise. What could be more wonderful than that? Of course. Why would I lie to you? You're so adorable. You're sure to become a chunin, Yeffing said with a playful grin, pulling Hinata into his arms. As soon as Yeffing spoke, their friends all rolled their eyes in unison. What does being cute have to do with qualifying as a chunin? Ordinarily, in this round of chunin exams, only Shikamaru among the Konoha 9 had been promoted to chunin. But in reality, many of the examinees were already fully qualified to become chunin. Hinata was certainly no exception. In the original storyline, the reason only Shikamaru was promoted in the end was because the Hidden Leaf Village had continued following the third Hokage's policies. During times of peace, the village strictly controlled the number of chunins. They refused to mass-promote new ninja. That's why the passing rate for chunin exams is so low. But Nightwind felt that the third Hokage's policies were out of date. With every major shinobi village aggressively expanding their forces and eyeing Konoha with hungry ambition. Konoha must return to being the village that could dominate the entire ninja world. Seeing Hinata nestled in Nightwind's arms, the group of friends couldn't help but sigh. I don't know. Suddenly these chips don't taste so good anymore, Choji Akimichi muttered, shoveling chips in his mouth, but somehow they tasted like dog food now. The preliminary rounds had ended, but the third and final match wouldn't begin right away. As tradition dictated, there would be a month's break between the two matches. This month was meant to give everyone a chance to recover and return to peak condition, but also to allow some targeted special training. After all, most of the winners had already revealed some of their abilities during the preliminaries. So, how to use the intel gathered from the preliminary battles for effective training. That was another kind of test for the contestants. That night, Nightwind treated everyone to a feast, celebrating the end of the second exam. Even Sasuke Uchiha was dragged along by Naruto and Sakura. Big brother, that TOS is already someone I've beaten before. I'll have no problem in the official match, but as for the rest of them, well, I can't say, Ino said breezily. Ugh, if I'd known, I would have just dropped out during the preliminaries. Then I wouldn't have to worry about the finals at all. Such a pain, Shikamaru sighed, propping up his chin, looking as listless as ever. Haha, unless you're not afraid of your mom beating you up at home, you can always just forfeit, Ino laughed. Everyone knew. Shikamaru hated trouble more than anything. If it weren't for the tigress at home forcing him to take the exams, he might not even have wanted to graduate. By the way, all three from a sand village made it to the finals. They're not to be underestimated. Shino, Sasuke, you two better step up your game this next month. Shikamaru recalled how the trio from the sand village had performed in the preliminaries, and couldn't shake the feeling that they hadn't shown their true strength. As if they were hiding something. Yeah, the sand village ninja are definitely strong, especially that Gaara. If Nightwind hadn't shown up during the second exam, the three of us might not have made it out alive. He could have taken us all down himself. Sasuke, you'd better watch your back, Shino said, adjusting his glasses, still visibly unsettled. Worry about yourselves. I'm a genius of the Uchiha clan. There's no way I'll lose to a sand ninja. Sasuke rolled his eyes with a touch of pride, making it clear that they simply didn't understand what it meant to be a ninja with the Sharingan. Well, Sasuke, don't let your guard down, Naruto said, his tone casual. Anything can happen in the arena. Take me and Kiba, for example. Who would have thought I'd actually win? Naruto shrugged, as if he hadn't noticed the look of indignation on Kiba's face. Enough with the chatter. You keep bringing it up. Are you looking for a fight? Kiba shot back. Come on, I told you it was an accident. You insisted on charging at me. What was I supposed to do? Naruto replied, shrugging. Shut up, Kiba snapped. Meanwhile, Night Breeze sipped his little cup of sake, watching his friends bicker and roughhouse with a gentle smile. Moments like this felt peaceful and satisfying. What a pity. Behind this world of ninjas, there were still too many schemers lurking in the shadows. If he wanted to enjoy this tranquil life for a little longer, Night Breeze knew what he had to do. He'd have to sweep them all away, one by one. A month wasn't a long time. Everyone was training hard, each deeply focused on their own growth. Even Sasuke, who always played tough, and Ino, usually so laid back, spent every day at the practice grounds. By Night Breeze's estimation, Naruto, should have already met Jiraiya by now. Granted, at this stage, Jiraiya hadn't taught Naruto much beyond summoning techniques, but he had helped Naruto break the 5-element seal. That alone was enough to restore Naruto to his full self. That was all that mattered. At the training grounds, Night Breeze sat alone on a bench, bored and lost in thought. After a while, Anko suddenly appeared. "Hey, Night Breeze, where's your little girlfriend? Don't tell me you two had a fight," she teased, perching herself next to him with a sly grin. Night Breeze hadn't seen Hinata for several days now. Apparently, at her own request, Hinata was undergoing secret training with Hayashi Hyuga. It seemed she truly wanted to surprise Night Breeze this time. Fight? Please, with Hinata's gentle nature, even if I went out drinking at Hostess Bar, she wouldn't get mad. She'd just have a sake gourd ready for me when I got home, Night Breeze replied, wearing a confident smile. Of course, he'd never actually do something that tasteless. He only wanted to express how understanding Hinata was. TCH, you little brat. Thinking about Hostess Bars at your age? What kind of unhealthy thoughts are you filling your head with? Anko couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hostess Bars? Like you're even old enough for that kind of thing. But as Anko studied Night Breeze more closely, she had to admit that despite being only 13, he was developing much faster than other boys his age. He already looked more like a 15 or 16-year-old. Could it be that this rascal really had tried something like that? Unhealthy? Have you looked at that fishnet outfit you're wearing? Now that's what I call unhealthy. Night Breeze shot back. Night Breeze's gaze roamed freely over Hongdo, and he began to tease her. The fishnet outfit boss herself. That's a legend across the ninja world. Oh, come on. Fishnet outfit? This is just a finely made mesh bodysuit. It's designed for missions. What do you know about it, anyway? Hongdo shot Night Breeze an exasperated look. Fishnet outfit? Seriously? With a figure like mine? If it weren't for ease of movement, I could wear anything and look better than this. All right, enough joking. Is the curse mark on your neck okay now? Night Breeze nonchalantly brushed aside Hongdo's collar and took a quick look inside. It's fine now. The third Hokage's technique was excellent. Hongdo's cheeks flushed at Night Breeze's casual motion, and she quickly clutched her collar closed again. In her heart, she thought, this brat, so bold with his actions. It really does seem like he's been spending time in the nightlife. Well, actually, I've read a few case files. Orochimaru's curse mark can give you power. Have you never thought of mastering it? Night Breeze asked. Hongdo wasn't particularly strong, but Orochimaru's curse mark held incredible power. If she could control it, with her battle experience, she could easily surpass most elite jonin in an instant. My dream is to kill that man with my own hands. So how could I ever use his power? At the mention of Orochimaru's name, Hongdo's face darkened immediately. I'm leaving. I have things to do. You're leaving already? Not going to stay a while longer. Night Breeze shrugged helplessly. Just a mention of Orochimaru, and Hongdo would become tense and edgy. Seems like the resentment runs deep. From what Night Breeze knew, Hongdo always saw herself as nothing more than a test subject for Orochimaru's curse mark. So, she harbored deep hatred for that cold, heartless teacher. But, was there truly no bond left at all between teacher and student? If there was nothing, why didn't Orochimaru simply kill her to tie up loose ends back then? Why go to the trouble of erasing her memories instead? After all, once Hongdo's memories were wiped, the most direct benefit was that she wouldn't be subject to interrogation by the Umbu, and she could continue to stay in the Leaf Village as a normal ninja. Aside from that curse mark, Hongdo's life was almost entirely ordinary. So, were the memories Orochimaru erased truly only those related to his experiments? To Night Breeze, perhaps this too was a kind of bond between teacher and student. Ding! You have a new sign-in task. Please check for details. That day, Night Breeze was enjoying a pleasant afternoon nap, when suddenly, the system chimed noisily in his mind once again. Sigh, system, when will you evolve enough to have a mute function? Ever heard of Do Not Disturb mode? Night Breeze grumbled. He sat up in bed and opened the mission panel. Checking on the rooftop of Suijetsu Hot Springs? What kind of bizarre mission is this? Night Breeze let out a long sigh, though he felt a bit reluctant. He still got out of bed and dressed. Fortunately, the task was only to sign in on the rooftop. If it had been the women's bathhouse, Night Breeze figured he'd have no choice but to consult Naruto for some transformation jutsu expertise. Suijetsu Hot Springs, the largest bathhouse in Konoha Village. Standing downstairs, Night Breeze sighed again. Then, in a flash, he appeared on the rooftop. Ding! Host has arrived at the check-in location. The required duration is 30 minutes. 30 minutes? Night Breeze frowned. Staying on the rooftop of a place like this for 30 minutes. If his friends caught wind of this, his reputation as the esteemed heir of the Yamanaka clan would go down the drain. Spying on the women's bathhouse was one thing, But if rumors spread that he was peeping at the men's bathhouse, he'd be utterly disgraced. Swish, swish, swish. Water style, water transformation, jutsu. Thinking quickly, Night Breeze formed a few hand seals and turned into a puddle of water, lying flat on the rooftop. 30 minutes later. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You've received Earth Style Mastery plus Earth Style Reward Pack. Earth Style? And just Mastery? Why not Lightning Style? Dissatisfied, Night Breeze dispelled the transformation, ready to leave. But just then, bang! A tile beside him burst into a puff of white smoke. Haha, young man, I see you're a kindred spirit. But if you want to appreciate the scenery, you have to learn patience. Only 30 minutes, and you're already giving up? Night Breeze looked at the newcomer, unable to keep his lips from twitching. A shock of white hair, a face that alternated between dignified and downright lecherous. No need for introductions. This was none other than Jiraiya, the legendary pervy sage. All he'd wanted was to check in, yet he'd run into Jiraiya of all people. Thankfully, when Night Breeze transformed into a puddle, he'd glanced downstairs. Ino, Hinata, and Anko weren't here. If they had been, he would have made sure Jiraiya paid dearly. Still, being caught red-handed by Jiraiya himself, even with Night Breeze's thick skin, he was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain himself. Haha, no need to be embarrassed. You look like a newbie at this. But judging by your looks, you remind me a bit of myself. You don't seem like the type who'd peep just for peeping's sake. Tell me honestly, are you a fellow writer of colorful novels? Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh, clapping Night Breeze on the shoulder as if they were old friends. A strange look appeared in his eyes. No, you might have misunderstood. Yifeng's face twitched. He wanted to explain, but before he could get a word in, Jiraiya waved his large hand, cutting Yifeng off mid-sentence. It's all right, little brother. Jiraiya, have never been one to suppress my peers. After all, I already stand at the very pinnacle of this industry. So even if you're just a rookie, struggling to get by, there's no need to hang your head in shame before someone like me, Jiraiya. After all, who among us didn't start out as a beginner? I get it. I really do. You get it? Not a chance. Yifeng sighed. If he had known, he would have just stayed home and caught up on his sleep. What was the rush to show up for this sign-in, anyway? Even though he hadn't run into any danger. Getting tangled up in something like this. How would his friends look at him from now on? Still, a wandering dragon always returns to the sea, but the sea doesn't welcome the likes of Jiraiya. Under normal circumstances, Yifeng wouldn't have minded spending a bit more time with Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya today was clearly not quite himself. Look at us, what fate we share. Here, this book is called Hot-Blooded Passion. It's a novel I haven't officially published yet. The content is absolutely explosive. It's yours. Hot-Blooded Passion. Though the title sounded a bit awkward, Yifeng knew a thing or two about it. This book, when it came to certain scenes, went far beyond make-out paradise. Of course, after arriving in this world, Yifeng hadn't actually read any of Jiraiya's books. He only knew about them from memories of his past life. He took the gift from Jiraiya, and Yifeng's first impulse was to toss it away. After all, he was hardly lacking for female company. What did he need these books for? But, out of respect for Jiraiya, Yifeng opened the new book Jiraiya had handed him. So, little brother, what do you think? My new book packs a punch, right? Doesn't it get your blood racing? Jiraiya instantly slipped into the role of a lecherous old man, gazing at Yifeng with eager anticipation. After all, a book only truly became a masterpiece if it was acknowledged by his peers. Yifeng was reading Jiraiya's work for the very first time, and he had been quite hopeful. But, after flipping through a few pages, he realized, this is it. At this level, this is the kind of book that supposedly drained all the energy out of Kakashi. Just how desperate for love were these people? Wouldn't finding a girlfriend be easier? Mr. Jiraiya, I don't mean to be harsh, but your book really isn't very good. Yifeng shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. What? Not very good? Are you sure? This is my masterpiece. Jiraiya looked utterly bewildered. It's really nothing special, whether it's the character development or the atmosphere. Reading it just feels bland and tasteless. Even though it seems rather explicit on the surface, in my opinion, this kind of writing doesn't do much to stir the reader's emotions. To put it plainly, books of this style should reach a level where the reader can hardly stand the anticipation. But clearly you just don't have that skill. Night Breeze shared his impressions candidly, and he didn't hesitate to offer his advice. Jiraiya looked genuinely shocked. Pulling himself together, he took out the best-selling risque novel on the market, Make Out Paradise. Then try reading this one. Just because a writer has been successful before, doesn't guarantee their next book will be another hit. With this mindset, Night Breeze started leafing through Make Out Paradise. But after finishing it, he tossed the book aside in open disdain. That's it, Master Jiraiya. I'm not picking on you, but this one is even worse than the last. If your books are popular, it's only because this generation of readers is carrying you. To be honest, your writing skills are garbage. Just garbage. Those words echoed again and again in Jiraiya's mind. It was clear. He had never been hit with such scathing criticism before. Even the jealous peers in his field wouldn't go so far as to say something so harsh. At that moment, Jiraiya felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Me, Jiraiya the white-haired sage, famed across the land, one of the legendary three, the top author in the shinobi world. A single make-out paradise brought together countless rivals, letting them sit, drink, and laugh over its pages. With achievements like that, and you're telling me I can't write? Fine then. Here's a pen. Let's see you do any better, you loudmouth. So, Jiraiya took Nightbreeze with him to a restaurant. He casually ordered a few dishes and drinks, just for cover. Then, he brought out pen and paper. Kid, since you have the guts to call my writing garbage, here's your chance. Take the pen. If you can't write something decent today, I'm not letting you off the hook. You'll have to call your parents to come get you. Jiraiya crossed his arms, uttering what, to any child, might be the most terrifying threat of all. Other things he could let slide. But writing? Jiraiya took that seriously. Faced with this, Nightbreeze could only shrug helplessly. What a situation. Still, Nightbreeze glanced at Jiraiya, a thoughtful look in his eyes, and then broke into a grin. What's the fun in just writing like this? How about we make a bet out of it? A bet? And what would we bet on? Jiraiya frowned. He wasn't like Tsunade, the notorious gambler of the shinobi world. He himself had little interest in wagering. In a moment, I'll write the openings for 3 different manuscripts. I'll say it without humility, they'll absolutely crush your so-called romance series. But since you'll be reading my introductions, shouldn't you show some gesture in return? So if I win, you'll have to teach me the summoning jutsu of Mount Myaboku. Nightwind spoke slowly. The summoning jutsu was a type of space-time ninjutsu. The technique itself wasn't particularly difficult to learn. The real challenge lay in whether any summoning beasts were willing to form a contract with the ninja. That's why Nightwind specifically mentioned the summoning jutsu of Mount Myaboku. In other words, he wanted Jiraiya to add his name to the contract scroll of Mount Myaboku. After all, during Orochimaru's invasion of the Leaf Village, not only would giant serpents wreak havoc, but even Shikaku might break loose and cause chaos. When dealing with such enormous creatures, ordinary ninjutsu would likely have little effect. But if he could summon a powerful beast like Gamabunta, Nightwind's abilities would soar to another level. Haha, you want the Mount Myaboku summoning contract? Not bad. For a mere genin, you sure know quite a bit. Jiraiya squinted at Nightwind with a hint of amusement. Jiraiya was no fool. How could he possibly wager the Mount Myaboku summoning contract so lightly? Let me introduce myself. I'm Yamanaka Nightwind, son of the Yamanaka clan leader. Knowing the circumstances of one of the legendary Sannin isn't so remarkable, is it? Nightwind shrugged. HM, so you're Yamanaka Nightwind? Jiraiya looked at him, a little surprised. After Jiraiya returned to the village, he'd already met with the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage had mentioned wanting Jiraiya's help in training Yamanaka Nightwind. But Jiraiya had little interest in the affairs of Konoha village these days. So, he had turned down the Hokage's request. Yet, who could have expected that the two of them would meet again under such circumstances? That's right, not an imposter, Nightwind replied with a faint smile. Well, who would have thought? The Yamanaka Nightwind that old man keeps going on about is actually a kindred spirit to me, Jiraiya. All right, if you can write an opening that truly impresses me, I'll teach you the summoning jutsu of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya nodded, agreeing to the wager. To be fair, Nightwind could be considered something like Anko's apprentice, which made him part of Jiraiya's lineage as well. Plus, with the 3rd Hokage's personal request, Jiraiya was more than happy to accept the bet. Seeing the wager set, a satisfied smile appeared on Nightwind's face. Then, he picked up the pen, and with swift, confident strokes, began to jot down scenes from his memory onto the paper. For example, stories about lost purity, or tales with golden heroes and strange creatures, or chronicles of those who had fallen from grace. Though more than a decade had passed, the classic scenes from those renowned online novels remained vivid in his mind. Nightbreeze always remembered. It only took about as long as it takes to finish a meal. 10,000 words, 3 story openings, all written. Jiraiya reached out and took the first manuscript from Nightbreeze. HM, the title is pretty decent. Clearly, you're a kindred spirit. But you know, just a good title doesn't mean much. As the saying goes, writing novels is a dead end. Unless you've got a talent like mine, Jiraiya, there's no hope of making it big. With that, Jiraiya opened Night Breeze's manuscript, ready to read with a critical eye. 10 minutes passed. Jiraiya finally finished reading the opening of the first story. He read every word, every line, not missing a single punctuation mark. He was afraid to miss anything that might affect the atmosphere. So, Jiraiya, what do you think of this opening? Night Breeze asked, taking a sip of wine. To be honest, when it comes to writing in this style, the great land of China is full of talent. Outshining an old guy who's never even been in love is hardly a challenge. At this, Jiraiya's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes wide, his expression becoming a bit strained. It seemed like he hesitated for a long while before awkwardly saying, Night Breeze, I think I drank a bit too much water. Let me run to the restroom first, and I'll discuss literature with you when I get back. See? That's true skill. Night Breeze put down his wine cup with a casual smile. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. This kind of reaction was exactly what Night Breeze expected. After all, they both understood. Less than 3 minutes later, Jiraiya returned. Judging by his expression, he seemed thoroughly satisfied. Night Breeze, your writing is excellent. Your ability to construct a story is first-rate, and your character work is nothing short of masterful. No wonder you've earned the third Hokage's recognition. Jiraiya truly meant it. Such talent, such pedigree, and on top of that, you write this well. If only he had a bit more life experience for inspiration compared to me, Jiraiya, he'd be nearly perfect. If you're done praising, let's not waste time. There are still 2 more openings here. Take a look. Night Breeze gestured toward the manuscripts on the table, already picturing Fukasaku beckoning to him. Maybe I'll save those other 2 for later, huh? I already recognize your talent. Jiraiya laughed awkwardly. Such masterful works. It's best not to read too many in one sitting. Otherwise, this old body might not be able to take it. So, Jiraiya decided to save them for later, perhaps to savor in the quiet of night. By the way, Night Breeze, you wrote these openings so quickly. You must have written something like this before, right? Why aren't your books available in bookstores? Is it because they haven't been published yet? Well, I wonder, could you perhaps lend me a copy first, so I could feast my eyes on it? Jiraiya rubbed his hands together excitedly. The memory of the unfinished chapter he'd just read still lingered in his mind. It left him burning with anticipation, unable to let go. As the saying goes, one day, when I have a blade in hand, I'll cut down every author who ends on a cliffhanger. If not for the third Hokage's sake, Jiraiya would have considered kidnapping Yi Feng on the spot and using Jinjutsu to get what he wanted. There's nothing published. It's all just things I scribble down as I please, not a complete book. Yi Feng cracked open a peanut, tossed it into his mouth, and interrupted Jiraiya's fantasy, saying, After all, I'm a young master of the Yamanaka clan. I'm not exactly short on money. Why would I put myself through the hardship of writing books? The sheer honesty in that statement made Jiraiya's eyelid twitch uncontrollably. If your casual scribbles already reach such a high standard, TSK, when it comes to writing, well, let's call it adult fiction. I, Jiraiya, am willing to call you Yi Feng the strongest. He grew serious, looking Yi Feng straight in the eye. By the way, Yi Feng, with talent like yours, why bother being a ninja? Isn't that a waste of genius? When he heard this, Yi Feng rolled his eyes in disbelief. Just to trick me into writing for you, you, one of the legendary Sannin, can actually say something like that? Don't you feel even a twinge of guilt? Why become a ninja, you ask? In this world of constant danger, could I survive if I weren't a ninja? What if, one day, Nagato from the Uzumaki clan shows up and demands I carry sacks of rice? Am I supposed to hand him a copy of some ancient text and expect him to exhaust himself reading it? Writing novels isn't nearly as miserable as you think. As long as you add enough spice to the scenes, you can get away with stretching the plot as much as you want and still make money. Trust me, I have plenty of experience in this field. Jiraiya's tone was earnest, persuasive, full of wisdom and seriousness, determined to talk Yi Feng into it. But Yi Feng wasn't buying it at all. Just look at the novelists from my previous life. They were either balding or overweight, and they all looked utterly exhausted. It was clearly a tough life. Enough with the nonsense. A bet's a bet. Hand over the Mount Mayaboku summoning technique now. Yi Feng shot Jiraiya a look of pure disdain and spoke bluntly. In Yi Feng's eyes, the only thing that mattered was getting stronger. As for those steamy novels, he had absolutely zero interest. After all, one day he would have the perfect wife. Why bother wasting time on fantasies? A few hours later, on a small hill on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, Yi Feng had fully mastered the essentials of the summoning technique. He had to admit, Jiraiya really did have a talent for teaching. Next, Jiraiya produced the summoning contract scroll of Mount Mayaboku. Bite your finger, write your name down, and that's it. The process is finished. Yefeng glanced at the list of names on the scroll. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Naruto, Uzumaki. Now, a new name was about to join them, Yefeng Yamanaka. This was actually quite a significant change. He wondered what that toad from Mount Myaboku, the one who was always dreaming and prophesying, would think of all this. All right, now you can try summoning a toad. Okay. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Yefeng quickly formed the hand seals. Then, he pressed his palm lightly against the ground. Boom! As the white mist cleared, a gigantic toad appeared before Jiraiya and Yefeng. Again, why is it him again? Jiraiya swallowed nervously, feeling a bit anxious. You actually managed to summon Gamabunta too? Since when did the Yamanaka clan have such powerful chakra? The principle behind the summoning jutsu was simple. The amount of chakra you channel determines the rank of the creature you can summon. If Yefeng could bring forth Gamabunta, that could only mean one thing. His chakra was incredibly strong. Jiraiya, what are you up to lately? You actually handed over the Mount Myaboku contract to two brats? And let them summon me twice in a row, just for training? Don't you think you're getting a bit carried away? Gamabunta narrowed his eyes as he appeared. He looked distinctly displeased. Who do they think Gamabunta was? He was the boss of Mount Myaboku's toads. Yet here he was, being summoned over and over by human kids, just to serve as a test subject for their summoning practice? Didn't the great Gamabunta have any dignity left? Ahaha, it's just a misunderstanding, Bunta. Don't take it to heart. Why don't you head back for now? Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Jiraiya knew Gamabunta's temper all too well. Even he couldn't always handle this mighty toad chief. He was notoriously short-tempered and incredibly strong. Oi, you over there, kid. If you dare summon me again, be warned, I might just slice you in half. Seeing Jiraiya's apologetic attitude, Gamabunta gave a disdainful flick of his pipe's ash and tossed a harsh warning Yefeng's way. Then, he prepared to break the summoning contract and return to Mount Myaboku. But just then, Yefeng gave a calm, faint smile. Draw your blade, Bunta. I hear you're the strongest swordsman in Mount Myaboku. If you want to cut me down, why wait until next time? With his right hand, Yefeng gripped the ninja blade at his waist, his face alight with excitement as he looked up at Gamabunta. Yefeng knew exactly what kind of figure Gamabunta was in Mount Myaboku, though he wasn't among the oldest toads. When it came to sheer combat strength, Gamabunta was absolutely one of Mount Myaboku's elite. So, to truly tame Gamabunta, the great toad summoning beast, is by no means an easy feat. Especially since Yefeng is nothing like Naruto, who would fawn over Gamabunta, calling him Boss Toad every other sentence. That just isn't Yefeng's style. So he decided to take the challenge head-on, with his swordsmanship. It was also a way to put his blade skills to the test. Ribbit, Jiraiya, are you sure this brat isn't crazy? He actually wants to duel me with swords? Has he had enough of living? Gamabunta sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. A mere human kid, daring to challenge the massive blade wielded by a toad over 10 meters long? Was this a joke? Gamabunta almost wanted to give the kid a 10-meter head start just to make it sporting. At that moment, even Jiraiya felt his scalp tingle with unease. He had clearly not expected Yefeng to be so bold. Not only had he dared to face off with a legendary Sannin, now he was actually challenging Gamabunta himself. If this giant toad really lost his temper, he would be a terrifying opponent to handle. Yefeng, just apologize to Gamabunta. His swordsmanship isn't even in the same league as a human's. Jiraiya whispered urgently at Yefeng's side, trying to talk some sense into him. There are many forms of swordsmanship, great swords included, but while such enormous blades are nearly impossible for humans to master, they're perfectly suited to a creature as colossal as a toad. Hearing Jiraiya's advice, Yefeng simply shook his head calmly and fixed his gaze on Gamabunta. Draw your blade, Gamabunta. Yefeng's challenge to Gamabunta wasn't some reckless, spur-of-the-moment decision. His basic sword strike technique had already reached an extraordinary level. Unless luck was on his side, and he managed to unlock an even higher skill, there was simply no way to break through any further. So, this duel of blades was also a challenge to himself. If you're not afraid to die, then I won't be afraid to bury you. Here comes my blade. With a deep, menacing rumble, Gamabunta's massive sword was drawn in one fluid motion, stirring up a wicked gust as it swung down toward Yefeng's head. Seeing this, the color drained from Jiraiya's face, and he instantly unleashed his chakra to the limit. He absolutely couldn't let Yefeng die here. Otherwise, he'd never get to see the rest of those 3 sacred books. Just as Jiraiya was about to intervene, Yefeng's black blade flashed from his waist. Pure, razor-sharp wind nature chakra surged along the sword's edge. One simple slash. It looked utterly ordinary, Yet the force it unleashed sent a chill straight to the heart. A series of metallic clashes rang out as Yefeng's terrifying sword aura collided with Gamabunta's massive blade. The air vibrated with a chorus of ringing steel. Gamabunta felt the power surging up through his sword, and his eyes narrowed in surprise. A mere human brat had actually mastered sword aura, and more than that, when had a human sword ever withstood such an overwhelming force? Even the Kusanagi sword wouldn't be able to do it, would it? Gamabunta sheathed his blade. Once the dust and smoke on the ground settled, there stood Yefu, gripping his black blade, his face noticeably pale, his chakra clearly depleted. And yet, despite this, Yefu's eyes were alight with excitement. A simple slash, finally leveled up, spurred on by Gamabunta's mighty strike. Yefu's own slash had broken through to an ultimate realm. At the peak of this technique, he could transform chakra into a formidable sword aura. Its power now surpassed even that of a chakra blade. However, the chakra cost for this move was enormous. With Yefu's current physique, just one slash had nearly drained him of all his chakra. Even though the Uzumaki clan's bloodline granted him exceptional chakra recovery, the amount of chakra he could store in his meridians remained limited. He could force himself to draw out more after depletion, but that would be devastating to his body. So, at this moment, chakra had become the bottleneck for Yefu's ultimate slashing technique. Kid, where'd you get that black blade? Gamabunta finally got a clear look at the sword in Yefu's hand, his face etched with astonishment. The demon blade, Kitetsu. Gamabunta had only ever heard of it from the great Toad Sage. You're just my summoned beast. There's really no need for you to know where my sword came from, is there? Yefu slid the blade back into its sheath, his gaze steady as he looked at Gamabunta. First, Orochimaru. Now, Gamabunta. Both of them had recognized this black blade. It seemed this weapon the system had provided truly had a story of its own. Kid, unless I'm mistaken, that blade is the demon blade, Kitetsu. Let me warn you, Kitetsu wasn't forged by human hands. It's a power no human can truly control. You should be careful. Gamabunta shot Yefu a grave warning. Then, he canceled the summoning jutsu and returned to Mount Myaboku. After Gamabunta's departure, Jiraiya was still reeling from the shock. With his own strength alone, he'd actually managed to cross blades with Gamabunta. This kid was a monster. And also, what did Bunta's last words mean? Not a human blade? Then what was it? Yefu, this sword of yours, what's the story? Jiraiya asked, looking at Yefu thoughtfully. He'd worked with the toads of Mount Myaboku for decades, but he'd never seen Bunta so deeply unsettled. This sword, it had to be extraordinary. I picked up this blade at Akaba Lake in the Forest of Death. It feels right in my hand. As for the rest, there's nothing more to say. Yefu replied lightly, as if it were nothing at all. Sooner or later, someone will come asking about the origin of this black blade. So, rather than having people constantly thinking about it, it's better to let Jiraiya be the one to spread the word. After all, I found the sword by chance. Everything else I know nothing about. As for why I, Yamanaka Yefeng, was able to find it while others couldn't, don't ask. If you must ask, just call it fate. After listening to Yefeng's explanation, Jiraiya rubbed his chin with a serious look in his eyes, as if pondering something deeply. Though the Forest of Death is used by the Leaf Village as a training ground, in truth, there are many secrets hidden within the Forest of Death. For instance, how deep does Akaba Lake go? Are there any living things at the bottom? No one truly knows. So, in such a place shrouded in mystery, it stands to reason that Yefeng could stumble upon a black blade with an air of enigma about it. There's nothing illogical there. I heard you encountered Orochimaru at Akaba Lake. Was he after this black blade too? Jiraiya frowned, suddenly recalling Orochimaru. Could it be that Orochimaru's true purpose for coming to the Leaf Village this time was to unravel the secrets of Akaba Lake? Based on what Jiraiya knew about him, such a thing was exactly the kind of scheme Orochimaru would carry out. But still, what secret does Akaba Lake truly hold?